disparate fruits and assumptions, potential
One of the key facets of creative bureaucracy is the idea of reimagining the kind of futures that we aspire to and the ways that we're bringing different societal actors together in order to get there. So it is a real pleasure to introduce you to two brilliant women who are really leading the way when it comes to reimagining in an area that you might typically refer to as the tourism sector. And I know this idea or construct itself is one that they'll be discussing further as part of this discussion. So Laura Aalto is the CEO of Helsinki Marketing, the Finnish capital's 100% city-owned marketing arm, which has a pretty strong global reputation when it comes to digital innovation in particular. And Signe is the CEO of Group Now, an innovation and strategy agency which is doing truly pioneering work within the visitor and experience economy. And Signe was also previously development director at Wonderful Copenhagen, which is the Danish capital's official tourism organization. So without further ado, I will hand over to both of you to explore your really rather intriguing proposition that tourism is in fact not about tourism at all.
Thank you, Robin. Hi, Laura. Good to see you.
Hi, Signe. Great to see you too.
Do you want to start off first by why we agreed to say this is actually not about tourism? Is actually not about tourism.
Well, thanks, Signe. I must say that I love the title that you came up with first. I love these provocative titles always that that maybe are kind of like also tell a lot about how we look at the industry. Both of us, we've been talking for years and years together, and I think we share a lot of common ideas on this. And I think to put it very shortly and briefly, I think the easy answer is that tourism is an interaction between people. It's first and foremost about people. And it's a mixture of, culture and history and business and dreams and geography and placemaking and identity and mobility and many more. So I think the definition of tourism narrowing to the term tourism is doesn't kind of like highlight the full potential what this interaction between people might have. Or how do you see it?
I agree very much. Actually, it's interesting because it was just a few weeks ago where I had to write something about the tourism industry, or I had to do an analysis of an industry, and I was Googling like, how do you define tourism as an industry? And I was Googling around it, and then I found out that there's actually a conversation going on, but there is always a conversation going on the internet about something, but that tourism is made up of 7 or 10 industries, and the fact that we call it the tourism industry can in many ways be misleading because, as you're saying, it's all about people. It's almost like a human activity that by calling it an industry, we're commodifying the industry, but it's more of an activity really. And then within that activity, and we have different industries. So, and that kind of got me started on thinking about that. And I agree with you very often, the complexities of tourism and the complexities of how integral it is to a lot of the other challenges that we face is just, for example, in cities, is overlooked somehow because we all have those conversations with people like, yeah, I've been a tourist too, so I know what it's about. It's that simple view of tourism, really, which is, yes, a tourist, but not necessarily the entire picture of what tourism is all about. Yeah. So,
yes, I fully agree with you on this one, and I think if we're looking back to the past year and a half. With the COVID-19 crisis and the kind of like this huge crisis what the tourism industry has faced in the past year and a half, I think it's also a huge opportunity for this industry to kind of like broaden a little bit that what it is all about and how it kind of like what's the identity of people working in the in the industry and who is involved there. I mean, who works there and who has the kind of feels the kind of ownership for the for this activity, as you call it. Or how do you see it?
Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. And I think both that we've seen out of the pandemic that people working within tourism have almost a new identity of what that means, and also an understanding of how it links across multiple different things. And at the same time, I think also people outside tourism have a renewed understanding, just because experiencing a world with no tourism puts it into focus in a different way, right? And I think some of the interesting discussions that are sort of coming out of that period is both, well, you're definitely part of those discussions as well. Like, when tourism comes back, how do we want it to look? Also based on this experience of having no tourism at all. And also within tourism, the discussion is around, and what can we take, what do we take responsibility for? Like, how do we use tourism as a tool to build better communities and better cities and more, better lives, basically. I think that's like a key discussion, really, is how tourism is not a goal in itself, but a means to a better end. I think we've said that quite a few times within the industry. But then, of course, also, what does that mean and how do we do it?
And I think cities should actually and municipalities should actually now take this opportunity to kind of like have a broader discussion around what tourism can make for the cities, and I think because at least what has happened in Helsinki, and I guess in many other cities as well, that people are looking at their own cities in a completely different way. They look at this kind of like taking a break in a completely new way. I'm sure you've taken a staycation and you've been going to the hotel in your home city or neighboring city, but this is kind of like people are already starting to think differently about tourism, and this is an opportunity that the city, the municipality should not kind of like miss this opportunity of having a broader discussion, and having people be part of kind of like re-identifying or reimagining what the industry really is.
But what would you say? Because sometimes my impression is also that, tourism always expects to be seen as more and to be included and counted as a force for something, but also somehow stays within its own logic, if you know what I mean. So like, how does tourism break out of that silo, or take that seat at the table? What's your experience in Helsinki around that?
Well, when I joined Helsinki Marketing, which was previously called Visit Helsinki organization, I came from outside the industry. I don't have my background within the tourism or hospitality industry. And I find that's actually very refreshing on looking at the business here, because I have my background in marketing and comms and corporate partnerships, and I think organizations like wonderful Copenhagen or Helsinki Marketing or Visit Berlin and so forth, they should start hiring people outside the industry a lot more. I mean, if you only work with people who've been going to the same schools and same universities and, looking at the same things and doing things in a similar way, you don't question the things that you've done for years and decades, or maybe even decades. And for that reason, I think this kind of not only talking about that, we need to be on the tables where the decisions are made, but really kind of like inviting people to be part of the discussion and part of the strategy works and part of the kind of like future making, and not only kind of like asking the questions, but really inviting people in and making the future together with them. Yeah,
I agree. Tourism needs to be a much more open conversation, you could say, and because that will also make tourism more interesting, because that kind of leads me to another train of thought around just coming out of this crisis. But even before, we'd had all these discussion about over tourism and the negative impacts of tourism, environmental and so on, and now a pandemic crisis. And when we talk about we need talents from outside the industry, we need, people who with a fresh perspective. But maybe tourism is not really all that an appealing career path, coming out of this, and with the negative attention first, then the pandemic crisis, it's a very, it seems almost insecure. So I think even engaging in that open conversation and approaching tourism from all these multiple angles that open conversation will hopefully lead to, that should also be a way of making tourism an interesting field to work in, because I think that's actually a new challenge that a lot of the organizations that you were talking about, Visit Berlin, Wonderful Copenhagen, and so on, that they'll be facing moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting thought, and I think you are right on this one as well. But I think that also because tourism is about people, it's a people business. So even though if we travel less in the future, or we travel in different ways that we travel now, there's going to be different ways of experiencing and exploring the destination, but it's still people business. So even though we get all these new digital platforms and new ways of understanding a place that we're not so familiar with, I think it's still about people. So we need these links and these interactions, and I actually see that also in our tourism office services. Even though there are very little international visitors in Helsinki at this point, they've had huge amounts of contacts coming from abroad. All these chat channels and all kinds of new ways of interacting with people from outside interested in your destination. And so I think this kind of like interest of finding out what a place or a community or a culture that you don't know, it still stays with us. So we're still keen on understanding it, but it's just kind of like there are new forms in the future that we're not familiar with yet.
No, I think that's true, but that also, we need the open conversation you were talking about before around tourism. We also need that conversation to maybe even include the tourists in that, because it's also a question of how should you, or how do you engage with the local community. I think there's, I think so, but there's also a lot around our way of talking about, our language within tourism, even that kind of doesn't support what you're talking about. Like just the fact that we talk about a destination, which, is not a community, or is, you don't live in a destination, but in fact, visitors or tourists are, they're traveling to a place where people live. And I think that connection is quite interesting. How do you bridge that? Which is, also what localhood was in many ways about, and also what you've been working with in Helsinki. But our language is really reinforcing those sort of almost barriers between those who are tourists and those who are locals, and keeping them apart. I think we have to come up with a new word.
Spot on, Signe. I remember when entering this industry 5-6 years ago, I never used the word destination before, and now I'm using it, as you notice. So, but it's cities. It's places and it's communities. What is this destination? And now I'm using it all of a sudden. So, but I think you're completely right. We're kind of like, we should make actually tourism more inclusive for all kinds of stakeholders, and more inclusive and more inviting for different kinds of stakeholders. And that's the same thing actually with the cultural sector, I think. Because how do you see it, Signe? Why has it been kind of tricky or difficult, the relationship between culture and tourism?
Yeah, I love that question, because it's so interesting and it always surprises me. But in my experience here, when I was with Copenhagen also, I'll make it a really short story, but I was tasked with doing a cultural tourism project. Like, you have to develop this and make it make sense. which is, as a sense maker, I kind of like those projects. And then, but I was trying to find out, like, I remember Googling desperately, what is cultural tourism exactly, and how is it different from any other kind of tourism? Because isn't it always about culture in one way or another? And then we were talking to cultural institutions, and they also didn't really, find any identity in the concept of cultural tourism. And just diving into that, I realized that both sides kind of they'd kind of grasped this concept that didn't make sense to anyone. And the cultural part, the cultural institutions, they were sort of looking at tourism and the tourism part in cultural tourism as almost like a danger sign of Disneyfying, or, of Disneyfying their product or their offering, their services or their experiences, and also not being taken seriously, I think. And the tourism part was just really, really frustrated that cultural institutions couldn't see the value of all the visitors they were bringing in. So there was this major bridge between the two, which in Copenhagen, we were trying to sort of build that bridge by then turning it around and say, okay, let's do a tourism plus culture lab and see how do we link these two. But, at the same time, I think, I don't know, maybe the pandemic has changed it a little bit, because the cultural institutions have seen the need they have of visitors, or how much it's affected them to not have them. But I don't know. How's it been in Helsinki with cultural institutions and tourism?
I think this is a super exciting theme, and maybe you've heard about what happened in Helsinki around 5 years ago. The Guggenheim Museum wanted to open a new museum in Helsinki, and it was a major news all over the world, and they were really eager to come to Helsinki, and they were looking at the geographical situation. The St. Petersburg is 3.5 hours by train. I mean, good connections to Asia and so forth. And they wanted to come here. And they were talking a lot about the number of visitors coming to Helsinki. But they didn't understand, as an American institution coming to a Nordic society, I think what they didn't understand in their process was the community and the political climate that is here. So they were seen as an American institution coming with their money and with their resources and saying that, oh no, you don't have culture there, we're bringing you culture. And so the local kind of feeling turned against it. And it was actually the city council that voted for no. And they came up with the new new initiative, and the city council voted no again. So the Helsinki is a city that has twice turned down an American Guggenheim institution that many cities were really eager to get to Helsinki, to their cities. And I think this is a really good example of the kind of complexity that there is between tourism and culture, and the reasoning, that how are you reasoning something new to come up with. And I think, I'm not to say that the Guggenheim should not have been placed in Helsinki, but the reasoning, how they were kind of selling it was not kind of fitting to this community. And then, but something beautiful also came out of this project. So now is actually Helsinki is now planning a new design and architecture museum for Helsinki in the coming years, which is a homegrown project and really something that grows out of our own culture.
But I think that's really interesting, and I hadn't actually heard that story before, so even more interesting. But it's also interesting because I think in many ways, as we talk a lot about, the authentic experience, and what you were also saying around, visitors should be curious about local community and local culture. In many ways, the tourism organizations are depending on the cultural institutions and, the museums and art exhibitions and all these to to help translate that, to what you're saying is basically, because it didn't have that authentic root, it didn't come from Helsinki, it was not your DNA, so to speak. It was turned down, and now you have another museum coming out of, homegrown, as you said. And in many ways, that museum will help translate the bridge to Helsinki or Finnish culture, and how to get closer to that. And I think authenticity is the big challenge, because once something is proclaimed authentic, it's almost as if it just, has the opposite effect. You can't say something is very authentic and then stay authentic. And, and especially that's again, the language, how we reinforce something. It's either touristic or it's non-touristic, and everyone wants the non-touristic. Even the tourist wants the non-touristic, because that it's authentic, it's real, it feels not fake. And it's easy to somehow replicate that, but the cultural institutions also, in their depth of knowledge, and in their collections, in their curated approach to it, there's a whole depth of authenticity and messaging and bridging culture that I think is going to be core moving forward in getting to that point where, tourism gets closer, you could say.
Yeah, very well said, Signe. I love to listen to you talking about these themes, and I think we could go on for hours and hours. I think one of the key points for many communities, cities, I'm not using the word destination here, but I think one of the key learnings maybe from this COVID-19 times is that that cities need to find new ways of kind of letting people to access the communities, so letting people in their own communities, and maybe we should, going back to your language, what you said about languages, I think maybe we should forget about the word tourists or tourism and just talking about people and experiences and interactions between people, because we don't become different people when we travel, when we go to new places. We're still the same Laura and same Signe when we go to places we've never been to, or we go to places that we love to travel on a regular basis. So we're the same people. We don't become this somehow specific species of tourists. And maybe we forget about the word.
Yeah, that's true. Let's forget about it. Done deal. And then I would also say, coming out of COVID, I think even, as someone who's traveled a lot also for my job, and I think the COVID experience, or maybe more the pandemic experience, has, also emphasized to me that tourism is not a right. It's not a human right to be able to travel anywhere that you please. It is a privilege. And I think that recognition of the privilege of traveling to places and visiting cultures and communities is, even for someone who's been preaching localhood for quite a few years, but I do sense that much stronger now coming out of the pandemic. And I think in recognizing that privilege as a tourist, though I wouldn't, call myself that, but but as a tourist, I also have a different appreciation of my responsibility in trying to figure that out, like trying to bridge that, get closer to have that experience. And then from the community and from the tourism side, or from now I'm afraid to say destination side, we should take advantage of that. We should use that to then build the bridges that we've been talking about for so long, and build into that new understanding and appreciation of what it means to travel to places, what we've been missing in our cities without tourism, and what we've been missing as those who couldn't travel. There's something really exciting, I think, about that will finally perhaps lead us to understand that tourism is about so much more than tourism.
Yeah. I grew up at the time when traveling was still pretty expensive, and I mean, living in a country that is quite isolated from the rest of the Europe. I mean, when I was studying, I didn't fly anywhere. I took the train because it was the easiest and cheapest way to go abroad. So this kind of like this something special that was part of this experience has somehow disappeared in the past, let's say 15 years, when it became kind of like it became so everyday life of let's do a weekend in Copenhagen, which is one of my favorite things to do because I love the city. But or let's go to Berlin for another weekend. So this, I think the reasoning why we travel will be different in the future. I think not only the COVID, but also the sustainability issues becoming part of. It's not only something that is outside our lives, but it's really it's embedded in the way we live our contemporary lives, and this the habit of looking at visiting places on a regular basis, and also for a very short period of time. I think we value that differently in the future.
I agree. But we're out of time, Laura. I just realized.
Yeah.
I saw the camera. But I think that's kind of a nice place to end as well. And well, we're not ending. We're continuing our conversation somewhere else.
Yeah. It's great to talk to you, Signe.
You too. Thank you very much, Laura. As always, a pleasure.
Thank you. Likewise.
isn't it, with these technical questions?
So shake it out and off we go.
Shake it out, yeah, shake it out. And there's also a bit of a time delay, isn't there? Yeah. Well, I'm delighted to have Sascha Hasselmeier with me, who's something else, well, from my perspective, because I heard about him and heard about innovative procurement, and I thought, I'm not sure what that is. And then I suddenly looked at it and thought, this is the most important thing I can actually imagine in defending the public interest. And what he did and how I discovered him was through Mart, an organization that developed innovative procurement, and he ran that for 10 years. Now he's trying to do something else and go to wider horizons of change. But our topic is really procurement as a secret weapon of change. I basically think that it's completely undervalued. And what he's done recently, after 10 years, he reviewed what procurement could be like within the next 10 years and interviewed 60 leaders in the field across the globe. And what he's going to talk about is serving the citizen, not the bureaucracy. So over to you, Sascha.
Well, thank you, Charles. And it's so wonderful to at last do this session with you and to be part of this festival. As you rightly said, the question I asked myself was really, can we say that city procurement at local government level, does it serve the citizens or the government? And that was the opening question I had when I interviewed procurement leaders around the world and experts in the field, academics. And somewhat not surprisingly, everyone said, well, it should be serving the citizen, but in reality, everything is practiced and designed in a way that it's really serving the bureaucracy. And as you rightly said, procurement is one of those things that no one really knows about enough. Everyone thinks it's largely painful. Most people, even professional, thinks it's a purely clerical task. And what I mean by that is that you're processing a workflow, but your actions have no real creative impact. And so what I was really eager to show through this report that we published in June this year was to say, actually, even when we're treating it as an objective and clerical process, we are being creative. We are moving vast amounts of money around through just local government procurement is worth about $6 trillion in 2021 alone. This is 10% of GDP in just about every country, whether you're in Germany, in the UK, in Spain, in the US and Canada. So 10% of our economy is what local government spend. And the reason why local government spending is so interesting is that it doesn't include industrial policy, it doesn't include defense, it doesn't include major national infrastructures. It is just local government services. It is doing what citizens need. So the idea that procurement should be serving the citizen isn't really all that far-fetched. And what we really wanted to look at is most of the practice of procurement focuses on tactical improvements, like what can we do better tomorrow? And we wanted to push the boat out 10 years to say, well, where do we want to go? With all these little improvements we're making, where are we heading? And we felt there was a gap there, and that we tried to describe. And so to illustrate this, I'm really fascinated by how cities around the world over the last 10, 15 years upgraded their street lighting to LED to save energy. Sydney saved millions of dollars in electricity costs and to reduce their carbon emissions footprint. And most of the time, it looks like this, right? We're replacing an old street light, the luminaire, the thing that generates the light, with an LED light that saves the energy. And but in some cities, cities wanted to be creative, and this is what happened in San Diego, where the city bought smart street lights that could do all kinds of other things because they realized LED lights are digital and you can embed all kinds of sensors. But what happened here is that actually it had embedded surveillance technology that was initially designed to just serve the traffic counting, but actually was then used to surveil the Black Lives Matter protests. And the mayor then had to shut down the entire streetlight system because of the public uproar, because of course the public had never bought into the idea of getting monitored and supervised by their streetlights. A much more creative example is what happened in the city of Eindhoven in the Netherlands, where actually the city commissioned the local university to kind of develop a 10-year vision. What does this technology upgrade? What are the opportunities of it? And what they came up with was really something different. They said LED streetlights don't have to look like old streetlights. They can take many forms and shapes. And as you see here, these are glowing pebbles that you can carry around and move around. The Van Gogh bicycle path, which is a bicycle path that glows in the dark instead of having streetlights all around it. So they began to take the technological opportunity as a starting point for civic engagement and involving artists through an annual festival and by commissioning projects to inspire citizens to really at neighborhood level express themselves through this lighting and technology. There's another project here, which is a streetlight that filters out COVID germs. So when you enter the circle, you're actually germ-free. The air is clean and safe. So you can see all these different expressions of an otherwise technical infrastructure. And this is really the power of procurement, to think about, to dream bigger, and then use the tools of procurement, the same money that was spent elsewhere, the same kind of operating cash flow and so forth, but use it creatively and involving the citizens to come up with something uniquely expressive. Now, another thing we found was that even though more than 2,000 cities around the world have declared a climate emergency, have made priorities on inequality, on racism, and many other priorities, actually less than 0.5% of local government procurement can be described as being innovative in the widest sense of the word, meaning also being open to new ideas. So right now, procurement in practice is not really opening the floodgates to change, but is largely keeping us in the status quo. And so we have this kind of creative tension between the potential of transforming services and the reality of the practice. So what we set out as a vision for 2030 is simple in the sense that we said procurement should be a public service. And what we mean by this is that you wouldn't plan a playground, you wouldn't buy a playground in any city in the world anymore without engaging citizens and the public in what makes this playground useful and meaningful to you, what will make you feel that it's yours and you own it. And in the same way, we're speculating about procurement to say, what if we could own it? What if we could participate it in the same kind of ways? So we outline 6 kind of what we call strategic measures, which are really kind of a set of parallel steps to kind of actually start by what we call sharing the dream, bringing together the public, civil society, government, and other stakeholders to jointly actually think about what is the purpose of our spending? What do we want to accomplish? What is important to our community? And then shift the focus, right? To kind of actually move the focus of procurement from serving the bureaucracy to actually becoming really truly citizen-centric and making it work for the community. There's another important part that very few businesses in any city actually take part in procurement. And usually it's businesses that maybe 20 years ago were relevant to what the city needed. But as our values are changing through climate change, through inclusion, through gender equity and many, many other issues, our values are changing and we need a new vendor pool. We need companies and organizations that are actually have the DNA in the right place, so to speak, to be ready to work with us and serve these new needs. There's a call for openness, and openness by design, not openness as a forced transparency. We're now forcing more transparency, but to actually realize that being open, also about failures, also about learning, is actually a way of getting better outcomes and involving everyone. There's an important cultural thing. Procurement, by and large, when you interview people, people will say, well, procurement, they always say no to everything. And even though that is not quite true, there are cities like Liverpool, for example, that proactively really change the culture of the team to be outgoing, to drive innovation, have a diverse set of skills, and really excel at creativity and critical thinking and not just moving the paper along. And the last really, really important point is when I'm showing the example of Eindhoven, this is only possible when procurement is resourced adequately. And around the world, we found a big difference. In the US, for example, procurement teams are usually 30% underfunded and under-resourced. You can't be creative if you cannot even take care of the most basic part of your work, if you're underfunded. So the idea that this kind of just magically happens, we want to make sure that we're empathetic to the reality of most procurement departments and bureaucracies that do not have the resources to really do more. And unless we invest in it, we cannot show that effect. One really important element of the report, I think, is that we try to make and provide a kind of some tools to help cities make their case for investment, right? We hear this from any department and any function. Anyone will always say, well, give me more money, give me more funding, and I will do better. And in procurement, there is little trust, and little of these processes have been tried. So we're trying to explain to cities, here's what you can gain, and here's also a way you can get there. And so what we found by studying tons and tons of case studies and sifting through procurement data is that a more open and creative approach to procurement actually has significant improvement on quality outcomes. We have in some cases cities that actually spend zero money on something they thought they would spend 9-10 million euros because they used a more creative approach to procurement. We found that on average you can get 30 to 90% cost savings, right? You can get much better financial results and improve the quality at the same time, get more relevant outcomes because you're actually meeting the needs of the citizens. We found that significant reductions in carbon emissions. Here in Berlin, where I'm right now, the city saved over 1 million tons of carbon emissions every year by rewarding more sustainable products and services. It's a really, really powerful tool, and most of the time, Paris, for example, is now the biggest buyer of organic food in France, and really at almost no cost premium to what they did before. So the idea that change always comes with a huge price tag is actually, when you combine these measures, is not really playing out in the way many people are expecting it to. There's a huge uptick in small business participation when you make procurement more open and creative. And what we found is that instead of getting just 2 proposals for the need of a city, we're actually seeing 23. And a lot of those are coming from minority and women-owned businesses, meaning that the suppliers increasingly look like our citizens. They actually begin to look more, not just more local, but also more diverse. They come with new ideas and they can shine with what they're good at. And last part is what I call the healing democracy part, the part that is about actually opening up procurement in this way, being creative, involving citizens, serving the citizens, really has a huge trust building function. And this is not just about being more accountable as to how money is spent, but it's actually empowering people to play a real role in the process. So this kind of really central question that kind of became super important in our work was this question: should citizens be involved in public procurement? And here we found two really distinct worlds amongst the professionals. On the one side, we had practitioners, excellent practitioners, I should say, who said procurement is not something to do with citizens. It's a bureaucratic function with excellent administrators. Ideally, the citizen never hears about this. It just happens, it's well done, it requires high standards of ethics, complex decisions. And at best, maybe we should involve citizens right at the beginning of the process when we want to find out what the needs are. But from then on, it really is just a kind of lean and mean and beautiful machine. And there was another group that said, well, actually, procurement should follow what any other public service has been doing, which is to become more open and more open to participation of citizens, because we know that any public service in which citizens participate becomes better over time. There's enough science behind this, there's enough evidence behind it, and we're doing in just about every service we're running in government. And so the group invested in professionalism really has this kind of linear approach to procurement where you go through the different stages. This is taken from the United Nations Procurement Practitioners Handbook, where you go step by step through the process, and it kind of lends its way to this workflow thinking or linear kind of processing of a complex task. And what we're proposing is something that involves a couple of circles here, right? And anyone who's been involved in any kind of creative or design activity knows that you're never just working through steps, but there are key points. One is when you're defining the need, when you're setting out what problem are we trying to solve, when you're testing your hypothesis, when you're engaging citizens in finding out whether this is what they mean, when you're testing the market, and then later on in the service delivery, rather than saying we're procuring 10 years of street lighting and we cast everything in stone, and then we have these lampposts that do what we set out to do. What they did in Eindhoven was actually to say over 10 years we have a partnership for street lighting, and every day we're asking ourselves, is there something we can do better? Is there something we can change? So it's really flexible. It involves the citizens and the companies in constantly revisiting and optimizing and learning and improving. And so the process is changing, right? And we're moving away from this kind of strict linear process to something that involves these little loops along the way. Another part, and this is something really close to my heart, is most of the time when we talk about citizen participation in government, we're actually practicing very low quality community engagement. So what you see here is a chart that kind of describes what is called the spectrum of community engagement. We're basically at the lowest level when you're ignoring people, when you're just doing things, you're marginalizing people. And when you're just informing people, really you're just marketing your decisions. You're doing placation, but then at the other end of the spectrum, you get to really delegating power to citizens, to really have the community own the decisions and the services. And what is important is to also be realistic that 99.9% of what government does around community engagement is really somewhere between the lower three levels, between marginalization and tokenization. So we may be consulting people on two options, or we're gathering input. But what we're describing here really to unlock this transformative power is to really empower the community to kind of take a level of control. And coming back to that lighting example in Eindhoven, it is the neighborhoods that control what lighting will look like and how it will work. It is not City Hall. City Hall is helping to facilitate the process and provide the infrastructure and so forth, but it's really a local expression that people are creating there. So this is an example of I mentioned playgrounds earlier. There's a fabulous organization called Kaboom in the United States that has helped thousands of communities build community playgrounds. And their playbook for doing this is really to start finding the most prominent site in a community, not putting the playground where it's easy or where it's hidden or where the land is unused, but actually putting it prominently. And then starting with children, what are your dreams about the playground, letting them design the playground, then involving parents, teachers. And what happens, all of this design process culminates in a procurement. The city hall typically, or the school, will procure the basic infrastructure, the leveling of the ground, the foundations, the elements of the playground. But then there is, as you see here, there's a big volunteering event where actually the people in the community, the families, the teachers come together and actually build the playground. So part of the procurement is like the traditional sense of having some contractors moving earth around, but the other part is actually procuring the space and the opportunity for citizens to do the finishing of the project and have this really strong buy-in in the community. And I think this plays out at different scales, right? You can see that play out in Eindhoven. You can see that play out when cities are involving crowdfunding or volunteering at much larger scale in developing solutions. So I mentioned earlier we're in the state of creative tension. And what I mean by this is that on the one hand, we have this promise. Yes, procurement can be this creative engine for change. Every euro, pound, or dollar we're spending could be much better used to kind of reduce carbon emissions, increase diversity, save costs. And at the same time, we're faced with a reality where the departments are underfunded, and often the best way to describe them is a compliance culture. They're defined as a compliance department, and they're not given the opportunity or the purpose of being creative, and we're missing out on all those opportunities. So, and this is really important, right? Because cities, especially with climate change, began to implement all kinds of measures to green their procurement. And what happens there a lot of the time is that you either have directives, meaning administrative rules on how you're becoming greener, or you're training the team and you're hiring people who understand sustainability. So you can do this as a kind of top-down legalistic process, or you can actually change the way people operate. So cities that are going to make progress are going to have to work on a number of areas, and I'll just summarize them here. There's, what is the mission and purpose of your procurement? Why are we doing it? And how are we making choices and the trade-offs between cost and extra value, like climate or engagement? What is citizen engagement going to look like? What is your stance on this? Are you going to involve citizens? And if so, are you doing it well? Or are you saying we're just this department that quietly does the work? What are our sustainability and equity and other goals? And how are we going to accomplish them through procurement? How are we shifting our supplier ecosystem? What is our new culture and staffing going to look like 10 years from now? Who's going to work in procurement? What are they like? How do they relate to one another? How do we measure performance, and what does accountability look like? Are we measuring accountability by whether we avoided legal cases, or are we measuring it by actually delivering better outcomes? And there's an important role for information, data, and technology, especially open data. But I would also say that none of the experts we interviewed said that technology is the answer to procurement. It's a tool, but really most of the action is about who we involve in setting the mission and what is the culture we have to accomplish it. I'll end on something I found really inspiring, which is the way that commissioning is used in the UK, and these are the commissioning principles from Southend-on-Sea Borough Council in the UK. This is not a big city. They're employing 1,800 people in the council, but every single one of them is trained on using creative and design and innovation methodologies in all the work they're doing. So they're transcending the idea that we have a team that is able to be kind of innovative or creative, like the kind of smart guys or like the special, the A team, to saying we're training everyone at City Hall to do this. And it's such a powerful idea to really think about how that creativity that we're describing in procurement is something much broader that penetrates the whole of our government, because the way we spend money is just one part of a process in how we're shaping and creating our relationship to the public. Charles, I think I'll end here and hand it back over to you. Thank you.
Well, I've got not much to say. I mean, I really heard 4 big messages that really struck me in my mind. One of them, we've got new times. That means new priorities. That means new skills. That means new types of suppliers, not the traditional ones. Secondly, that being creative is not necessarily a cost, but there is a dividend in various ways, from climate emissions to cost savings, quality, etc., etc. Thirdly, that therefore change does not come as a price tag. And fourthly, what I really liked is this sort of learning loop, and that really fits with that bigger agenda about humble government, which is all about, we don't direct things from the top, we're learning as we're doing, we're agile, we're monitoring things along the way, and we're awake and alert. So you've woken me up. Thank you very much, Sasha, and I hope we speak soon some other time. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we are.
Right. There was a bit of a hum on the background, which now vanished, which is good.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it's like a sort of silent studio at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. It's all the technology surrounding Lars which made the hum.
Oh, right, okay.
Very good. So, Catherine, what are you going to do with the your belongings? Are you going to take everything with you to the US, or do you rent a warehouse somewhere?
I'm going to start now, by the way. Well, hello, everybody. I'm so pleased that you're listening to this session, which is what comes after digitization. Now, that may sound like an absurd question because it's so all-embracing, but nevertheless, I've got two people here who couldn't be better at having a conversation about this. One is Catherine Styler, who's the CEO of Creative Commons, and if you don't know it, you should. It's an unbelievable global organization. And the other person is Jarmo Eskalainen, who's been around the block on this open source data world for many, many years. He was head of Forum Virium, perhaps the best city lab in the world nowadays, seen as that. Part of Future Cities Catapult, innovation officer there, chief innovation officer. And now he's running data-driven innovation for the University of Edinburgh, but it's much more than that. It's about the whole region. So they're going to have a conversation. I'm going to drop out. They know more than me, and I'd love to hear what they're going to talk about.
Very good. Thank you, Charles. And we have 24 minutes to crack the topic, which is a bit much. While discussing the framework for this, it was clear that it's impossible to actually discuss in full about what comes after digitalization in a day, because it ranges from future of content and ownership to future of work to future of democracy and actually future of climate and the planet. So instead of trying to do all of that, we thought of focusing on the core ingredients of this sort of a public-private partnerships, and how should the fair deal on digitalization be managed? How can we reach the equilibrium where the privacy, public good, and commercial interests are in balance in the world? Because I guess it's fair to say that at the moment there's quite a struggle, and we are not seeing a balanced environment when it comes for digitalization, and certainly there's room for improvement there. I thought of starting though by giving a bit of floor space to both of us to just to check the kind of a background, the bottom line from the starting point for the topic from your viewpoint. And Catherine, of course, besides running Creative Commons, you have a history in the open data, the open landscape of digitalization, and you have a significant background in politics, which makes you a perfect person to join the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, because you know both the downsides and the upsides of driving change from the decision maker point of view. So how does that sound, Catherine?
That sounds great, Jarmo, and it's so nice to. Jarmo and I first met when I was at the Open Knowledge Foundation, and he was a board member. So it's lovely to be able to have this conversation with you. Can't think of a better person.
Great, and actually, for the purpose of this conversation, just to blur it out bluntly, I think the Creative Commons is a best practice model, which could form a blueprint for a much wider set of activities, which would build a more fair and transparent future for the digital domain. That's something I would like to discuss with you.
Well, I think that Creative Commons is such an amazing organisation, movement. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, and that allows for a moment of reflection about what's happened in the past 20 years, where we are at this moment, and where we're going for the next. And our new strategy really is kind of addressing both our ability in terms of advocacy and thinking about innovation, but also thinking about capacity building. But the theme of our new strategy, which I think is really important, is better sharing. We dealt with the issue about field sharing, with the innovation that came from, Larry Lessig, Hal Abelson, Jamie Boyle, who created this organisation, to now where we are thinking about how can we do this better. And I think, the responsibility that we see at Creative Commons in terms of how our licenses enable the open web, how we ensure that people have access to knowledge and culture wherever they are in the world. And that's what's the amazing beauty of Creative Commons, is its global reach and our global community and network. So I do think you have a point there, Jarmo. I'm not sure whether yesterday was my year anniversary as CEO of Creative Commons, and I think we've come a long way from in a year, and we've still got a long way to go with our strategy, but we're making those steps. And I think you're right that the model that we have, that's community, and also the tool that we've created that's free to use with that human, technical and legal layers that beautifully come together, is an example of how we addressed a pressing problem and still address a pressing problem of access to knowledge and culture, and how we can have a model online that is able and accessible to all.
Yeah, very good. So from the data-driven innovation program point of view, we are of course massively interested in the work which you do. In a nutshell, DDI is a program coordinated by the University of Edinburgh, but it's a collaborative effort. It's a relatively massive 15-year initiative with a budget of over £600 million. We are building a network of innovation hubs in Edinburgh. We are working across 10 industry sectors with the companies, small and large, driving digital and data skills in the region and in the world, supporting entrepreneurship and both smaller and bigger companies in reaping the benefits from data innovation, but also with the key aspiration to support an environment of doing data right. What's the fair deal on data? Because we don't have that model yet. We kind of have the two opposite ends in a very corporate-driven US model, and then the increasingly authoritative government-driven models endorsed by China especially. But there must be a third way, which sort of recognizes that the balance between privacy, public good, and corporate interests is a win-win-win deal. Everybody benefits if there's a trusted environment on data. And at the moment, people don't really trust what we do with data, and that will be a showstopper for business as well. So I'm keen to study opportunities to have models which address policymaking in a more nuanced way than blunt, big legislative packages. And I think Creative Commons is one of the ways which has shown that it's possible to combine legally binding frameworks which also understand the technological landscape they work in.
I think when Larry Lessig started, I think they thought it would be an American, solution, and then the global community bill, because it was addressing a global issue. And I think the wonderful thing about Creative Commons is its global reach, its global nature. But at the moment, across the world, legislators are making decisions in a very national mindset. Yes. And I think that's a big challenge for us in wanting to make sure that we can have knowledge and culture shared equitably across the world. So that's one challenge. And I think the other challenge that you have is that people just like when I was a politician in the European Parliament, when we were starting to have these data debates, and that was my journey into Creative Commons, was working on copyright reform, is that it's such a changing environment, and there is a real lack of understanding some of the very basics, not because people don't want to, but the nature of when you're in a very high-paced environment, having to make decisions and choices. You're in that conciliation committee in the European, Parliament. You're trying to do the deal. And it's very hard sometimes to see the wood from the trees. And my worry is that the legislative decade that's ahead of us are going to make decisions which are going to entrench the power that is already there, rather than thinking of really digging deep in alternative models. And those alternative models need to be, kind of almost globally brought together. The other missing bit, I think, within some of the decision making is really where civil society's voice is. Because you've got the lobbies from different, I remember in copyright it was the music industry and the publishing lobby, and we had to create a lobby to defend library interests. And that takes me to an interesting point as well, that often the debate that you hear is what's illegal offline should be illegal online, absolutely. But then what's legal offline should be legal online, which is really important when you think about the case for libraries and sharing knowledge. And so it's there's a tricky balance to be struck, but I think you can have that balance of progress and privacy, and I think you can do that well, but you have to have all of the people at the table, not just the vested interests. I think your lab at Edinburgh is a wonderful example of bringing local government, national government, the UK government. When we were in the European Union, it was Europe as well, Jarmo. And I think I think there's something wonderful.
I'm from Scotland anyway.
But it's a wonderful model of how you can do things practically and affect change and bring this world, which can be quite alien and quite, people are very fearful of some of the things we talk about, and breaking that fearfulness is so important to gain trust.
So if we would concentrate on the kind of a utopian future in 15 years, because there's a dystopian version in which case, we have the increasingly massive corporations which are closed boxes and increasingly authoritarian governments, and they both burn the coal to run their digital world. So let's not discuss that. It's too gloomy. Let's trust that we will see the positive future in which the combination of technological and societal innovations have built a landscape where the humankind is able to collectively join forces to crack some of the pressing challenges and the wicked problems we have, which is transparent and fair, and in which we understand what's being done to our data, and we can control what's being done to our data collectively and individually. If that's the preferred future, and we certainly know that different countries and parts of the world are in very different stages regarding such a future, and it's not necessarily endorsed by everybody. But anyway, let's imagine that that's the direction we would like to see the travel going. Could we discuss some of the things which need to happen in order for that to happen? Maybe if we discuss sort of a technological development, business models, and the then regulatory government innovations. Could we maybe focus for the last chunk to focus on the what needs to happen, in 5 years, 10 years in order to get to that point?
I think interoperability is a key point in this, because if you can, if we want to be successful in this, we need, we discussed this when I worked with you when I was at Open Knowledge, but it's how data talks to data. How do we? And sometimes it's not just it's a mindset of sharing, as you know from the open science world, and we're trying to do that differently. But that mindset shift, that sharing is important if we're going to address the pressing problems of our world. Now I think maybe that's a key thing to show buy-in about how what we would do in terms of sharing and interoperability will solve, and that there's a culture change just now amongst the students you'll see at Edinburgh, and I see in my role as chair at St Andrews, is that people are really looking at being mission driven and thinking about their values first and foremost and what they're going to do in their lives. And I think this is an opportunity, but we've got to give people skills to be able to use data in a comfortable way, be able to understand the challenges, and we see the bias, kind of debate that that we want to address when we want effective artificial intelligence, not one that is going to create more social problems, one that's going to create social good, and we can see some of that in the health sector. So I think your point about how do we get that balance, and in the next 5, 10, 15 years, where will that be? We don't have a crystal ball to be able, but what we would like to see is that we would see that balance between progress and privacy. We would see interoperability and people having choices and being able to make decision-making, empowerment. And we'd also be able to see skills in terms of people being able to use their skill sets in the different domains that they're working in to be able to affect change that will ultimately make a better society. I think that's maybe where my thinking is at the moment.
I do agree with the, first of all, I do honestly believe in the tech entrepreneurship. Who wouldn't? Who's been working in the domain? I mean, the companies starting from garage have been one of the dominant forces changing the landscape, changing the planet in the recent decade or two. However, tech entrepreneurship seems to be changing. So that's something we see on the ground in Edinburgh and maybe especially in the European startup scene. That the millennials, they are indeed genuinely purpose-driven. I mean, they do use the Silicon Valley cookbook as a tool, but not a means to an end. The means to an end is to have a lasting change on something they care about. And the things they care about are, you know, the planet, society, equal opportunities, these kind of issues. And there's a sort of growing wave of entrepreneurs from developing countries and from Europe who are making significant progress with this. And I'm wondering, how could we better connect sort of public interests with this force these young entrepreneurs can provide? Can we, for example, innovate in regulation? Are there ways to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think how we innovate in regulation is so important, and as I described, you know, this decade coming down the line of regulation, which could stifle innovation because it will end up that those that can only abide by those rules are those who are the bigger players, and that's not fair because we know. But I'm saying this, you know, I did a call yesterday with two incredible startups who are just, you know, kind of, you know, addressing the issue about, you know, harms and defamation, also addressing the issue about illicit goods. And you're kind of, this is great because what you're doing is you're looking at the pressing problems, seeing some of the things that need to be addressed, and you're providing a solution for that to make a better internet. That's really great. You know, that should be supported. And they're able to do that at the moment in a kind of safe, you know, kind of steady regulatory framework. So I think we have to ensure that the innovation is not lost or not put down by the regulation. So I think it's how do we get these balances right? And at the moment, I think there's a job of work to be done to ensure that innovation is not lost when we're trying to create a better internet, right? So that's something that's in my mind, and how we do things better. And I guess what I was saying before about our strategy at Creative Commons about better sharing, we see that as kind of a way that we are going to have that conversation about how we can do things better. But yeah, there's such energy and enthusiasm and ideas, and we need to capture that. And your point about, you know, I've seen a lot of really amazing entrepreneurs in Africa who are doing great things, and where, you know, the open data world is pivotal to being able to create these business models that are addressing pressing problems and creating jobs and wealth and a better society that people want to see. So I think there's something there, but maybe it's about how we talk to one another. How is an entrepreneur in Nairobi talking to someone in Berlin today? Well, I'm sure they are, but how do we share that? How do we show best practice? How do we look at how we can learn together? That's really important, and maybe that's something where more government help and working together could really evidence success.
Do you think there's enough traction to, for example, try to harness or get the governments to join forces behind an approach to kind of move the activities and the sort of a public services on the so-called new internet, you know, away from walled gardens? supported by open source technologies, open content, open data. Do you
Yeah.
think I sense that there's momentum to that direction, but I kind of felt that for almost two decades now,
Almost 2 decades,
and it's
and
not
it's
a bloody tsunami. So it's
No,
it's still that the counter trends are kind of too strong at the moment. Do we believe that there might be a change coming?
I hope there's a change coming. I think there's been talk of change, and there's been incremental steps. I mean, this is a marathon, not a sprint, right? And things are changing all the time. And you just look at how open access and sharing research and that's all been so important in this journey. But there's a long way to go, and I do think it's finding those individuals who are your cheerleaders in government, who are going to affect the change, both in terms of at the elected political level, but also within the civil service, within people working away, who are not maybe seen, who are doing and seeing the value of this, and supporting those individuals is, I guess, this is the conversation, the people that are listening today, are part of that picture, and they need to be supported. And also, how do we, maybe there's something there about how, different civil services share information. How do people who are working in local government share best practice of what they are doing to learn from another in an environment where, as you know, finances are always under pressure. And sometimes this world is, what we want to see, and the change that we want to see is it needs to be more prioritized, because that will make the bigger change down the line. But, often politics is very short term thinking, and rather than the longer term picture. So
that's looking at the landscape, I'm wondering, of course, I am biased because I'm originally a city innovation person. So, but I have a feeling that the role of localized but networked way of doing things is growing. I think that the one domain of public entities which is in trouble is kind of a nation states.
Yes.
However, the urban innovation is thriving, and networked urban innovation, where cities globally join forces to do things better, seems to be thriving as well. And I'm wondering whether there's a chance to kind of, in a way, not bypass the national decision-making systems by things like C40 network of cities, because why I believe that is that cities have a tougher time being very short-sighted, because they feel that they live the crisis. If there's a crisis, you actually have to solve it, because because you impact the life of the citizens. That creates longer-term policies, regardless of the political whimsies. At least it should. And I'm wondering whether we could see a landscape where networks of change makers are the dominant forces. That, in a way, the original internet was developed to some extent back in the day.
I think it's going back, isn't it, maybe to first principles with that, and I do agree with you in the city. I mean, cities are the innovative hubs for regions, as you're experiencing with what your work is doing, your work in Edinburgh. And I think that's just, evidencing that, showing that, illustrating that, and then those, and people, sharing those models. And I know that cities as, hubs of innovation have been there, as for some, you've been at Helsinki, that it's so important to evidence that. But for the future, I do think that, how we can network better, how we can identify change makers, how we can, enthuse and give people the skills that they need to be able to make the change. Because making change is, you're, as somebody described, isn't it? You're the carer of the dying and the midwife of the new. And I think that's something where, how we can support one another for the change that will make the difference to our societies, which will create a better society, a better internet, and a better world.
Very good. Just to put some meat on the bones there, I would be keen to see models where we would indeed use some of the methods developed by Creative Commons back in the day for wider policy making. And I think we see platforms and different initiatives already which are starting to do that, collective law writing and experimenting in policy in the city level. That's something I would be keen to see and drive. And I think what would be important there is that it would need to be pan global, that we would have a parallel activities in the US, in Europe, to support that. So I would be keen to join forces to make that
conversation. I think that would be very, very good, Jarmo. And I think that's where, the ideas and innovation come together. And I think it's a really exciting prospect.
Cool. I don't think we really cracked the topic though, because actually we've been discussing digitalization still. Maybe the best. I guess the question, frankly, the starting point of the discussion was a paradox, because in a way, probably the next, what comes after digitalization is the main change will be that we stop talking about it. I mean, we don't discuss electricity. Electricity is a given. I think the same is happening with digitalization. Digitalization will be a given. It won't be a topic to discuss. And what we discuss is what's being done with it. And it's not, hopefully not going to be seen as a force for good or bad in itself, because it is neither. Certainly it's a tool, and with any tool you can do different things. And hopefully then the balance in the future will be that we do more good than bad with it. Good stuff. We are in 0 minutes.
I know.
What happens next?
I know. I was like, is that us cut off?
Right. Have you had an okay day so far?
It's all right. Yeah. How about you?
Well, this is the fifth one of these, so it's always slightly nerve-wracking, I must say.
Yeah, I bet. Well, I'm supposed to be on holiday now, but this just stuff keeps coming
Well,
up.
let's
I don't
make
know.
this feel as if it's on holiday.
It's always a holiday to talk to you, Charles. It's a
Ah,
pleasure.
you are a charmeur extraordinaire.
I looked over your Renaissance stuff, by the way. It looks great. This
Yeah,
journal and
what about it?
everything. So talk about that down the line, I guess.
Well. I've got someone here talk about interdisciplinary, and the person I've got is Ali Husseini, who I'm going to have a conversation with about agile bureaucracy and a new renaissance. Now, what he is a biochemist, a philosopher, an entrepreneur, a television producer, an artist, an educator. What more can I say? So his knowledge, therefore, spans, science, engineering, and the arts. And, obviously, as a biochemist, he's also interested in life and all its diversity. But interestingly enough, also for us here, he's a visiting engineering fellow at King's College and ditto a fellow at the National Gallery, where he co-directs something called National Gallery X. And the essence of all those things will come across. But not to forget, finally, and this is not blowing my mind, but is quite interesting, he's also involved in issues of security and safety of AI. Anyway, Ali, hi. Let's talk. Now we know humanity is facing multiple crises of all sorts, and they're all interwoven. Most people, ideally, I hope, are aware of them: climate collapse and so on. And COVID reminded us there can be clear skies. So, what's the big problem that, as you see it, in terms of the way we operate? Could you just sort of elaborate on that a bit for us and help us?
Thanks for the introduction, Charles. That was very kind. I'd say the biggest problem, if we want to generalize it, is that we actually know what the right thing to do is in many of the cases of crises facing humanities and global hazards, but we're unable to find the political or social will to do the right thing. And of course, we want to know why this is. It's not just a matter of organization. I think it has to do with the organization of knowledge. And it's quite known that knowledge has become very specialized or siloed in the way many people describe it. And these specialties have really proliferated since the beginning of science, say, when modernism began in the 1600s. And they've given us a great deal of power and control over nature, but they've also now backed us into a corner where we are almost paralyzed or catatonic in the face of existential catastrophes.
Well, that actually sounds quite frightening. So you're saying that we haven't got the capacity to think or have an intellectual architecture to think through how the problems interconnect. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right. I mean, if we look at, let's take the example of the humanities. At one point, the humanities, you had people studying the classics and literature and languages and societies, and they were what you might call humane scholars and public intellectuals. And for the most part, we don't have public intellectuals anymore. People who have this enormous amount of brain power that goes into understanding society, its lubricants, its wheels, but they're not publishing in newspapers, and they're not widely read. They're publishing in obscure journals using what I'd say really dubious theoretic and critical apparatus rather than serving society. At the same time, we have engineers, each of whom are working on some small part of a broader engineering project. And that broader engineering project may have the best of intentions, but we haven't thought through what happens if it's implemented. Just take the example of the Army Corps of Engineers in the United States, where they thought, well, we'll just move this river and irrigate this desert, and everything will be fine. And now we're paying the price, as we see with the drying of the American West. So there's a lack of a holistic view that comes from having interdisciplinary thought and dialogue, but also people who can think through things holistically and think through what the consequences of our actions are.
Well, I mean, what is interesting, I the other day, about 5-6 years ago, looked at a map of knowledge. There's one of these wonderful internet infographics, and there are all these disciplines, I think about 100 or so, and they're trying to create lines between the connections. And there were the blobs, which was the engineering blob, the, fundamental science blob, then humanities was divided up. And down the bottom was a bit of culture, and then there was technology and so on. I mean, so you're basically saying we need people who understand the human condition, how human beings work, how they learn their own behavior and might change their behavior, and not only, let's say, rely on one little fragment of knowledge. Is that roughly what you're saying?
That's absolutely right. I mean, we need to apply that basic understanding of the human condition, which is always going to be the boundary case of knowledge, and use it in the design of these engineered systems which are coming to dominate the planet and human life. Engineers can't anticipate everything, and of course, most of the knowledge we have is beyond the capacity of an individual to understand it. So that said, we have to challenge ourselves to at least create a cohort of people who are cross-trained, who are adept in the arts, and who are adept in the sciences and the engineering, who can, on the one hand, explain things to the public, but also explain things in a credible way, and with the credibility comes with proper training and degrees, so that we can start to understand the limits of our interventions, and also start to think about and regulate the consequences of some of our scientific and technological initiatives.
Well, what I find quite interesting, that because this is partly a superhuman being you're talking about there because of the knowledge domains we have. So let me just check with you. Do you mean that, let's say there's someone who understands the essence of many disciplines without necessarily being able to deep dive into the real nitty-gritty and depth of something, so that you would understand the essence of what accountancy and finance is about, economics, you would understand the essence of what biological systems are like, etc., etc. Is it more that way of being this interdisciplinary person, since, it's going to be incredibly difficult to go into depth everywhere?
Well, I think that obviously it's ideal if people at least understand the essence of what they're doing, and this is surely what we want with the people who are, actually in policy. They should understand the essence of engineering, accountancy, economics, telecommunications. But actually, I think we do need to challenge some people to go deeply into it, and it's hard. 400 or 500 years ago, when you had Renaissance men, Renaissance people, we'd want to call them now, it was possible to pretty much have a comprehension of the sciences and the humanities and theology and all the other motivations, and be a good painter or a theater designer or playwright at the same time. But we absolutely need to challenge some people now. I think part of the problem we have isn't the human capacity to do it, although it surely would be a pretty narrow group of people who would take this on. There's not a lot of respect for polymaths and autodidacts, and that really needs to change. I mean, you can't just get multiple PhDs, but what we do need, and I think everybody needs this, is a lifelong commitment to learning, and through that lifelong commitment to learning, along with a new respect for the polymath, or even the autodidact, somebody who's taken it upon themselves to learn a new discipline on top of the ones that they've already been trained on. then we could start to see some movement in the right direction in terms of having a more holistic understanding that gets translated into better advice and more holistic policies. Because we are talking about bureaucracy here, not the organization of science and knowledge. So I am very aware that everything that I'm talking about in terms of this academics and training is to inform good policy and good governance.
Uh-huh. But I mean, the word that's sort of slipping into my mind as you talk is that a number of us, i.e. all of us, need to have more humility about what we know and what we therefore can affect, because that raises this question of understanding of our own limitations. I don't know, is there a connection between what you're saying, humility and limitations?
I think there's absolutely a connection between humility and limitations, and this comes from expanding one's knowledge base. I've drank my own Kool-Aid here, and one way or another, I've been trained and involved in multiple disciplines. And one thing I find when I jump from one discipline to another is you start to see the limitations and the boundaries of those disciplines. If you're deeply siloed in one discipline, whether it's engineering or English, or some literary theory, then you start to think that, well, semiotics explains everything, or mathematics explains everything. The only way you can really get out of that is to look at alternative and equally well-developed disciplines. I'll encapsulate this into the well-known saying, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So when you have siloed disciplines, you have everybody claiming to have the solution to all of our problems, and they are rife, from the perspective of their discipline. Interdisciplinarity also brings about this humility that you talk about, and it talks about we need to understand the limitations of design and human intervention as much as anything else.
I can hardly resist a smile, because I'm just having this image in my mind of all these hammers going bang, 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 trying to solve this complex problem, and all you can hear is the noise of the hammers. It reminds me also of that Charlie Chaplin film. But so essentially what you're saying is that, in a sense, blocking yourself, bounding yourself into various silos is stopping us seeing the world from a 360-degree perspective. And that's, in a sense, the way one needs to start. But a question here, given that we're then breaking the silos and all that, are there new forms of knowledge that become more important than others? So I'm just thinking about the capacity to communicate, or that other forms would need to be much stronger and given more, I suppose, if you want to use the word, status. Would you say that's true?
I absolutely agree that there are certain forms of knowledge that need to be studied. I've looked at systems theory and systems biology in particular, and I won't really get into that here, because that starts to get into some I suppose disciplines which have yet to become established or widely recognized, and those are things that I certainly would push. But let's get back to that image you have of all the hammers going bang, bang, bang. I really like that image, because let's have the hammers banging, but when they're not coordinated, you have cacophony. When they become coordinated, you can have a symphony. And this, I think, is the role of the bureaucracy. And the bureaucrat is to organize these various silos of knowledge with good advice, with people that actually understand these different disciplines, and to start to bring them into harmony. I mean, if we get back to the initial problem we talked about, which is we know the problems, we can't solve them. It's because all the hammers are banging with no coordination and, in fact, a complete ignorance of each other. So I think this is one of the reasons why we see so much public distrust of experts. Because the expert says, "Well, yeah, I'm absolutely right in my field," and but actually, people aren't analyzing it on the basis of theoretical or logical validity. They're basing it on outcomes, and the outcomes right now are extremely poor, and they're poor because these forms, all the different disciplines, are not coordinated. They're done in ignorance of each other, without coordination. And this actually, I think, is where bureaucracy is very, very important, because bureaucracy is ultimately our form of governance, and we need to right now, if you, for instance, if you look at how knowledge is funded, you have different funding councils and funding tranches, and some go into the humanities and some go into the sciences, and we have STEM and STEAM and all of these things. And this needs to be rationalized, and it needs to be rationalized in a way that people start to weave together and harmonize the different forms of knowledge so that we have a more holistic picture. So let's get to the idea of the Renaissance. Well, the one thing I would change from the Quattrocento, the idea of the Italian Renaissance that really dominates our thinking about it, is we need to now look at the boundaries of knowledge and at the boundaries of what we can know. I think the earlier Renaissances were, and then there were more than one, were based on this confidence that we could really understand nature and that we could control things. And now I think we have, and this is where some of these other forms of knowledge, I won't identify them here, but they're out there. They start, and indeed, just having a cross-disciplinary understanding leads us to realize that there are boundaries to what we can know. And if there are boundaries to what we can know, there are boundaries to what we can understand, which means there are boundaries to what we can model, and there are boundaries to what we can predict. And this has been really, really evident during the recent COVID crisis, when the public is looking at what amounts to there are two ways of looking at it. It's a vast confusion. On the other hand, I actually think overall the response to it has been quite brilliant.
Right. We'll come back to that in a minute, because I'm just looking at the boundaries. There's the boundaries of the disciplines, and within that there's sometimes also another sort of boundaries, which is the boundaries of the sectors. I'm just giving four, the civic, the private, the public, let's say the research academic one, which in its own has its own life worlds and modes of operating that perhaps also don't interconnect, which is then layered on top of the things about the hundreds of disciplines that exist. Would you say that's another problem?
I think it's the root of the problem, and I wouldn't actually eliminate it. But if we look at specialties, specialisms and specialities, then and if we look at the way that funding is granted, that promotions are made, that people receive honors, that they advance in their field, it's all based on increasingly narrow forms of knowledge. And this is quite powerful, but it's also quite dangerous from the perspective of policy because of the hammer principle that we mentioned earlier. And I think we see it in the overconfidence of many statements coming out of various pundits in any discipline you want to name. And I think the public consequence of this has been a distrust of expertise. And if the experts approached their pronouncements with more humility and also a sense of what the boundaries of their predictions or pronouncements are, then we could start to build more public trust. And ultimately, we academics, policymakers, bureaucrats are accountable to the public. They're paying for us, and we are providing them with a service, and the outputs need to be strong, and they also need to be informed of the limitations of expertise. And you just don't see this. I think it's critical that we start to make pronouncements with not a false humility, but with a real sense of what the boundaries of our models are, and the boundaries of our predictions, and the boundaries of planning.
So that raises a series of issues, because I think what you're saying is people have a mental model in their mind of how things work. So you might say certain types of people, and I'm stereotyping here, you might say engineers think that the metaphor for how life works is a machine, and therefore the consequence is mechanical solutions, which may be the opposite of someone who comes from biology, who looks at things from a more organic approach and sees the way things are inextricably interwoven and connect, and predictions are emergent rather than linear and so on. Would you say that's true?
I think that's absolutely right. People tend to, an engineer, everything might be physical and mechanical principles. To somebody in the humanities, they might think everything is science, and semiotics or linguistics, and you end up with very, very different models of social outcomes if you're coming from those perspectives. But I'd say one form of science that we really need to understand is an emergent form of biology that comes out of systems theory, which says that, well, there are certain phenomena that are evolutionary. And by evolution, we mean there are entities out there that are changing the environment. And when you change the environment, you change the space of a prediction. So I'll get a little academic here and say that, well, in physics, everything's in a phase space. So the reason that ballistics works so well is because every possible position a projectile can take as it emanates from a cannon or the barrel of a gun, and knowing the velocity and the friction, et cetera, you can say this is where it's going to land. When you're dealing with biological phenomena, we need to understand that this isn't the case, because our competitors or the cooperative organisms that live with us and sustain us are both evolving. Thus, they're changing what we call the vector space all the time. And we've seen this with COVID. We come up with a way to eliminate COVID, but COVID is evolving. It's changing the vector space. It's changing the space of prediction, which means that we're not going to get any comfort from our models, because the model is rendered defunct almost on a daily basis, in an unpredictable way, in an unpredictable place. And I think the public needs to be told this, and then they'd probably trust experts more if we were less hieratic. And we're not a priesthood. We're not. We can sit here and say, well, this is the best we know, and here's why, and here are the options. That way, I think we could start to rebuild the trust between experts and the population, rather than have the schism, which I think is actually part of the reason why we can't do the right thing. We're so fragmented now, and everybody has their own form of expertise and their own opinion, that we're unable to talk across the different disciplines. All of our models actually are inadequate. So we don't have an adequate or ultimate theory of everything. Each of us has our own little theory that explains some, but not all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that raises the issue just briefly about evidence, in a sense, because the forms of evidence we need to be much more varied, I think is what you're saying. I think also what I'm hearing is that you're saying here something about public administrations, public institutions need to be somehow both proactive, in a sense, future looking, but also reactive at the same time, because of how you describe the responses, the multiple responses across the world that have got us somewhere near trying to handle COVID. Is that right? That proactive, reactive point you're making?
That's absolutely right. The governments have gotten a lot of criticism for how they have handled COVID, and individual governments, some more than others. I mean, you have everything from complete denialism to rigid lockdowns. And in fact, although I have my problem with the denialists, they may well have been right. We're dealing with an evolutionary phenomenon. So actually, the fragmentation of responses that we've had worldwide, to me, is the right thing, because we actually don't know what's going to work. And so the bureaucracies of the world have engaged in a vast set of experiments, and we're learning from each other. I don't think you could have completely prepared for this. People say we were unprepared, but it could have been a completely different sort of pandemic, in which case the preparations would have been very expensive and inadequate. So this gets down to public accountability, and I do think that we need to move. I don't want to by any means get rid of planning and preparation, but teamwork, actually. Teamwork is an important part of and reactivity. So you need to have good teams that can react very quickly to situations on the ground. That should be another form of accountability. We're not going to be able to plan our way out of this. We're not going to be able to plan our way out of the ecological disaster. We have to react to what's going on using the best information possible, and we also have to be quite aware of the limitations of that. So I would say the relationship between, say, government and the public, and bureaucracy's relationship to itself needs to change and become more about reactive and operational, maintaining operations in what you might call the fog of war. The military is quite aware that one of the first casualties of war is not just the truth, but whatever plan you had for executing it.
Yeah, so final question. You use a phrase, which I think is a lovely phrase, which was, in a sense, the public institutions and so on should be regulators of integrity. Just as we sort of wind up, just say a couple of words about that.
Well, I think, integrity on an intellectual level, on an ethical level, in terms of, accountability and public service is absolutely essential. I mean, a bureaucracy is there to serve the public, and it should serve by, on the one hand, leadership through difficult situations, and that can include planning for disasters when the disasters are over the horizon and not even visible, and also in being able to react in a very agile way. So this is why we agreed, I think, on a title of agile bureaucracy, because there are limitations to planning. And I think if we start to look at this modern renaissance of interdisciplinary training, which shows us the boundaries of knowledge, which shows us the boundaries of planning, then it says, okay, here's the planning. Let's communicate the limitations of these plans very clearly to the public, the limitations of the models that we're using for the plans very clearly to the public, and let's build agile teams that are highly accountable and thus have a great deal of integrity. And it's having, when you think about integrity, it's really the basis of social solidarity. And right now, we have a breakdown of solidarity within societies, within localities, all the way up to the international community. If we're going to survive this, we need integrity in every sense of the word, including a kind of coherence and intellectual and political honesty.
Well, that's great. I mean, this also reminds me of that whole notion that's coming across increasingly about humble government, which actually doesn't know exactly what's going to happen and how, but is always setting up things in a way that it's sort of like a learning loop, that one's learning as one's doing. So, Ali, great talking to you. And where next, we'll find out in this emergent world. So thank you very much for everything. See you soon.
Thanks very much, Charles. It's a really stimulating conversation.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oded Gilutz. I'm from the JDC ELKA. It's a social organization in Israel, and welcome to our panel. This session will discuss an innovative solution that we developed together with the Israeli government to overcome some of the most difficult obstacles that exist in providing funds to the towns and city of some of Israel's minority groups. So today what we'll do is we'll have a short introduction to the organization, to the JDC ELKA, and then we'll introduce the Mawarid program, which we're going to discuss, and then have a Q&A with representative from the government and from the field, from the Mawarid program itself. So we'll start by introducing the JDC ELKA. Thank you and welcome. And if you'll stay till the end, we're going to be here after this session to answer any questions if you have on the live chats.
We live in a system, inside a system, inside a system. When these systems work well, we don't notice they exist. But when they lag behind.
המערכת כמערכת לא מצליחה לנהל את זה כמו שצריך. כל הזמן במאבקים של בירוקרטיה.
هناك مشكلة جدية في البلاد في استنفاد الموارد والذي كان مجمدا لسنوات عديدة.
Making a system tick like a Swiss watch is a complex task. Citizens want to receive healthcare. They want to pay bills and taxes. They want to have schools built. They want to obtain services as swiftly as possible. Making citizens' lives simple is an intricate task. Our reality is complex and ever-changing. Our systems aren't keeping up with the speed of change. And this is where Joint ELKA comes into play. As part of the JDC, an organisation with a tradition of helping vulnerable populations for over 100 years, we at Joint ELKA understand the multi-layered Israeli society. We understand the perplexing maze of government and local authorities.
خلال فترة قصيرة ومن خلال المرافقة المهنية لطاقم إلكا جوينت استطعنا تحصيل מلايين الشواكل التي كانت عارقة بالمكاتب الحكومية المختلفة.
במקרים של בעיות חברתיות מורכבות שלא ניתנות לפתרון על ידי משרד אחד, ג'וינט אלקה מובילים ביחד עם גורמי המקצוע ומשרדי הממשלה השונים תהליכים להסרת החסמים וקידום פתרונות חדשניים.
בג'וינט אלקה אנחנו מבינים שטכנולוגיה ודיגיטציה הם המפתח ליכולת לספק שירותים יעילים ומועילים. לכן אנחנו עובדים עם המגזר הציבורי, משרדי ממשלה ורשויות, כדי לממש את הפוטנציאל הדיגיטלי שלהם.
We understand how to bridge the gap between intention and reality, to bring the right people and the best solution to the table and make our systems effective. With fast and flexible interventions, we create multi-sectoral task forces, untangle complex situations, and develop fast solutions. We live in systems, and ELKA's job is to make them effective.
Now that we've heard a little bit about the JDC ELKA, I would like to introduce Madam Salima Suleiman. She's the Senior Head of Municipal Department in the Authority for Economic Development of Minorities, that's in the Ministry of Social Equality, to present the program of Mawarid, how it came to be and what it does. So Salima, please.
Well, the Mawarid initiative is a partnership between the Ministry of Social Equality, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Finance, and the JDC ELKA, aimed to promote resource utilization and economic development at the Arab local authorities. The initiative was born to address challenges of both limited accessibility to government resources and also a low resource utilization. And for this purpose, the program is based on creating a new position in the Arab local authorities called Manager of Resource Utilization and Economic Development. And it's about integrating the work of the authority. So these integrators are actually provided by the program with a holistic set of tools for including professional training, mentoring, and proper access to the government ministries.
Congratulations, everyone. A new baby is born. After a long period of joint efforts, a new position in the public sector has emerged in the world. The child is healthy, strong, and growing at a speedy pace. He even already has a name, Manager of Resource Utilization and Economic Development. Just born, but already great expectations and responsibility rest on his shoulders to increase the ability of municipalities to locate and utilize resources. But let's start from the beginning. How did this innovation begin? The government recognizes the significant gap between the quality of infrastructure and services available to the Arab minority in Israel and those available to most cities and towns. Therefore, a decision has been made to implement 5-year plans aimed towards a higher quality of life for residents in Arab communities through the economic integration of Arab society into the country's economy and towards reducing the social gap. Year plans in place, ongoing challenges in the implementation of the plans have hindered the progress in reducing the social economic gaps. Various studies indicate that funds provided by the government to the local authorities in Arab towns and cities are not utilized, or their implementation rates are low due to various technical, human capital, and language barriers. Even though the government is investing time and capital in reducing the gaps, small and medium local authorities lack manpower and knowledge in learning about and reaching out to government tenders and budgets. Therefore, it's crucial to assist the authorities themselves in utilizing the resources that can be available to them. The creation of the position Manager of Resource Utilization and Economic Development, named the Muwarid Program, was made possible through a partnership between the Ministry of Social Equality, the Ministry of the Interior, the Treasury Budget Department, and JDC ELCA. The Manager of Resource Utilization is responsible to locate resources available to local government, while identifying obstacles and finding ways to overcome them, to improve work procedures at the municipal level, as well as the work interfaces with government ministries, and to do everything in his or her power to optimally implement government resolutions and to facilitate the utilization of resources in the Arab municipalities. Over the past few months, we've worked on recruiting talented people for the position. Out of thousands of candidates, 107 talented women and men have moved on to the final stage. The utilizers have undergone a long and intensive training program in which they fill gaps in local and central government, urban planning and economic development, and have already begun working within the authorities. We at Muwarid Venture will continue to accompany them along the way with the goal of creating a network of knowledge solutions for resource extraction and economic development. Today, we are officially embarking on a new and exciting journey, which you are all necessary partners in securing its success. Local authorities, government ministries, civil society, philanthropy, and academia. This is a journey that begins with the utilization of resources and ends with the reduction of gaps and quality of life.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We have also with us here today, we have Netta Rosenfeld, who is the head of the department that runs the Muwarid program at the JDC ELCA. And we have Aya Nusayr, if you could please introduce yourself as well. She's one of the utilizers. And if you can tell us a little bit from which municipality you come from and a little bit about your position.
I'm Aya Nassar, and I'm a municipal fund integrator in Mashhad, in the Galil of Israel. I'm a CPA.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll start this Q&A session, and we'll start with Netta and ask about the development of this program. This is a very interesting collaboration between the nonprofit world and the government, and I'd like to hear more about how this idea came to be and how it came to be realized and actualized.
Thank you. So, as Salima said, the Maward initiative started with the government resolution number 922, which allocated 15 billion shekels for Arab society, economic and social development in Israel. And history taught us that economically weak municipalities are not so successful in accessing government budgets. Out of 257 local municipalities in Israel, about 80 are Arab municipalities. And most of them are in the lowest social economic cluster. So the majority of Arab municipalities, which are more than 20% of all Israeli population, gets about 70 to 90 even % of their local budget from government and utilize it very minimally. Barriers include all kinds of reasons, but local professionalism is definitely one of the major reasons among them. So this is why it was clear that when big money is being allocated to the weakest municipalities, it is essential that we will help utilize it, all of us, we as the partnership with the government and JDC ELCA and local municipalities, to help utilize it by creating a municipal professional leader. So the ministries created and budgeted the role of the municipal funds integrator. And together with us, with Joint ELCA, we formulated the recruitment, training, and assimilation of the role in 44 out of the over 80 Arab municipalities in Israel.
So about half the Arab municipalities right now have one of these integrators.
Yes, and this is the Maward initiative. But to the second half of your question, you asked how it was developed, and maybe Salima can elaborate on that. But we started almost 2 years ago with the professional role. And since then, few things became very clear to us. First of all, the necessity of the municipal integrator. The government invested about 15 million shekels in this initiative up to date. And already the integrators brought new money to the local municipalities for over 300 million shekels. So the necessity is very clear. Since then, strong municipalities started to create their own role locally, asking us to help if we can in training them. A regional professional network is being formulated these days to enable the peers learning and to enhance the impact of the integrators. We also came to understand that it's not a one-man show. It's not enough. And the integrators are now being trained not only to be the experts of fund utilization in their own local authorities, but also to act as a bridge between local and central government, both on mechanisms and also perception gap that exists. And local level, the integrators act as a change agent for municipal organizational culture, diffusing their own know-how to all other staff members and department heads. All this training we formulate together with the government sits under a publicly accessed website, can be shared with everybody. And now we are looking forward to expand the initiative, the Maward initiative, to 58 municipalities. And And also in our vision, 5 years' time, looking forward, the Maward initiative will be nationally assimilated role and a professional network, and social economical gaps between municipalities and population will be minimized.
Thank you. Salima, I want to ask you, before I go and ask Aya about how does it work on the ground, I wanted to ask you from the government's point of view, what's the biggest benefit for you to have all these people in the local authorities? What's the biggest benefit that you get from this?
Well, I would say that the biggest challenge is government resolution implementation. Okay, we can formulate great programs and government resolution, but at the end, the local authorities should be able to implement these programs. And the benefit now that we already can see with the initial data, that there is a rise in the budget utilization of 922, specifically in the Mawarid local authorities. So where the integrators are doing their jobs, we can see that there is an improvement in resource utilization. On the other hand, we also have a great team to learn from. We, as the government, need these inputs from the people that work inside the local authorities and give them the chance to be actually a part of the teams that work on formulating the new programs. We need these insights in order to be able to create better tools and better government programs.
Thank you. Thank you. So now let's look at it from the municipality's point of view. Aya, if you can please give us a short sentence about the city or the town that you are in, that you work in, and if you can share a challenge or something that you found a big challenge when you entered this position or worked in it.
Okay, so one of the more complicated challenges I have in my role is bringing different departments to work together. Some of the issues we try to tackle deal with target population, which is being shared between departments, such as youth at risk, who needs intervention on pedagogic information, informal education, and family fields together. Since I'm in Maward, I'm very clear on the potential value we can gain by sharing budgets, manpower, professional knowledge, and field infrastructure to give a more holistic response to the complicated issue. But I'm relatively new in the municipal system. We conception of lack of resource create a competition and not collaboration. So everyone needs to prove himself to the mayor, which will be replaced in the next elections. And new mayor will promote new people, so difficult to create a systematic change which takes time and needs organizational stability. Also, different departments work differently and reports to different ministries who have yet another different systems. One example for this is the fact that Ministry of Education works on a September-August budget, while local education department works on a January-December budget.
So can you give us an example of one thing that you did that was able to bring in more money into the city or something of that nature?
Yes, I will give an example of success in my role as a municipal funds integrator in internal roads. In my municipality, internal roads are in very bad shape, which limit residents' access to services and prone the accidents, so harms personal safety, and outsiders avoid doing shopping here. Dealing with physical infrastructure require big money, and economically weak municipalities like mine don't have it in their ongoing budget. So for years, no one did anything about the roads. Since I'm in Mawarid, I know that the money is probably out there and the municipality doesn't know it. I searched everywhere and found 500,000 shekel in authorized budgets from year 2012 that were long past due. Thanks to Mawarid, I didn't give up, knew exactly how to turn to the government and how. And indeed, Ministry of Interior renewed this budget. Over-allocated budget I found end up in 4 million shekels. It's about $1.2 million, and the project is now on its way. I will give you another example.
That's that's about 5 million shekels that would not come to the city if you weren't there.
Yes. And another example is regarding professional and ethical work norms in my municipality. All local municipalities are bound by law to have a formal website which accesses transparently and all information to the public. In my municipality, the website did not meet these requirements, and we were sued. I saw this as an opportunity for me to elevate professionalism in my municipality by entering digital tools. Part of my role is in Mawarid, so I rebuilt the entire website as transparent and accessible as possible, reflecting all municipal work and different departments in the municipality. Since the new website is on air, people use it as one-stop shop of a credible database. When youth department competed in a nation-best department, evaluators did their due diligence from the site, the website. Students take the required data from it and all remarks on its quality. I also established a digital archive, which is being used by municipal treasurer as pilot. So no lawsuits, paperless municipality information kept and easily retract for ongoing work.
Thank you very much. I would like Salima or Netta, if you have a kind of an overview. I just gave this one person out of 44 who, that's what they do. They work to bring in more funds and make sure that the municipalities always, are moving forward in these matters. And if you have any examples or things that you would like to share on kind of a broader level, what you see happening on the state level with the impact of this program.
Salima, I give you the honor.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just answered that question. I can give specific examples, but I think that on the government level, actually, the different ministries are very glad to work with these integrators. They have a very similar language when they talk together. They are closer to the organizational culture, and they find it easy. Government representatives find it easy to work with the integrators, and vice versa. Also, the local authorities are sending the integrators to talk to the government, to allocate resources, to remove barriers. And we didn't actually have the opportunity to talk about that, but the issue of removing barriers with the very strong faith that they can succeed is very new and is very fresh. We didn't see it earlier in the local authorities that don't have enough faith to ask and to be actually more and more asking for more resources and more problem solving, and we're glad to be advancing the project and also actually advancing the perspective to include the whole ecosystem of the local authority. On the first stage, we were focusing on the integrators. We wanted to provide them with the training and the mentoring, and now we are actually enhancing the perspective to include the other executives in the local authority and to provide barrier solving mechanisms and so.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your partnership on this. And thank you, Aya, for sharing some of the experience from on the ground, and Neta for kind of helping us realize how this thing came to be and how broad of a spectrum this is. And this is one of the innovations that we're trying together with the government at the JDC ELCA to create, to nurture, and then basically to send it off to make sure that it becomes part of what a municipality is, this position. So thank you everyone for listening, who were here listening to this session. Some of us will be after this session in one of the rooms, and we will be happy to answer further questions if you have them. And have a great day.
Thank you.
Right.
So the sound's all very different now, isn't it? So this minute seems relatively long. Well, hello everybody. I'm very pleased to welcome our audience, and we're going to talk about the arms race of jargon, better communication for better decision making. And I've got two people here in the room who, between them, I think know a lot about this. And one of them is Stephen Kahn. He's the executive editor of The Conversation International. And that is an organization it's a daily newspaper online that tries to simplify the complex, particularly academic work. And they have about 120 journalists worldwide doing that. And then I also have Joanna Hathaway, who does a number of things. One of them is she's head of science, technology, engineering, and public policy at the UCL. But importantly, she's also principal investigator of a major UK funding organisation, which is funding something called the International Public Policy Observatory. And that's all about how research can be taken up by policymakers, how it can be synthesized. So basically, it's all about communication. And both our friends here believe that unless we connect and relate better to our audiences, as one of them said to me, we're storing up big trouble. So both believe that communication of knowledge helps inform better decision making. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions to both of them, and let's hope they give different answers, or perhaps vigorously agree. Anyway, look, both of you present, in a sense, represent two ends of the spectrum of knowledge production and communication. Now, is the system as a whole effective in getting the message across from your angle? Do you want to start, Stephen, since I chatted to you about this a long time ago?
I'm happy to, Charles, and thanks very much for having me here, and lovely to be talking about this with Joanna. She and I think, come at this from very different places, and Joanna, I'm sure, will talk about the kind of work she does in a moment. But I come at this really from a traditional journalism background. The Conversation was established a decade ago to simplify sometimes complex information and communicate that as widely as possible to a general readership, viewership, to encourage better decision making, to democratize knowledge, essentially. And I guess, do I think the system's well set up for that sort of dissemination of information in a clear and candid way? I don't know if I'd describe it as a system at all. I kind of think we have, a collection of systems, a sort of interesting kind of blancmange of information sharing that I guess if I felt it was functional, I probably wouldn't have got involved in this project at all in the first place. I think, some people inevitably share information, share knowledge in a very clear and concise manner, and do so skillfully. And that, I hope, encourages better decision making by policymakers, and a better conveying of that information by bureaucracies. But I think all too often we see examples of confused communication, and I don't know if that's really any one person or one system's fault. I think, as you've introduced this session, by describing it as an arms race of jargon, I think that's something that we are dealing with. I think that we've arrived in a position where, whether it's through insecurity or a desire to display great knowledge, people will fall back on jargon, will use terminology that is quite often understood by small groups of people, select groups of people, and is often just kind of completely indecipherable to a general audience, a general readership. And I think often those groups, those select little groups of people, those bubbles, are smaller than we realize. And I'm guilty of this. I think everyone's guilty of it in certain circumstances or in certain communities. If you put me in a room, if this was a discussion between traditional print journalists and I was part of that, give it a minute or two and I'd be sort of talking about splashes and schedules, and also I'd be deploying all sorts of jargon that would only be understandable to other old-fashioned print media journalists, and that's clearly, maybe that has its place in a certain community. Maybe it's kind of fine that a group of people talking about football in a pub have a certain language to use, or a certain lexicon that works well within that community, and maybe that creates a certain kind of bonding, and maybe it has its place. But I think it's kind of important, and this isn't really aimed at anyone in particular, although I deal with it in my professional life largely with the academic community, but I think it probably crosses society and societies more widely. I think it's valuable that people are always aware of who they're speaking with and seek to utilize language that is transmissible between bubbles, and maybe allows us to, there's a lot of discussion about breaking out of bubbles, and that's fine, but maybe we can travel between bubbles. Maybe bubbles aren't fundamentally bad as long as we inhabit enough of them.
Can you answer that sort of roughly again? But also I want to just add another question. The conversation's been around for 10 years. You know Stephen very well and everything they do. Has the conversation actually helped your community that you know of? I mean, have they really said, thank God, I've got to more than 10 people, I've got to 10,000 or something?
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely. I'm asking Joanna that now, yeah.
Oh, forgive me.
Yeah, no, I think the conversation has had a big impact. And we all love the idea that we can convey our research, convey the knowledge we're creating to a much broader audience. I really do think increasingly academics value that. And I think it's part of a kind of maybe cultural shift in a way that's happening in universities and in academia. For a long time, we were sort of locked into behaviours which encouraged us to develop academic communities and the language that goes along with that, but didn't encourage us to communicate too much outside of academia. So, from promotions committees to funding bodies, to indicators of esteem, academic publishing was where it was at. Academic research was the main indicator of value in some way in academia. We've now begun to be much more concerned about the impact that we're having with the knowledge we create, and so things like the conversation are valued much more. And we're beginning to break out of those bubbles, as you say, Stephen, and care about the impact that we're having with the research we're doing to a greater extent.
So just sticking with you for a moment, Joanna, I mean, jargon is in the title of our conversation. It's not everything. There's more to life than jargon. But do you think it's increased or less increased or gone down? I mean, there was a lovely phrase that one of you used, jargon cushion hiding. I mean, do you think it's increased or decreased? I mean, leaving aside these other questions around it in the last decade?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think in a strange way it's both increased and decreased. I mean, I think that social media encourages jargon in some sense. You have to communicate things in very short sentences using limited numbers of words, and so the tendency is to want to use jargon in a way that will be understood by the people you're trying to communicate with. But I think part and parcel of the effort to communicate more broadly and to communicate with audiences who are not part of your academic world has really made a lot of us in academia, think about how we describe things, how we use words, how we convey meaning to people who aren't part of our research community.
And do you, in your community, are there sort of, I don't want to call them communication coaches, but are there variations of those people sort of helping your folks along, apart from the conversation obviously helping them as well?
Well, the conversation is a huge help. I mean, the advice you get and the assistance you get when you're publishing with the communication is hugely valuable. With the conversation is hugely valuable. Yes, there are increasingly training courses offered in universities around how to communicate to non-academic audiences. It's not compulsory, but it's on offer if you choose to do it. And I think the incentives are increasingly there to do it.
Yeah, just over to you, Stephen. I was recently doing a project for the EU. I was chairing some sort of committee and stuff like that. And they were insisting that I constantly use certain words, which I didn't mind using them once, but they were sort of accepted words, obviously sustainability, inclusion and all of that. We all agree with that. But I kept on saying, do we need to use this 45 times? Can't we just say it 3 times? I mean, you must be dealing with that as well, that type of problem. Is that true? Or
yeah, I think that there's often comfort in repetition, and I think when people find little phrases or abbreviations that are recognised within perhaps the crucible in which they're having a discussion, they will fall back on them. I think even as we're talking now, we'll look at each other for reactions and I guess to some degree approval. That feels like a kind of fairly fundamental human function, and I think that's the same in things like meetings or roundtables. And so I think if someone will use an abbreviation that others recognise, and then you get a sort of round of nods and a sense that everyone's on a similar wavelength, then inevitably there's a sort of almost an incentive to keep using that phrase or that abbreviation or that insider terminology. And I think that's something when we are engaged in a discussion or a form of communication that its fundamental purpose is to reach out of that group, then I think we have to sort of push back against that. I guess that sort of instinctive reaction. And I would sort of say, even within those sort of discussion groups where we all kind of know, we think we all know what we're all talking about, often that's not the case, and I think it sort of behoves us all to kind of provide ourselves with a regular mental check and ask the question, do I need to use that abbreviation? Do I need to use that jargon? Could I say this more simply, even though it might not impress or make me feel comfortable in this community.
Yeah, going over to you again, Joanna, because I think that so often you see stories sometimes in newspapers or other media, and it's obviously come from research, and you think, my God, isn't that wonderful, or something like that. And I wish I'd known that beforehand, but often you don't really find a link to explore it further. So you've got the lovely story of, let's say, research, but you can't then often dig deeper. Do you think that's true? Or basically what I'm saying is storytelling seems to be a key, one major asset that could be used.
I definitely agree. I think storytelling is hugely important. Certainly in my world, in the world of policy, being able to tell a good story and have a good narrative is probably as important in some sense as the research that we undertake, because the stories connect pieces of research, don't they? And they create the meaning from the research.
Yeah.
And that's a task in itself. That requires commitment, and it requires time and energy. So developing the stories is not straightforward, and I think part of the developing the stories is creating the meaning, knowing what the significance of the research that you're doing is, and that's a particular skill, a particular type of ability that some of us have, and some of us have to work hard at.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the journalists like Stephen try to tell stories, and you tell them well. But one thing I just want to know, because of the infodemic and information overload and the sort of short, snappy way we're trying to often communicate through social media, do you think it's true that you get a sort of bullet point sort of logic of communication, which it links a bit to jargon because you're shortening things, and jargon is often a short circuit. But somehow then the sort of texture, the bigger argument and the bigger understanding sort of might get lost in that sort of bullet point logic, which links all to the whole notion of, PowerPoint logic. Everything is a PowerPoint with 6 points or something. What do you think, Stephen?
Yeah, I would unsurprisingly agree well, fundamentally, I would agree that narrative is crucial, and that clearly won't come as a surprise to you or anyone watching this, given what I do. I think that there has been a tendency and a sort of celebration of the bullet point approach, the simple approach of presentation of facts, and that there is absolutely a place for that. We live in a very high-paced, rapidly moving world in which the consumption of facts kind of whiz around like sort of bullets. I think, as I say, I think there's absolutely a place for that. One of the most celebrated examples of that in recent years is probably the fact check, and we've seen a lot of fact check products launched by news media and independently, and some of those are very good and very successful. I think, though, they can only take you so far, and I think the degree to which they change minds and opinions is somewhat debated, and it may be that they are often used by people who want those facts to support a certain argument. And I think to really change minds, that is where narrative and where storytelling becomes quite crucial. I think you can actually, by weaving a tale, by telling a tale in a compelling way, change minds, really draw people in a way that the bullet point may sometimes, or that bullet point approach is actually challenged when it comes to the changing of minds. And I think that goes back to the fundamentals of storytelling. Again, if you think about again, we're talking about a fundamental aspect of human character. Storytelling would have been around in the days of, early humans sitting around a campfire telling tales of, pursuing mammoths or evading, saber-toothed tigers or whatever. And I think that when done well, that device is actually incredibly compelling and works works in a way that the simple presentation of facts, the bold presentation of facts, never can. Examples of that are replete across the conversation, and forgive me for getting another plug in for the platform, but just yesterday I was reading a piece that came out of our US bureau, and it was written by a politics and economics researcher based in the US, but who'd been living in Kabul, and was an Afghan national, but with a US green card, and told the story of seeking to get out of Kabul, and it was a kind of heart-rending, deeply moving story, but infused with this person's research knowledge, and I think it would be difficult to read that and not to be moved by it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, Joanna, because in a sense, research, perhaps I've got a naive version in my mind, is about trying to approximate something which we might call ultimately the truth. And then we have these other people, let's call them politicians for the moment. I mean, do you sometimes sort of get frustrated in the way in which, let's say, some of your knowledge is perhaps cannibalized or sloganized in a way that's not very helpful? Does that ever happen or in your world?
Oh, look, it happens all the time. Things get misinterpreted, or sometimes, just twisted. But that surely isn't what mostly happens, actually, or in my experience, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't.
It isn't a big issue.
It's a constant iteration, isn't it? Partly it's just difficult to convey complex research, and sometimes people who, what you say isn't necessarily the way you say it isn't understood. It isn't interpreted in the way you want it to be interpreted. So there's a back and forth that has to happen, and some leaps of faith in that interaction. But it's necessary, and risks worth taking. I do think there's a particular issue at the moment with the way that science has informed the COVID-19 policy response, which may make people more hesitant about communicating research. It depends the extent to which scientists and researchers get blamed for mistakes in the response, policy measures that were taken which were widely perceived to be inadequate, and that's a bit of a danger, I think.
Yes, I'm just thinking now as we sort of go to the other end, I'm just thinking of the public administrator. You've done your research, you've turned it into policy, Stephen's explained it clearly and so on. I mean, is there anything we can do to help the public administrator to get to the man and woman on the street to explain all of this in simple language, or is that far too complicated a question? It's the last question, so you might have the key answer for us all. You, Stephen.
A tricky question for me to answer. I think that there are a lot of layers in all forms of communication, and the researchers can produce fantastic outcomes. We can work on that. We can tell great stories with that research, but that can be misinterpreted by other media. It can be sometimes willfully misinterpreted by the political by politicians or policymakers, I guess. But I think where you can sort of strip away those layers and have direct engagement, direct communication, I think that inevitably leads to a reduction in misunderstanding. And I think, in a sense, that's what we've been trying to do is to have a direct conversation between researchers and the public. And I hope that produces a clarity of information that policymakers can also find useful and valuable.
So, Joanna, what about you? Do you think there's anything one can do to get that public servant to be able to clearly state what it was all about that you put together from research via policy?
I think Stephen's got it absolutely right there. I think it's about the dialogue. And I think I wouldn't expect to create policy as a researcher. I would expect what I aim for is that my research, the evidence that I and colleagues put together can inform policy. So it is the dialogue about how what we've done should inform what public administrators do and policymakers do that I think is absolutely vital. It's not an easy transfer. It's not something I can hand over. It very rarely works like that. Translation is not that simple. It's a co-creation, a co-production in some sense.
No, that's a nice rounding off. I can feel this seamless thread. I'm just looking at you and thinking of you in your office, Joanna, and then there's this beautiful research that is then moulded in various ways and comes out the other end. So look, thanks a lot for having this conversation about, I think, one of the most important topics around. So see you all soon, and thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, and I'm very proud to announce that we will start an MVP, the build of a minimum viable product in October for a long-standing problem. The goal of our project, and so of our minimum viable product, is to exchange recent salary data automatically via Solid. Why am I so proud to announce that we are building a minimal viable product? Well, we know for a long time that there is a big need for actual salary dates within the Flemish government, but also in other governments. But no one has yet stepped forward to address this problem, and that is because of the complexity to assemble the data. It was a few years ago that a local city came to us with the question to help them to determine which civilians in the city has a right for an extra subsidy, a monthly pay. And at that time, we told them, very sorry, but you really need actual salary rates, and we are not convinced that we can take the responsibility to give you the solution to that problem. But then why are we building a minimal viable product in October for this problem? We have learned through our work within the Flemish administration, and especially with the cooperation with the agency who is responsible for the child benefits program in Flanders. We saw that that program is highly automated. So within the program, every child in Flanders gets an amount of money. And if there are special needs, for example, if the family has a low income, they get an extra amount of money each month. And we saw that that program is, as I said, highly automated. So people don't have to apply for if there are extra needs or something, they don't have to apply for it. But there is one big exception, and that is because of the lack of actual salary date. If your income, if your salary has known a decrease between now and 2 years ago, there is no data. So as a citizen, you have to apply for the extra amount of money, but you have to do it manually. So you have to provide the government with a PDF or a photo of a paper to prove that the last 6 months your income was below a certain threshold. So we learned that for citizens, it's a difficult process for citizens, but also for the administration, because on their side, they also have to process all the documents manually. So we learned that the need is really, really big, and together with them, we thought, well, let's try it and let's explore the different possibilities for a solution, even though nobody else has done that yet. So we just started, and with a good partner, and we just started, and we will see where it goes. Secondly, why are we starting a minimal viable product in October? It's because at a certain moment we thought that the Solid solution was a good solution technically for this data exchange. Solid aims to give citizens control on their personal data, so citizens can give consent to third parties to reuse data, and that data doesn't have to be in one database. It can be decentralized because it works on the principle of linked data. So we thought, well, that is a very interesting technology, and in the same time, there is a program within the Flemish government. It's called Sandbox Flanders, and it's a call for projects from civil servants which are innovative. And we thought it was a good idea to apply. Why? Because you have to pitch the project, and that is on in an event with a lot of people and also with a lot of decision makers. So through that event, we could give a lot of visibility to our project, not only with a broad interested public, but also with those decision makers. On the first hand, and on the second hand, it allowed us, because we were selected, that allowed us to get some time, to use some time to do a proof of concept and to see if our assumptions that Solid is a good technology for a problem, that those are true or false, and they appear to be true. So because of Sandbox Vlaanderen, we got the visibility, but we got also a little bit of time to explore what we were thinking. And then the third thing we consider as crucial to start our minimal viable product in October is that our minister president decided to create a data utility company. It's close to the government, but it's not government. The goal of the data utility company is to make sure that there is more data exchange within sectors, but also between sectors. So it aims to be a neutral party in between ecosystems for more data exchange. Governmental data, but also private data. With the creation of the data utility company, there was an opportunity for us to pitch also our project, because Solid is one of the main goals within the data utility company to make sure that the data exchange will happen in a safely way. So there was an opportunity to embed our project within a more broad initiative. And we made a business case. And because we could do that within the data utility company, we could investigate more the goals, the costs, but also the benefits for the administration, for the government. But also we could learn that not only the government is interested in that data, also banks, but real estate, they are also interested, because for loans, but to check if a potential renter can buy the monthly rent, they also need payslips of citizens. So we learned that the goals from the private sector, but also from the public sector, are very, very similar. It is just a user-friendly process, less operational costs, so no more need to process the data manually, but also a check on the authenticity of the data, and last but not least, GDPR compliance, because now people have to share entire payslips, while the organization with a service mostly just needs one or two numbers on the payslip. So we will succeed to share less data for more service. So we learned that the goals are actually quite similar, and because of the interest of the private sector, we also learned that there is a return on investment, because one big part of this project I have not mentioned yet is that we also need data providers, and they need a win as well. And the data utility company gave us the opportunity to look at this project from a broader ecosystem, in which we could also create a win for data providers, so we can complete the chain from data providers, citizens, but also data consumers. So that was a really big opportunity within the data utility company, and that would have been much more difficult just within the Flemish administration. So if you ask me why, what are the crucial factors that have made the fact that make sure that we could evolve from a problem we knew but thought, let's just not begin with that, to a concrete project with a minimal viable product, and also the confidence that if we are ready with the minimal viable product, that there is a demand to go really to production and to really deliver a service to different parties who are willing to pay for it. So first of all, we just started from a very naive but really convinced. So we were very naive but very convinced. So we kept on going. We just thought, just go for it, and we'll see where it ends. Secondly, we gave a lot of visibility to the project, and by doing so, we bought ourselves time to explore Solid as a solution. And thirdly, we structurally embedded the project within an initiative with a broad supported base. So, voila. Thank you.
Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Victoria Grzymek. I work for Public, an ecosystem firm for government technology, or short GovTech. And I have the pleasure to talk to Matthew Hodgson, technical co-founder of the Matrix.org Foundation today, about secure open source messaging for the public sector. Matthew, great to have you. And for our viewers out there, it would be fantastic if you could shortly introduce yourself and start with the very basics. What is Matrix and what is the Matrix.org Foundation?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about Matrix. So I'm Matthew Hodgson. I'm the technical co-founder of Matrix and the project lead. And Matrix is an open source project that we created back in 2014 for secure, decentralized communication. And the mission is basically to build the missing real-time encrypted communication layer of the internet. Because whilst we have the web on the net today as a way to exchange hypertext and to build web apps, there is no equivalent thing for instant messaging or VoIP, or even exchanging IoT data, fintech data, healthcare data, whatever it might happen to be. And so Matrix is our attempt, and a successful attempt, to go and build this missing building block so that people can exchange any kind of information in real time between organizations, between individuals, between companies, between governments, whatever it might happen to be. And the Matrix.org Foundation is a non-profit UK foundation that we established to act as the neutral guardian and custodian of the Matrix standard. A bit like the W3C exists to look after the World Wide Web, or the IETF exists to look after the internet, the Matrix Foundation exists to manage the governance of Matrix for the benefit of everybody building on top of it. So my role is, I guess, as the project lead on the open source side. Also, my day job is some CEO and CTO at Element, which is the for-profit company that we established to hire the core Matrix team and fund our ability to continue to work on Matrix full-time.
Okay, perfect for this introduction. And that sounds like a very ambitious mission that you've embarked on. You just said that Matrix is all about exchanging information securely. And of course, it's mostly been used in the field of communications, right? And when we look at communication solutions, there's a plethora of solutions out there that each of us use every day. So for example, this Slack, Teams, WhatsApp, Signal, just to mention a few. What is it that makes Matrix different, and how would you actually, put Matrix in this landscape?
Sure. So obviously remote communication has become even more important than it ever was before over the last 18 months of the COVID pandemic. And even before that, we were seeing Slack and Teams, Zoom, etc., exploding in popularity. But there is a fundamental difference between these kind of centralized, proprietary, expensive solutions and it being just part of the core capability that the internet provides. One way of thinking of it is that if you are, say, communicating over Zoom, you are locked into that vendor. You can't talk to anybody else unless they're using Zoom. It is a proprietary product. You have no visibility on how it actually works, where the data is going, whether the company is lying to you about whether it's end-to-end encrypted or not, hypothetically. And from an ecosystem perspective, it's just fragmenting communication. Some people are on Zoom, some are on Hangouts, some are on WebEx, some are on Teams. None of them can talk to one another. Each of them is getting more and more locked into that particular company. And often these are large American companies who are not encrypting the data and are exporting it to Silicon Valley, and you have no control over how that data is used. And frankly, it becomes a massive security issue. It's a honeypot. If you are an attacker and you wanted to go and compromise a given organization, probably the best way to do so now is to go and access a Slack or a Teams and go and infiltrate the company like that. In fact, we saw with Electronic Arts about a month ago that somebody, an attacker, went and accessed their Slack and sat there and used it to infiltrate and get access to production and exfiltrate several $1 billion worth of intellectual property purely through the mechanism of the fact that Slack is not encrypted and that it's pretty easy to go and grab somebody's password or an access token in this instance and then steal all the data. So Matrix attempts to fix this by building a global network which is not controlled by any single player, just like the internet or the web or email is not controlled by any single player. So you can join the Matrix network, which is one of 76,000 deployments now, and it spans about 35 million users. And you can run your own server, or you can pick somebody who you trust to run the server for you. And then all of your communications, your conversations, your file transfers, whatever that data might happen to be, will be stored both in your server, but also shared with the servers of anybody else that you are talking to. So if I were talking to you, Victoria, on the public.io Matrix server, and I was on the matrix.org server, and I go and send a message through to you, that message is literally equally owned by the two organizations. So that even if matrix.org disappeared tomorrow, you would still have a copy of that conversation. It would be encrypted so that only your devices can read it. And we have effectively democratized communication. We have shifted control of power from some big tech Silicon Valley ad company through to being controlled by your actual company, your business, or you as an individual. So that is the fundamental crazy moonshot that we have successfully mounted to basically shift control back to Joe Public, or indeed governments or any other organization who need to have self-sovereignty and self-determination on something as important as how they communicate.
You just mentioned governments, right? We are speaking at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival today. So many of our viewers will actually come from the public sector. And actually in the last couple of years, Matrix has become a highly demanded solution in various public sector contexts. So for example, we see the French government using Matrix, the German Bundeswehr is using Matrix as the foundation of its BW messenger. And Matrix is also part of Datapod's Project Phoenix, just to mention a few of the high-level projects. What do you think makes Matrix so appealing to public sector clients?
So I have a dirty secret, which is that when we created Matrix, the very last thing that we expected was that it would be popular with governments because, as I said earlier, it's an almost subversive democratic system to go and empower individuals to have their own communication capability. But it turns out that the very first people in line to retake control of their communication from the likes of Microsoft and Google and Facebook were governments. Because, what actually happened with France is that the Ministry of Digital, DINSIC, now called DINUM, reached out via GitHub, that well-known sales channel, because the President Macron was enthusing about using Telegram and WhatsApp to go and run the communication for his party. And having come to power, that was now being used within the country itself, which is obviously a huge national security concern. given that Telegram is based in Russia and has some very interesting security properties, like it claims to be end-to-end encrypted, but it is not, unless you explicitly enable secret chat. And therefore, they wanted to understand how they could run a deployment themselves. So nowadays, we have 65 deployments, I believe, that we run with them, targeting 5.5 million public sector employees. And that spans all 16 ministries in France. And each one can run it in whatever environment they like. It could be private cloud or public cloud. It could be on-premise. They can apply whatever data retention policies they have, whatever antivirus policies they have. They just have complete self-determination over how each individual ministry works according to the needs of that IT department. Because the Ministry of the Army has slightly different requirements to the Ministry of Ecology, for instance. And this gives them the flexibility to use both and also be resilient to outages and operationally independent, so that if somebody does do something terrible to one ministry, the others can continue communicating independently. So it really is a perfect match. And likewise in Germany with the Bundeswehr, and most recently Gematik, the Agency for Interoperable Healthcare in Germany, we've seen a perfect match for allowing the various different, I think 150,000 different healthcare organizations in Germany can now use Matrix as their secure way to communicate together without their having to hand all the data to any single given entity, take it outside of Germany and not have it end-to-end encrypted. Instead, it's all under the power and control of, in the end, the citizen or the healthcare provider.
Interesting, super exciting, and I'm sure this will resonate well with the people that are actually watching us talking here. Moving towards the end, let's look into the future a little. Of course, Matthew, you're an expert in the field. So what are, in your view, the most exciting trends and tools, perhaps also for creative bureaucrats out there in the field of communications and future of work? And perhaps you can combine that somehow with sort of your future outlook for Matrix and for the Matrix.org Foundation. What does the future hold?
Sure. I mean, one of the really interesting things is just end-to-end encryption by default. And that is a complete 180 of the traditional Google Drive or Microsoft OneDrive kind of mentality, where the service provider expects to be able to search, index, analyze, data mine, monetize your data. Whereas here, everything we have in Matrix, in a private context at least, is end-to-end encrypted. And there are a couple of very interesting projects that we can't talk about yet, but really show the way of the future, where people are storing files in Matrix as well as conversations. And suddenly you start to feel a kind of file share cloud storage capability emerging too. And then it's not a large leap to imagine that all of your data could end up being exchanged in this neutral, open, standards-based environment in an ecosystem of many different vendors, some of them the largest software companies in the world, some of them little startups building on top of Matrix, all going and operating on the same data layer. And it's really the read-write vision of the web that Tim Berners-Lee had when he created the web many years ago. The problem is the web got too successful too early, and everybody just used it for GeoCities and websites and web apps. You never got this kind of data exchange piece. But here we are, adding it only 30 years too late. And we see that just accelerating. Also, peer-to-peer Matrix will be a real game changer, allowing people to participate in Matrix without even needing to pick a server, without even needing internet access, because you can run the entire stack within an app on your phone, and so create spontaneous mesh networks and be resilient to network outages.
Perfect. Well, that brings us to an end already. Matthew, it's always inspiring to talk to you. And dear viewers, I hope that many of you have learned something in these minutes that we talked about, that you're interested in what Matrix.org is doing. And we hope that this has been useful to you. All the best, Matthew, and see you soon.
Great. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Bye. Tschüss.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Artificial intelligence seems to be on everyone's lips these days, and for good reason. It can be used to automate tedious tasks, or to augment human decision-making, to serve as a personal assistant, or to make sense of large amounts of data. So it's no wonder that governments are increasingly looking to AI in order to become more effective and efficient. But AI also comes with significant risks. For example, we've seen many cases of algorithmic discrimination or malfunctioning AI systems. Governments in particular must be mindful of these risks. So how can we ensure that governments remain accountable for the technology they use? And what role does transparency play in all of this? I'm excited to explore these questions today with Linda van de Vliert and Matthias Spielkamp. Welcome to both of you. Linda is a project manager for public tech in the Office of the City of Amsterdam's Chief Technology Officer. She is responsible for one of the very first and most notable initiatives aimed at making government use of AI more transparent, a public AI register providing detailed information on AI systems used by the city. Matthias is co-founder and executive director of the Berlin-based NGO Algorithm Watch, which seeks to shed light on algorithmic decision-making in our society. Amongst many other things, he has testified on AI in front of the Council of Europe, the European Parliament, German Federal Parliament, and he's a member of the Global Partnership on AI's Working Group on Responsible AI. Now, to kick off our session, I will hand things over to Linda, who will give us a quick overview of Amsterdam's public AI register before we dive into our discussion. Linda, please.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias, and Maximilian, and thanks for having us. I'll talk a bit about the register, but first of all, I'll give some examples of algorithms in Amsterdam and also why we started this policy, just to give some context to the discussion, and then I'm very excited to discuss this with Matthias. So, first of all, you might know Amsterdam as a city of canals or musea or bicycles or maybe even coffee shops. But we are also a technology-minded city with more than 95% of households having an internet connection and also many digital companies having their headquarters in Amsterdam. The city of Amsterdam believes in what we call people-centered approach to technology. So we have a policy framework called the Digital City Agenda that aims for democratic safeguards for citizens online as well as offline. And Amsterdam was also one of the founding members of the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights, which is a coalition of cities from all over the world working together to protect and uphold human rights in the digital realm at the local and at the global level. And this, of course, all means that we feel that any technology that the city itself uses should be used responsibly, including AI and algorithms. We use algorithms on a daily basis in Amsterdam, I would say since about the 70s or the 80s, to help us with city tasks. Now, first of all, I thought it would be sensible to clarify what we mean by an algorithm or AI or an algorithmic system when we use those words. In Amsterdam, we actually use quite a broad definition. For us, it's any piece of software that uses data analysis, statistics, or self-learning logic to automatically produce some kind of outcome. So a prediction or an advice, for instance. And we use this advice or prediction to provide the services to our citizens or maybe to maintain a safe public space. Of course, I've brought some examples. So the first example is parking control. In the Netherlands, paying parking fees has been digitalized. So not just for Amsterdam, but throughout the Netherlands. And that means that you can pay your parking fees with an app or at the parking meter, but either way, the information is saved in a central database. And in Amsterdam, we use these vehicles that you see here on the screen, and they are equipped with cameras and drive around the city to take photographs of license plates of parked cars. And then an algorithm reads the letters and numbers on these photographs and recognizes it as being a license plate. And furthermore, another algorithm then checks the Dutch parking register, so the national register, to see if parking fees have been paid for that license plate. It's a technical, complex example, but policy-wise, a very simple example. You just send these cars in the city instead of the policy officers. Then another example is an algorithm that recognizes garbage. You can see the output of that algorithm here on the screen. So garbage that is littering the city. Of course, we want to know where that is, so we can send our cleaning crews to collect it. Now, these, of course, are two examples that are more complex algorithms or algorithmic systems using both image recognition. But an algorithm doesn't have to be very complex. In our broad definition, it can also be a simple automated check in a database to see if a citizen fits the requirements to accept social benefits, for example. Now, as you might know, and I think you have some knowledge looking at this presentation, of course, algorithms can be a bit of a black box. It is not always clear how they work, and even if you have access to, for instance, the source code, only a few people with certain technical skills will understand how they work. And for a democratic government like a city, that's a problem. For us, it's essential that we can explain on what grounds a certain decision has been made. Not only because in the Netherlands it's regulated by law that governments should explain their decisions, but frankly, I think it's the only way we can expect citizens to trust us. Now, over the recent years, many guidelines have been published on what needs to be done to make AI and algorithms trustworthy. What all these guidelines, like the one on the screen, seem to agree upon is that they see transparency and accountability of algorithms as key factors for their trustworthiness. However, these concepts of transparency and accountability have been a bit too abstract to put into practice. They were not yet operationalized. And although there is now a proposal for AI regulation by the European Commission, which is much more specific on what information should be available and should be documented than the previous guidelines, as a city, we still need some practical tools to make trustworthy AI an everyday practice. So that's why in Amsterdam we've developed several policy instruments for public control on algorithms. And these policy instruments are really, practical instruments. And in this short presentation, I will only touch upon one of these instruments, the algorithmic register, but I have provided a link here to another resource that you might find helpful, our standard set of contractual clauses. They will help you demand transparency from your suppliers, and they can be used by anyone who wants to use them. Now, onto the register. The algorithmic register is a website that shows processes of the city of Amsterdam that use algorithmic systems. At the moment, it contains only a couple, but in the future, all algorithmic systems should be registered here. When you select one of these processes, you can first of all find general information on the purpose of that specific policy or service and how algorithmic process. And this part is very much, of course, directed at general, so let it be systems. But when you want to dive deeper into the matter, for instance, because you're a journalist or a city councilman, you can also look up what data is being used, how that data is processed, so how the algorithm works from a technical side, how discrimination is prevented, the degree of human oversight, and how risks are handled. And you do that by these drop-down menus. So I hope you all enjoyed this little sneak peek of the register, and I really encourage you to go to the register of the City of Amsterdam, or of course of that of the City of Helsinki, with whom we've collaborated on this project. And both are shown here on the screen. Many thanks, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Linda, for this great presentation. So my first question to you is, setting up a register like this may seem sort of daunting to cities, right? So can you take us through what it takes to set up a register like this from a technical level, what it takes to actually fill it with content, because that obviously requires involvement from the people working on this on the ground as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, the most important thing where you need to start is, of course, that you need to know what kind of information you want to put in your register. And that might be something that's very different for each government. For us, we had the collaboration with the city of Helsinki, but also with the company Sidot, who already had a kind of data model of what is needed to provide transparency about algorithms, really taken from academic literature. And of course, some things are evident, right? You need to describe the goal of the algorithm and of the process that it helps. And also you need some description of the data that's being used. But there are other things that might differ from organization to organization. So you really need a team to think out, what do we want to register? That said, there are now already some providers of registers where you can ask for help. So you can either procure a register or build one yourself. But then the fun starts, I think, and you need to fill that register. And we in Amsterdam have chosen for a very, how they say that, kind of qualitative approach. You could also, of course, build a register by just logging everything your algorithm does, but then still you have the situation where only really technical people understand how that algorithm works or how they can read that log. And we've chosen to make it more descriptive and more for a general public. And I won't lie, that takes time and effort. It takes expertise of the algorithm itself, so the technical expertise. It takes expertise of the policy officer who knows what goals they want to attain with the algorithm, and it takes some kind of communications expertise to know how to translate that into something that's understandable for all. But I can also say that the people who've filled the register up to now had loads of fun doing it, found it very useful also for their own processes, that things were now documented that were up to then only in the heads of some people. At the bottom line, I'd say it does take some time, but it's worth the effort.
Thank you. Matthias, one of your objectives at Algorithm Watch is to keep governments and companies' use of AI and algorithmic systems in check. So how can a public register like this one in Amsterdam help civil society organizations like Algorithm Watch or investigative journalists in their work?
I think there are several reasons, actually. The first one is, of course, what Linda already said. It's transparency. Now, transparency is a big and contested concept. People always start to discuss what is transparency really. But what we see here with these registers is that the governments feel obliged, which I find very laudable. It's a great, great idea, to publish information to everyone about the systems that they use. So an organization like ours could go to that register and just check out what is in there. And then, for example, think about whether we would feel that some of these processes, these algorithmic systems that are used may be problematic. Now, I suppose that, most of the systems that are used by the city of Amsterdam are not problematic. And of course, always the question is everything in there? I mean, Linda already said it's the start of it. So of course, not everything is in there, but in the long run, will everything be documented, and will also the problematic uses, the potentially problematic uses, be documented? So I think there needs to be another level of control here, of someone having the authority to check whether really everything then ends up in this register. But if that's the case, and if it has a good governance structure, then of course it's very valuable for people like us, or also journalists, who look it up and maybe say, well, even though the city says it's an unproblematic use of something, we have some doubts. And then, of course, you have to make your case. But I would just quickly like to mention something else, because you were asking specifically about civil society organizations. But I think civil society in general benefits from these registers, because it gets civil servants thinking about what they're using. It helps in this reflective process. For example, if they have to detail how the data management is being done, or whether there were any precautions taken to not use this for or to prevent some discriminatory effects, that is tremendously helpful, because our assumption is that governments and civil services in, let's say, democratic countries with a rule of law are not intending to discriminate against certain people. There are cases where that happens, but I wouldn't say this is the norm. The norm is that the public authorities would like to offer a service that is helpful for everyone. Now, if they make mistakes designing that service, designing a system or something like that, then having that register that lets them know, it will be made public, and you will sort of have to justify it towards a public why you're using it and how you're using it. I think that's a tremendously helpful process, because, as I said, it starts that self-reflection that makes these systems in the end better.
Thank you. And your mention of other stakeholders also leads me to my next question to Linda. So since you launched the algorithm register last year, in fall of last year, what have your experiences with the project been, and what has your feedback from different stakeholders been like?
Yeah, that's a question with many answers. So I think the first wave was excitement, right? It was new, it got a lot of media attention, and many people were hoping it would get traction also with other government organizations. I think the second wave was a bit of disappointment. Oh, there are only 3 and then 4 and then 5 algorithms in the register. I think these two things are normal. What's much more important is what happened behind the screens, which are, I think, 2 things at least important to say. First of all, within the Netherlands, we've started a collaboration with many different government organizations, but also on many different levels. So a few cities, a few provinces, a few, what we call government agencies, which operate more on the national level. And they all saw, okay, we need some kind of registration of algorithms. That's also due to the fact that there have been in the Netherlands some, cases of where algorithms were used, which had a really negative effect on the citizens. So everyone saw we need to do something about this, and it's a very bad thing if we all do this our own way. So let's start collaborating and try to see if we can get to that kind of data model I mentioned for every government organization, that we use the same data model. So we provide the same level of transparency for our algorithms. I think that's a great start, and I'm really hopeful of a good effect of that. And the other thing is, within our own organization, I saw the effect of this register, which is that we didn't have a total overview is the word, of how many algorithms we use. And that's really what this register does. The whole organization now has the task to upload their algorithms, and we just don't completely know. And now there's a whole kind of overhaul, looking into each department. Okay, which algorithms do you really use? Of course, we're not there yet, and we won't be there for maybe a year or maybe a couple of years. But I do feel really confident that this is a step to getting that overview of what we actually all use. So that's really hopeful.
Just to quickly follow up on that, have you been in contact with citizens about how they respond to this, or how they interact with these registers?
Definitely, yes. And in very many ways and also very different steps along the way. So before publishing the register, we already had many feedback sessions with civil society, journalists, council people, but also what I'd say normal citizens without any specific purpose around algorithms. So we've done that, but we've also continuously asked for feedback on the website, now also within each algorithm on the register. And also we've had a couple of sessions afterwards asking, is this now fully, how do I say this? Does this really give you the information that you actually want? And what kind of information do you actually want about algorithms used by governments? But that's, of course, a very hard question to ask, because if you don't know what information is available on algorithms, you don't maybe know what information you would like. But we try to do that continuously, talking with citizens and also people like Matthias to establish what is the information that you need.
So Matthias, Linda already touched on this in her previous answer, but how do you think we can make this a more widespread model among cities and governments more broadly?
I think trying to convince governments and authorities to use this because it has very positive effects is possible. But honestly, if we really want uptake everywhere, I guess it has to be mandatory. I mean, people don't like to be legally, comply to do these things because many see them also as an additional burden. But some things just have to be mandated by law. Otherwise, not everyone will do what we would like them to do. So this is why we are asking as an organization for a mandatory register. So in that case, for example, then Amsterdam and Helsinki would already be far ahead of the curve, and others would have to come up with ideas of how they could do it themselves. So yeah, convincing them that it's really valuable and it's not just an additional burden, but it's also an opportunity to develop better systems is necessary and to some extent also probable, but I guess there needs to be a law in the end.
Yeah, if I can respond quickly, I totally agree with Matthias on this part. However, I think both needs to be done because making it just mandatory has the risk of registers being built which fit the regulation but don't actually provide true transparency, especially to citizens. And I really hope that this more descriptive road that we took, I really hope that others will take that same road and really think about what is the information that's relevant to people, not just how do we comply with regulation.
Now, Matthias, since Algorithm Watch is also working on policy, and Linda already brought up the European Commission's proposal for a European AI regulation earlier, one of the things that's in this proposal is actually the idea to set up a public register for AI systems that the European Commission classifies as high risk. Do you think that's a viable model, and do you think this can actually deliver genuine transparency?
I'm not sure, honestly. We are still assessing it because these regulations are complicated. Sometimes you don't see right away what implications they have and what implications there are that you don't see. So my doubts are coming from this perspective that, first of all, the way I understand it, it's a database of providers, meaning that systems will be in there that are offered on the market. But that doesn't really mean that we see a register of these systems being used by what the Commission in their act calls users. The users are not the affected persons in the end. The user would, for example, be a public authority. So the provider would be IBM or Google or Accenture, and then the user would be the public authority. And these users would, as I said, as far as I understand it, would not be in this database, and that, of course, is a pretty big lack of information. That is what we are actually looking for, because the use of these systems is very contextual. So the fact alone that there is an image recognition software that is on the market doesn't help us understand what is it used for in the specific context, and is it used for example, identifying license plates, or is it used for identifying faces, which is an enormous difference. So I'm doubtful that it will provide the transparency that we are looking for, actually.
Thank you. And we have 1 minute left roughly, so I'll end with a brief question to Linda. What's next? What's the next thing Amsterdam as a city is working on in this field?
Oh, that's a beautiful question. But for this algorithmic register and all the other policy instruments, I'm going to give a very boring answer, and that's making sure that it is well implemented, because it's actually quite easy to start this kind of thing as a pilot, but then to actually implement it in your organization, that takes hard work and a long time, and that's actually very important, because otherwise you had a nice press release but no real change. And I think we're going for the real change.
So we're ending the session on a note on the beauty of implementation. Thank you so much to both of you for a very insightful discussion. And yes, keep up the great work. And thank you all.
It was a pleasure.
Thanks. Likewise.
Hello, here we are again. Welcome to the Daily Highlight Hour in our Creative Bureaucracy Festival. Great to have you joining us again. Thank you that you are with us. My name is Astrid Frohloff. I'm your moderator during the Highlight Hour, and I have the great pleasure to introduce to you the festival's president, Charles Landry. Great to have you with us, Charles.
Hi, hello.
As you know, Charles is the mastermind behind this festival. He is an international authority on the use of imagination and creativity in urban change and administration, and we are glad that he is joining us, giving us insights and explanations. So what you see here is our festival studio. We are right in the center of Berlin, very close to the Potsdamer Platz, and this is our virtual festival studio. So if you prefer German language, no problem. In about half an hour, we will switch into the German half part of this highlight hour. Well, Charles, second day of the festival, and I think it was really amazing to see all these activities going on, great subjects, great discussions. What is your impression?
Well, what I liked most was there is a sort of new sense of urgency, even more than before, and that is obviously very encouraging. I mean, lots of people have sort of done things because of the pandemic, of course. They did impossible things, and they made them possible.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, during the past 24 hours, we focused mainly on one of our main themes, which is thinking afresh. We had many sessions related to this issue. Could you give us some examples? What are you taking home?
Well, I mean, one example that I think is quite interesting was this session on what comes after digitization.
Yeah.
I mean, in reality, it's going to be embedded in our daily life. But just to think 5, 10, 15 years ahead,
right.
I think it's quite a good idea.
Yeah, and let's have a look, because we've got a clip from yesterday's session about this question, what comes after digitization?
Do we believe that there might be a change coming?
I hope there's a change coming. I think there's been talk of change, and there's been incremental steps. I mean, this is a marathon, not a sprint, right? And things are changing all the time. And you just look at how open access and sharing research and you know, that's all been so important in this journey. But there's a long way to go, and I do think it's finding those individuals who are your cheerleaders in government, who are going to affect the change, both in terms of at the elected political level.
Well, you know who that was? That was actually Catherine Steeler, who is the CEO of the Creative Commons, which is a very big organization in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. She was a former politician, so she's been around the block.
Yeah, she must know what she's talking about. Great. Yeah. Okay, what else did you find interesting yesterday? You have more examples?
Well, there are a couple of things. I mean, a couple of titles. You know, you say imagination infrastructure, and then people ask, what do you mean? Now, what that's really about is just embedding the ability to be a change maker in an authority. Mm-hmm. Then there was something which I thought was quite interesting, which was redefining mobility. We think mobility, cars,
trains,
all that sort of trains and planes and stuff like that. But it really showed that it's all about connections. It's about social mobility, economic potential, and all of that. Lovely session, I thought. And then there was one from Kennisland, Nora van der Linden. She's a pioneer. They set up in 1993 and set up a funny organization once called the Kafka Brigade. Went into organizations.
I love that.
I love the title too. I wish I had invented that, but nevertheless. But she talked about how you rethink schools. Who should decide what a school looks like? That was one example she gave. Another example was old people's homes. Are these people on the last steps of life? But really rethinking that it could be a place of opportunity. And finally, one of my favorites, and I think it's one of your favorites, procurement.
Oh, yeah, you talked about this yesterday, and you tried to convince me that this is actually a very sexy subject.
Yes, I think it's quite glamorous, potentially. I mean, $15 trillion, apparently, is being procured by the public sector around the world. Now, how we do that, how we involve people, is really quite interesting. And Sascha Hasselmeier talked about that, and he did a global global overview of all the changes in the last 10 years and focusing forward on the next 10 years. So I think I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Okay, great. Highly interesting. And we will continue like this. Our upcoming sessions today in the afternoon and tomorrow morning will focus on another main theme. Charles, could you please explain what this theme is about and what do we have in mind with all these themes?
Well, basically, we're trying to structure the days so we roughly know where we are.
Okay.
Nothing's perfect, but broadly, yesterday was thinking afresh.
Yes.
Today's about working differently. You can see it on the slide, which means, do we need the old-fashioned hierarchical ways? Can we bring in people from level 3, 4 to bring in their ideas and all of that? And that's what today's focus is. And then tomorrow we'll talk about opportunities from the crisis, you know, what is transitory, what stays. You know, we're back to the glass half full question here, of course. And then finally, the final day will be about the mood for change. And we think there is a movement in the making around this. So I think those are the themes.
Yes, and today and tomorrow, as you mentioned, we will find a lot of sessions dealing with the issue of working differently. Could you give us a bit of a flavor of what keywords we can expect?
Well, I think we're going to have a nice little slide which will show something there. But what we've got there is a couple of conversations, which I'm not going to talk about now. I'll talk about those later. But they've got nice titles. Teaching Silos How to Dance. I like that.
I love this. Oh,
you know,
I'm curious to see
we can move. But the other one is Cass Sunstein about noise. We'll get to that in a minute. But then there's something about superblocks, a version of the 15-minute city. Then we're talking about a project in Helsingborg where they give prizes for people to fail. Not to fail, but if you fail, they give you a mentor, they give you 5,000 euros.
Interesting.
And I suppose, what else? You know, obviously the AI potential for cities and so on.
And we have this great conversation with Audrey Tang, who is a very highly interesting person as well, right?
She is particularly interesting, I would say. I mean, she's firstly, I think she's quite cool. She's very passionate. She's very confident. And she's really transformed the whole ministry. She's a minister of Taiwan, and you know Taiwan have done brilliant things. But her ministry is not big. It's just one or two project champions from each.
So she will share her experience with us from Taiwan. That's going to be interesting as well. Could you, Charles, give us a little bit more information about some program highlights, some sessions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come up?
So that was Audrey Tang. So we've done her. Let's go to another one, which is with Cass Sunstein. Now, he's quite a star. I mean, we may not know him, but he is very well known in the States. And his thing is about information overload, noise, too much information. And he's written a book with Daniel Kahneman, you know, the well-known Nobel Prize winner. And he's in discussion with Lisa Witter, talking about how too much noise creates bad decisions. So that's called Turn Down the Noise.
Okay. What else do we have?
Well, we've got another one here, which is called Rebalancing Urban Life Block by Block.
What is this about?
I know, you could sort of think, what do you mean? What it means is you take 400 square meters and you make it a city of proximity where all the facilities ideally are within that area. So we've got examples here from Copenhagen, Paris and Barcelona. Great stuff.
Yeah. It's always great to have role models and to see how they did it, how they made it, and also maybe what kind of mistakes they did, so we can learn from it as well.
I mean, they were all very honest. They didn't say life is perfect or anything like that, I can assure you. Then there's another one, I think.
Tell us about it. What is it?
Well, that one's really about citizen initiatives and things like that, and new ways of having urban governance and so on. And we've got examples here from Amsterdam, Helsinki, Kaohsiung. Again, we're back into Taiwan. Then we zip over to Latin America, to Bogota. and that's done with the City Lab Berlin and Technologiestiftung Berlin. So pretty interesting stuff, I think.
It's really great that we have all these speakers from all around the world. I mean, this is really great to see what's going on with administration in other countries all over the globe. I think so too.
And there's a lot of inspiration from places you wouldn't think.
Yes, yes, right.
So there's another session, I think, there's a little cluster of things. They're really about silo busting, unleashing entrepreneurship. You know, there's a lovely phrase we've got here. I'll tell you about that in a second. But this one is pushing boundaries. And this is how entrepreneurship happens. I mean, Irena Gudikova from the Council of Europe, who is one of these ladies who says, ask for forgiveness rather than permission. And she's really done things in the Council of Europe, which you can imagine is complex, and so on. Then we've got something about, this is the teaching silos how to dance thing, with the EU. Even the EU is trying to be innovative, and this is all about the ways they're trying to open out things, work cross-departmentally, again, obviously not in a silo. And then finally, on that little segment, I'd like to mention, and this is one of my favourite words, which is about life in the frozen middle. Apparently, always these people at level 3, 4 are very boring, looking upwards, doing nothing. There's been quite a bit of research from Harvard to show that often the best ideas are coming from this apparently frozen middle, if you allow it.
Yeah, if you unlock it.
If you unlock it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting as well. Well, great. Thank you, Charles, for giving us an outlook. As you know, Charles, one of the aims of our festival is to show that there is no contradiction between creativity and bureaucracy. So that's why every day during our highlight hour, we will present creative commercials done by the public service. And today we will show a very nice one by Australia, by the Royal Australian Mint. They invented something outstanding, the world's first legal donor currency. Have a look.
The digital revolution has changed currency forever. Unfortunately, carrying less coins in our pockets has unintended consequences. In Australia, many of our charities rely on coin donations, as do the most disadvantaged among us. As a society, we need to reconsider how we use the coins we do have. Introducing Donation Dollar, the world's first legal tender currency designed to be donated, not spent. Created by the Royal Australian Mint, with one minted for every Australian, creating 25 million reminders to give over and over for the duration of the coin's 30-year lifespan. The more it's given, the more the ripples of impact are revealed. Launched on International Day of Charity 2020 as a daily reminder that we all have the power to help those in need. Endorsed by over 50,000 Australian charities, celebrities, and the entire nation.
This is a way to remind us to give back to those in need.
If you end up with one of these coins in your hand, why not throw it in our donation dollar? Every single one counts.
Inspiring generosity for generations to come.
From today, you may find a new coin in your pocket.
The donation dollar is part of a world first initiative.
It's a reminder, why don't you go and donate that dollar to a great charity?
The Mint has begun pressing around one for every Aussie.
Donation Dollar, the small coin made to make a difference.
Yeah.
Well, that's a real innovation in public service, isn't it?
You can say that again. You know, when I first saw it, I have to confess that there were tears nearly in my eyes. You know, I really thought, my God, this is so touching.
Because of this idea of this.
Well, the idea and then giving back and all of that.
Yeah, it's just outstanding. Great. Well, Charles, if we look at today's main themes, working differently, we should also mention that there is actually a great example for how a different way of governance might already be realized, and this is the concept of humble government in Finland. Could you outline this a bit?
Well, basically, normally decisions are made in a slightly linear way. Yes, let's make the policy, let's do it, let's think about it, let's evaluate it a year or two later, and then you might change. The humble government approach is slightly different, and I think it's a paradigm shift, which basically says, yes, we have a consensus on the key issues. They call it a thin consensus. You then do something, but as you're doing it, you're always adjusting, seeing whether it's working or not. And it's sort of like a learning loop, which allows experimentation. I mean,
and this approach is used in Helsinki already, right?
It is, and elsewhere, by the way. I mean, I'll give some examples if you wish. In education, okay, so teachers teach. Right. They've got different types of children. They're saying, does the curriculum work? Well, actually, the way we're doing it doesn't work with this particular grouping. They adjust. They then go back to the national body and say, look, the national curriculum should be adjusted in XYZ way. So that is driven by the teachers with obviously their students and so on. So that's one example. Obviously COVID, as in Germany, was a bit humble government. You know, we don't know best. We're trying, we're adjusting. They're doing it also in the police force, so getting the police to also look at their own rules and again saying, this is our experience, this is what we're learning, can we change the way we do it, and so on. And they're even doing it with companies. They're saying to companies, a lot of your things are external problems, pollution. If you do this, you might do that, etc. So I think the key message here is crudely what they're saying. If you participate, you can make, shape and create policy. If you don't, we're going to make it for you.
The Finnish think tank Demos Helsinki is behind this great approach, humble government, and they sent us a very nice comment on social media yesterday, and I would like to share it with you. They wrote, we are jazzed to be part of Creative Bureaucracy Festival and discussing our humble approach to governance. We are hosting a workshop this Tuesday, today, to examine inequity and infrastructure with partners from the Colorado State Governor's Office. Join us. Yes, we can highly recommend this. And as you said, Charles, this idea is spreading out obviously,
right? Exactly. You're surprised that Colorado suddenly comes up.
That's great.
They're being increasingly asked, and they're having to train people up to do this and apply it in different countries and different locations.
Right. But let me ask Charles, what does this approach mean for leadership and management, actually?
Well, actually, last year, you probably remember, we occasionally had this phrase floating, humble leadership and so on. And again, it's back to the same logic. It doesn't mean the person who's the CEO always knows best. That CEO approach is more a listening approach, a more enabling approach and so on. And if you want to get the most out of staff, I mean, what else have you got? The talent of the people who work with you. You better try and also bring them into, I suppose you could call it an act of co-creation. Now, that doesn't mean that at some point the CEO has to say, let's go this way or that way. So I think it's spreading in a generic way, if I can call it that.
Right. Well, in regard to humble government, we are expecting great guests from Finland and other countries. They will share their experiences with us, right? And I think one of them really will get a prize. Is that true, Charles? Can we tell this already?
I think we can, Astrid. I think they'll get a prize. I think Demos and the Finnish government, because they inspired us, they will get one of our awards.
Wonderful. This will be on Friday. We can recommend this to you. Friday will be our grand final, and there is a very nice award ceremony. We will award outstanding projects and initiatives in the public sector. This will be on Friday coming up. So at this point, Charles, I would also like to thank our social media community. Big thank to all of you sending comments, questions, pictures, ideas to us. It was really lovely to see all this. Maybe we can have a look at some of them. We got really nice comments by, for example, by Maximilian Gans. He wrote, when you have to take a break from your holiday to tune into the brilliant CBF 2021, So he
Hey, what's he doing there? Oh, he's watching. He's put it up against his mobile phone.
Exactly, yeah. And he took a picture of his mobile phone and sent it to us. This is really nice. I love it.
He's listening to the mobility session there, actually.
Obviously, yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay, what else do we have? We got much more comments, questions. We got also critics, which was nice as well. Juliane Fuchs wrote, why are all interesting conferences, festivals and events always happening at the same time? I'll probably need 2 weeks and some forest alone time to process all that input. Thank you very much, Juliane. That's nice that you say this. Well, let me tell you, you have the chance to watch all this in our library. In a couple of days after the festival, we will put all sessions there and you can watch them up again.
Yeah,
So,
here's another one.
Yeah.
Katja Lindros. Oh, she just said, I forgot what she said.
It was really nice. I couldn't read it so quickly, but it was a very positive comment as well. Thank you for that. And this is also lovely. Steve Gland wrote, stay hungry, stay foolish.
Stay foolish.
We promise we will, Charles.
We'll try.
So if you want to get into contact with us, if you have more ideas, comments or questions, don't hesitate. Send us everything through social media, Facebook, Insta, Twitter. We're looking forward to receive your messages. #CBF 2021, #Creative Bureaucracy Festival. So, the English part of today's highlight is almost over. We will switch into the German program in a couple of minutes. But before, Charles, let me also mention that we will have much more interesting subjects coming up in the next days. We will also have more main themes. We will have tell us again, what do we have tomorrow in the afternoon? We will start with...
that's opportunities out of crisis.
Oh, yes, that's also
that's that thing.
That's
making
mainly
the impossible possible, perhaps.
Exactly, and that's mainly dealing with the questions of what comes after the pandemic. What can we learn from it? How can we, take the energy which we have taken from this?
You remember, of course, that at some points in the pandemic, suddenly the skies were clear, you could hear the birds singing and all of that, and that perhaps gives you energy,
right?
Because that was the biggest experiment in climate change emissions ever.
And then our last main theme is
the mood for change.
Yes.
And we just think there are so many projects when you take a helicopter view around the world. And if we could bring them together, which of course we're trying to do here, something extra can happen, and this wonderful calculation, 1 + 1 = 3, may happen.
Okay, great. So what I would like to do is to give you again a quick overview about the structure of our program, so you feel comfortable with our homepage and can choose the sessions which you like. We have on stage 1 the international English speaking program. We have on stage 2 the German program, so feel free to add all the sessions to your calendar and create your individual program. There are lots of opportunities to interact with us directly. We have got great workshops at our Festival Academy. You have to sign up for this. And we have got additional off-stage programs. Just check it out. And we are also offering, which is really nice, some after-show discussions. You can get into contact with our speakers, have a chat with them, ask questions, get into a discussion with them. In this case, you need to change the platform to our wonderful tool, Wonder Me, which is really nice. You can also, see each other directly. So, besides this, you will find during our festival a lot of little, very funny, creative elements. We are spreading them all over our festival. There are global creative ad reels. There will be sketches. We have really nice things. We also have the author Vladimir Kamina reading very, very funny things about the German language, Amtssprache. What is the English word for Amtssprache? Do you have this at all in English?
We must have it, but I've suddenly forgot my English. Bureaucratic language.
Yeah, bureaucratic language. Anyway, he's making fun of it, and it's really funny to see. And you will meet him in the German part of our program as well. So again, feel free to be creative yourself. Send us ideas and comments on hashtag CBF21, hashtag Creative Bureaucracy Festival. We're looking forward to get your opinion. And also after each session, it would be nice if you would give us a little feedback on a feedback paper, if you want to. So, the English part of today's highlight is almost over. We will switch into the German half hour. But Charles, do you have anything in mind which is particularly interesting in the German program?
Yes, probably. No, I'm not sure. Well, there are some interesting things, of course, because it's all parallel.
Yeah.
We're sort of trying to, in German you say verzahnen, we're trying to connect together the themes with our partners and our colleagues. So you'll find equivalents in the German program about that amazing Virus, which was that incredible hackathon and things like that. We'll be talking about all that sort of stuff as well.
But hearing you saying yes and no, we have got something really nice created. You know, one of the creative things we've done during the festival is this one. This is what we call in Germany Türhänger. What is it?
You hang it on your door.
You hang it on your door, and it says on one side, no, because, and if you turn it around, it says, yes, if. And of course, this is what we are supporting and what we would like to have, the yes, if culture. This was actually one of your ideas, I think?
Yeah, it's one of our main slogans.
Yeah.
I know it's at one level silly, but we're really saying one of our main themes is to move from a no because culture to a yes if culture. Obviously, we know that we're not always saying yes forever, but at least we're saying the if. But you know something? I've been using this, so I go to friends and I say, what sort of person are you? So I'm going to ask you, what sort of person are you, Astrid? Are you a no because person? Or are you a yes if
I would
person?
say I'm this one.
Oh, thank God. That's why I get on so well with you. Oh, well, I hope I'm yes if. But you know something? My son sometimes tells me, he says, you're always talking about creativity and all that. Are you really creative yourself? I love it.
That's a good question. But actually, I mean, this little door hanger draw a lot of attention already. We brought this into the Chancellery office. Yesterday, when we did the interview with Helge Braun, the chief of the office, and he was really interested in get this for his staff. So maybe if you're going to be there, you'll find these things on the doors in the Chancellery office. So anyway, we are finishing now the English part of our program. We're having a short break, and then we'll continue with the German part.
Yep.
And we're talking about what programs, what sessions will come up in the German part. We have great guests here in the studio. We're expecting a representative from PD, who's our festival partner and who helps us understanding the sessions coming up and the meaning of what is behind it. And we will talk about our Transformation Navigator, which is a great initiative, Charles, which was launched already even before the festival started, right?
Yeah. It was something that we collaborated with the Hertie School of Governance, and they brought together all the sort of studies that exist about this sort of topic. And we had an interesting conversation with about 30 people and said, well, how can we make this more live in some sense?
Yeah.
And so the idea then came up to make it into a sort of portal or a dialogue portal, if I can call it that, so people can register online, criticize in a positive way the main theses that are being talked about. How could you change the political structure? What about processes? All of these sorts of things. And so that's an interactive tool just to give life to the festival beyond this actual event itself. And we will obviously feed back to those people.
Yeah, so Gerhard Hammerschmidt from Hertie School will join us later and explain more about this great initiative. And then we also have Peter Roman Persch from PD telling us more about upcoming sessions in the German part of our program. So for now, thank you very much for listening and for watching, and please stay tuned. We will continue with the German program in a couple of seconds. Okay, see you soon. Thank you. So, hallo, herzlich willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, bei der Highlight Hour des Creative Bureaucracy Festivals. Sie sind jetzt hier im deutschen Teil, in der deutschen halben Stunde der Highlight Hour. Wir starten ein paar Sekunden früher als eigentlich geplant, aber das ist gut, dann haben wir mehr Zeit, über alle unsere spannenden Themen zu reden. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass Sie dabei sind, wenn auch nur virtuell in diesem Jahr. Wir wollen Ihnen in der nächsten halben Stunde unser vollgepacktes, sehr inspirierendes Programm zeigen. Wir zeigen Ihnen Vordenker, wir zeigen Ihnen Experimente, viele coole Ideen und wir wollen auch den Menschen in der Verwaltung Respekt zollen, die mit tollen Ideen und Engagement ihre Arbeit, die Verwaltung weiter vorantreiben und modernisieren. Ich darf mich vorstellen, mein Name ist Astrid Frohloff, ich bin Ihre Moderatorin in der Highlight Hour in den nächsten Tagen hier auf dem Festival und ich freue mich ganz besonders, dass ich Ihnen jetzt den Festivalpräsidenten vorstellen darf, nämlich Charles Landry an meiner Seite. Charles, schön, dass du bei mir bist. Charles, du bist ja so etwas wie der Papst der kreativen Bürokratie. Ich weiß, du magst das Wort nicht, aber wir lieben das in Deutschland, sowas zu sagen. Du bist weltweiter Experte für das Thema kreative Stadt, wichtiger Berater von Städteplanern in vielen Städten der Welt. Charles hat das Konzept der Creative City entwickelt, das heute als eine der Grundlagen der modernen Stadtentwicklung gilt. Also großartig, dich bei uns zu haben. Gestern, Charles, war ja unser großer Auftakt des Festivals. Was war dein Eindruck insgesamt?
Für mich natürlich eine gewisse Nervosität, aber tun wir das beiseite natürlich. Ja, ich meine, was man irgendwie gesehen hat, da war eine Stimmung der Erneuerung in gewisser Weise da. Und natürlich wurde sie teilweise angeregt durch die Pandemie und so weiter. Eine gewisse Dringlichkeit, ja, wir müssen jetzt was tun. Und weil auch natürlich viele Experimente irgendwie daraus hervorgekommen sind, hatte ich das Gefühl, dass da irgendwas sich bewegt. Das war mein Hauptgefühl.
Die Überschrift über die Sessions gestern Nachmittag, heute Vormittag lautete ja Neues Denken. Welche Bedeutung hat das? Vielleicht kannst du es noch mal ein bisschen einordnen.
Ja, das klingt ein bisschen simpel. Neues Denken. Was das bedeutet, ist, dass man einfach manchmal kann man ein Problem anschauen und von einer anderen Sicht betrachten. Die ist vielleicht so zuerst einfach unmöglich, aber dann auf einmal, wenn man das auf der anderen Seite anschaut, sieht man Lösungen und so weiter. Und darum ging es, wenn man gewisse Sache redefiniert. Zum Beispiel, ist Abfall Abfall oder ist Abfall eine Ressource? Ich meine, das ist natürlich eine alte Sache, aber das kann man auf vielen verschiedenen Gebieten tun. Also das war das Hauptthema. Zum Beispiel die Sache mit Beschaffung. Ja, unser Lieblingsthema Beschaffung, dass anstatt zu denken, ach, das ist eine so Sache, das ist so furchtbar und so weiter, dass da irgendwie Innovation da reinkommen kann.
Okay, ein ganz neuer Approach des Denkens. Da gab es eine tolle Session, die auch unter dieser Überschrift stand. Da hast du mit zwei Gästen gesprochen. Spannenderweise mit einer Frau, die normalerweise das Rampenlicht eher scheut, nämlich Eva Christiansen. Sie ist Medienberaterin der Bundeskanzlerin. Sie leitet die Abteilung im Bundeskanzleramt für politische Planung, Innovation und Digitalpolitik und sie leitet die Stabsstelle politische Planung, Grundsatzfragen und Sonderaufgaben im Bundeskanzleramt. Also sie weiß, worum es geht, wenn wir über das Thema Verwaltung reden. Und sie war im Gespräch mit Dr. Katrin Suder, Vorsitzende des Digitalrates, die sich genau mit diesem Thema Innovation in der Verwaltung seit Jahren auch schon beschäftigt. Und mit beiden hat Charles über Innovation gesprochen. Schauen wir uns zunächst mal einen kurzen Ausschnitt aus dieser Session an.
Welche Kraft in einer Verwaltung steckt und die ist da. Mit vielen sehr, sehr engagierten Beamten, Mitarbeitern, auch Leuten, die von außen hinkommen wollen, weil sie mal für eine Zeit was für den Staat tun wollen. Dass wir diese Kraft noch besser nutzen, um es vorsichtig zu sagen. Ich glaube, dass viel Potenzial da ist, dass wir viel mehr Methodik anwenden, also Zukunftsmethoden haben, als wir uns das eigentlich oft klar machen, dass wir also eigentlich bereit wären, modern zu arbeiten, dass das sich jetzt nur entfalten kann, dass das also in die Breite getragen wird.
So, was hast du mitgenommen aus diesem Gespräch, Charles? Das war
Wort Kraft habe ich immer gehört. Kraft. Ich glaube, dass sie auch damit meint, ist Talent, Möglichkeit, Potenzial. Da gibt es irgendwie einen Ansatz, mit dem man arbeiten kann. Natürlich, Strukturen müssen sich vielleicht ändern, aber dieses Wort Kraft, ich meine, das ist sicher ein wunderbares deutsches Wort. Ich denke immer an die Band Kraftwerk. Aber that's perhaps not the thing to talk about.
Naja, wir werden sehen, wie sich das übersetzt dann bei der nächsten Bundesregierung. Regierung, die dann im Kanzleramt den Kanzler stellen wird. Charles, wir hatten ja weitere ganz spannende Diskussionen und Sessions. Worum ging es sonst auf dem Festival? Was waren andere Themen?
Ja, da war auch ein Thema. Ich glaube, da haben wir ein kleines Video des Thomas de Maizière und Herr Ludewig vom Normenkontrollrat.
Genau, das war eine spannende Diskussion zur Modernisierung der Verwaltung.
Ja,
schauen wir da vielleicht auch noch mal ganz kurz rein.
Wir brauchen jetzt erstmal einen politischen Aufschlag und dafür sind die Chancen gut. Wir hatten Krisen und es gibt Kritik an dem Umgang mit Krisen. Wir werden eine neue Bundesregierung bekommen, wer immer die zusammensitzt. Es wird sehr viel neues Personal da sein, egal wer das jetzt
also
jeweils
Gestaltungswille eines Ministers.
Richtig, das heißt man einer Koalition auch. Man kann ohne Vorwurf, damit wird die Lebensleistung von irgendwem zertrümmert oder so, kann man sich jetzt hinsetzen, auch unter Beteiligung von Dritten und sagen, was ist gut gelaufen, was ist schlecht gelaufen.
Also sehr viel Hoffnung bei dem ehemaligen Vielfachminister Thomas de Maizière, oder?
Ja, die Stichwörter, die mir in den Kopf gekommen sind, neues Personal, vielleicht neues Denken, neue Möglichkeiten, neuer Anfang. Das war so das, was ich da so gehört habe. Und dann auch ohne Vorwürfe. Da kann man nicht sagen, ach, das war Ihre Schuld oder sowas. Ja. So, a chance for change, könnte man sagen.
Ja, okay, also das war sehr positiv. Wir werden sehen, was draus wird. Gab es noch weitere Themen, wenn wir noch mal kurz zurückschauen? Was lief bisher? Ja?
Ja, es gab verschiedene Themen. Übrigens können die Leute das irgendwie in unserer Online-Bibliothek später in ein paar Tagen auch anschauen.
Ja.
Aber da war natürlich die Sache mit künstlicher Intelligenz.
Großes Thema, ja.
Großes Thema. Und da ging es natürlich, wie kann man das machen, dass es auch irgendwie eine Ethik dahinter steht und dass es irgendwie nachhaltig ist im weiteren Sinne. Dann war eine interessante Session über Interimsmanagement. Ich denke immer daran, da kommen die Leute von draußen rein und vielleicht die, die schon da sind, sagen, wer ist denn das, der hier reinkommt? Aber das kann auch sehr positiv sein, um Wandel zu schaffen. Dann unser Lieblingsthema, Reform der Amtssprache. Wunderbar war das. Ja. Ich habe das gehört. Ja, lovely, I love it. Und dann zwei andere könnte ich vielleicht noch erwähnen. Das ging da um in der IT-Beschaffung, wie man da eine gewisse soziale Nachhaltigkeit kreieren kann. Und das ist eine Sache, die PD sehr gearbeitet hat. Und da war auch als letztes vielleicht einfach eine Session, das hieß Salon des guten Lebens, wo Kübra Gümüşay mit vielen Gästen gesprochen hat. Und das haben wir zusammen mit der Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung gemacht.
Also alles im Zeichen des neuen Denkens, gestern und heute Morgen. Mit welchem großen Metathema geht es nun weiter, Charles, bei uns im Festival?
Also unser Metathema ist, und da hoffentlich sehen wir das gleich, ist es neu arbeiten oder anders arbeiten.
Hier sehen wir den Chart dazu.
Ja, also Neudenken haben wir besprochen. Neues Arbeiten geht einfach darum, dass man vielleicht nicht in der altmodischen Art und Weise arbeitet, dass man den Leuten auf verschiedenen Ebenen die Möglichkeit gibt, mitzukreieren. Natürlich müssen Entscheidungsträger Entscheidungen machen, aber dass es mehr partizipativ ist und dass es andere Art und Weise das gibt. Dann, das können wir morgen besprechen, stark aus der Krise. Was können wir positiv daraus nehmen? Unser altes Thema, Glass half full. Not glass half empty. Und als letztes ist so, was ist diese neue Verwaltungskultur, die sich langsam herausentwickelt?
Ja, das sind also diese 4 Metathemen. Wir haben die Sessions geclustert ein bisschen nach diesen Themen. Jeder Tag steht unter einer anderen Überschrift sozusagen. Kannst du uns, Charles, einen kleinen Vorgeschmack geben? Was erwartet uns jetzt in den nächsten 24 Stunden? Vielleicht einfach erstmal ein paar Schlagworte. Hier sehen wir einiges, ressortübergreifende Strategien, großes Thema.
Ja, der eines ist natürlich dieses Thema hier. Natürlich ist das Digitale da, das wissen wir. Dann natürlich, was kann ich dann noch? Das Gipfeltreffen der kommunalen CDOs. CDOs sind
also
die Digital Officers.
Genau.
Also das ist ganz wichtig.
Und schon das zweite Mal hier bei uns auf dem Festival. Leere Kassen, Handlungsfähigkeit, großes, wichtiges Stichwort. Krisenresilienz natürlich. Ambidextrität Ambidextrie. Aha.
Also ist das
okay, wir lernen immer gerne dazu. Digitalisierung, Gesundheitsversorgung und vieles, vieles mehr kommt also bei uns auf und wir reden gleich noch mal genauer über diese Sessions. Jetzt aber möchte ich erst einmal hier bei uns im Studio einen Gast begrüßen, der zu uns gekommen ist. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass Dr. Peter Roman-Persch von PD jetzt bei uns ist. PD, Berater der öffentlichen Hand. Sie sind Mitglied der Geschäftsführung, tragen Managementverantwortung für den Bereich strategische Verwaltungsmodernisierung, also genau unser Thema. Von Haus aus sind Sie Wirtschaftswissenschaftler. Und Herr Persch wird uns helfen, die Sessions, die jetzt kommen werden, ein bisschen einzuordnen und mit uns einen Blick auf das Programm werfen. Fangen wir gleich mal an. Think Big lautet ein Thema, eine Session, ressortübergreifende Strategien gemeinsam entwickeln. Worum geht es da genau? Wie bewerten Sie dieses ressortübergreifende Arbeiten?
Ich glaube, Charles hat schon so ein paar Stichworte gesagt. Es geht um Zusammenarbeiten. Es geht um ein Miteinander. Es geht nicht um nebeneinander, es geht schon gar nicht um gegeneinander, es geht um miteinander. Und das in einem System, was ja sehr, sehr starr ist, was Silos hat. Und diese Silos versuchen wir natürlich auch zum Tanzen zu bringen. Und wir haben zwei, wie ich finde, sehr, sehr interessante sozusagen Gesprächsteilnehmer, die sich diesem Thema zuwenden werden. Zum einen aus der Bundessicht, wo die großen Ministerien natürlich auch lernen müssen, stärker miteinander zu arbeiten, auch auf einer strategischen Ebene schon miteinander zu arbeiten, um dann auch irgendwie in Miteinander-Umsetzung zu gehen. Also das ist ein Lernprozess, den wir auch als PD jetzt tatsächlich so seit 2-3 Jahren jetzt ganz verstärkt beobachten und mit begleiten. Und die zweite Ebene, da gehen wir auf eine Landesebene nach Hamburg in das Thema Beteiligungsmanagement mit Herrn Jucknert, der dort auch ein sehr intensives Projekt führt, wo es darum geht, im Prinzip die verschiedenen Beteiligungen, das sind viele in Hamburg, sozusagen die unterschiedlichen Fachressorts zugeordnet werden, in ein Miteinander, in eine gemeinsame Sicht auf ein Gesamtportfolio zu überführen. Ja, und das ist ganz, ganz wichtig und braucht Ermutigung und auch, das ist der Weg, ne? Also um alle zum Tanzen zu bringen.
Es gibt so wunderbare Begriffe hier auf dem Festival. Ich glaube, die werden sich auch weiterhalten. Die Silos zum Tanzen bringen ist so ein Begriff. Und auch die nächste Session hat einen tollen Titel: Proven Tool or Flash in the Pan. Open Social Innovation in Public Administration. Englisch, die Session läuft Englisch, aber wird bestritten von deutschen Teilnehmern. Charles, worum geht es hierbei? Und was übersetzt uns bitte Flash in the Pan? Worum geht's?
Da haben wir ein bisschen drüber nachgedacht.
Ja.
Was war das denn? Eintagsfliege?
Genau, Eintagsfliege. Also sind es erprobte Mittel oder ist es eine Eintagsfliege? Ja,
ja, und da werden verschiedene Sachen besprochen, die ihr in Deutschland natürlich kennt, wie das Virus. Aber das im Ausland hat eine solche Resonanz gehabt, dass es wirklich Sinn macht, das auf dem englischen Teil zu haben. Da ist natürlich auch die Smart Development Hack des BMZs, das auch eine ganz interessante Sache war. Und da war auch ein drittes Thema, ein Ideenwettbewerb Solutions for Cities des Bundesministeriums des Innens. Also alles ganz interessant, muss ich sagen.
Ja. Dann haben wir das zweite Gipfeltreffen der kommunalen CDOs mit dem Bundes-CIO, Dr. Markus Richter. Also das ist richtig klasse. Unser Festival bringt nämlich zusammen die Landesebene und die Bundesebene und das schon zum zweiten Mal. Peter Roman, wie schätzen Sie dieses Treffen ein? Worum wird es da gehen?
Ja, was ich erwarte, ist tatsächlich sowas wie einen aktuellen Werkstattbericht. Wir haben von einem Jahr das Thema schon mal in ähnlichem Kreis diskutiert und wir werden sehen, was in diesem Jahr geschaffen wurde. Und ich kann so aus der Erfahrung jetzt aus unseren Projektbegleitungen sagen, da wurde sehr, sehr viel und sehr hart gearbeitet tatsächlich. In diesem Miteinander zwischen Bund, zwischen Ländern, aber auch zwischen den Kommunen. Und wir werden in dem Kreis der Diskutanten tatsächlich auch kommunale Vertreter dabei haben. Da spielt ein Großteil der Musik. Da sind die Bürgerinnen und Bürger und die wollen sehen, dass beispielsweise digitalisierte Services bei ihnen unmittelbar ankommen. Und deswegen bin ich
spüren,
Genau, ja, die föderale Struktur ist natürlich etwas, was ja immer wieder dann auch im Wege steht, durchaus bei Umsetzungsfragen. Aber sehr interessant, dazu diese Diskussion und die Erfahrung zu hören. Das nächste Thema ist ebenfalls ein Dauerbrenner, handlungsfähig trotz leerer öffentlicher Kassen, lautet der Titel dieser Session. Das ist das ganz große Thema, oder?
Wir werden sehen. Also es bewegt uns alle, glaube ich, zunehmend jetzt seit 1,5 Jahren. Ich weiß nicht, ob die Kassen schon leer sind, aber wir werden, denke ich, eine Art Kassensturz bald erleben. Und dann müssen wir überlegen, wie gehen wir dann mit dem um, was der Kassensturz uns gegeben hat. Ich glaube, was hier ganz zentral ist, wir bewegen uns hier tatsächlich auch in einem gewissen Korsett. Wir haben eine Schuldenbremse in diesem Land, also die ist verfassungsrechtlich gestützt. Da wird man nicht so ohne weiteres etwas daran ändern können und wahrscheinlich auch nicht wollen. Und zum anderen wissen wir, dass das Land weiter Investitionen braucht, Anschub braucht, auch durch den Staat. Das wird sehr spannend zu hören sein, was Herr Staatssekretär Gatzer aus dem Bundesfinanzministerium und Herr Förster sozusagen aus der Landessicht, aus dem Saarland dazu diskutieren. Was aus meiner Sicht eben wirklich wesentlich ist, dass auch die Verwaltung natürlich zunehmend in einen Zugzwang kommt und sagt, was ist eigentlich die Digitalisierungsrendite, die ich dazu beitragen kann, diese leeren oder halbleeren Kassen in den nächsten Jahren auch wieder zu füllen. Ich glaube, die Antwort kennen wir alle noch nicht und die werden wir aber auch nicht mehr lange schuldig bleiben dürfen.
Schauen wir uns mal die nächste Session an, die auf dem Programm steht mit dem Titel Redesign, ministerielle Gesetzesvorbereitung. Charles, das ist eine Session, die von der Hertie School geleitet wird. Worum geht es hier?
Ja, da habe ich mir ein bisschen das überlegt und ich glaube, es geht darum, die Welt wird komplexer natürlich. Da ist eine Notwendigkeit, Sachen vielleicht schneller zu reagieren im Allgemeinen und auch irgendwie Sachen zu vereinfachen. Und was mich so interessiert hier ist, dass wir so eine Zwickmühle haben. Wir sind in einer Zwickmühle und Hertie wird es hoffentlich uns helfen, herauszuspringen und zu entfesseln.
Das werden wir gleich mal genauer erfahren, denn Dr. Gerhard Hammerschmidt von der Hertie School wird gleich hier auch bei uns zu Gast sein und mit uns diskutieren. Aber erstmal schauen wir noch auf eine weitere Session, die sehr spannend ist, die auf unserem Programm steht. Wir brauchen eine krisenresiliente öffentliche Verwaltung. Ausrufezeichen. Peter Roman, die große Frage, wie kommen wir dahin? Was braucht es? Was sagen Sie aus Beratersicht?
Ja, ich habe nochmal über diesen Begriff Krisenresilienz nachgedacht. Tatsächlich glaube ich, dass die Verwaltung ziemlich resilient ist, was Krisen angeht. Vielleicht ist der richtigere Begriff eine reaktionsfähige Verwaltung, die in Krisensituationen in der Lage ist, wirklich umzudenken, neu zu handeln. Und das Stichwort, was wir aus dem BD-Kontext daraus sehr stark beobachten, heißt Projektfähigkeit. Also eine Verwaltung muss projektfähiger werden und da sind wir dran, mit der Verwaltung auch Tag für Tag dran zu arbeiten. Projekte heißt eben, ich muss mich jeden Tag mit neuen Situationen auseinandersetzen, mit Störfeuern und das ist auch eine Mentalitätsfrage. Ne? Und über Projektfähigkeit, glaube ich, wächst man dann auch in solche Situationen viel stärker und viel schneller hinein, wie wir sie jetzt mit Corona auch in der Verwaltung erlebt haben.
Okay. Soweit erstmal unsere Vorschau auf einige der kommenden Sessions. Und da wir gerade das Stichwort Störfeuer von Hans-Roman Persch gehört haben, jetzt haben wir ein kleines Störfeuer für Sie. Wir entspannen uns ein bisschen mit dem Schriftsteller Wladimir Kaminer. Jeden Tag auf unserem Festival liest er für uns einen Auszug aus der typisch deutschen Amtssprache.
Das Füttern von Tauben. Als eine das Wohlbefinden von Tieren unterstützende Äußerungsform von Tierliebe kann bei Vorliegen vernünftiger Gründe nach Maßgabe des Verhältnismäßigkeitsgrundsatzes durch staatliche Maßnahmen beschränkt werden.
Ja, das war, was soll man dazu sagen? Einfach herrlich, oder?
Ja, das hätte ein bisschen einfacher ausgedrückt werden können.
Ich fürchte, das ist auch möglich, ja, aber wir können ja dran arbeiten. Wir begrüßen hier im Studio jetzt einen weiteren Gast, nämlich Gerhard Hammerschmidt, Professor of Public Management an der Hertie School. Schön, dass Sie bei uns sind. Hertie School ist ja ebenfalls Partner des Festivals. Sie beschäftigen sich seit über 20 Jahren mit Fragen der Verwaltungsreform, der Verwaltungsmodernisierung, forschen dazu im Rahmen verschiedener EU-Projekte. Und seit kurzem ist Gerhard Hammerschmidt auch Direktor eines Centers for Digital Governance, das sich mit der digitalen Transformation von Staat und Verwaltung beschäftigt. Also sehr spannend. Gestern haben Charles und ich bereits auf diese tolle Initiative hingewiesen, die im Rahmen des Festivals gemeinsam mit Ihnen an der Hertie School entstanden ist, der Transformationsnavigator. Jetzt wollen wir mal bitte genauer verstehen, worum geht es da? Was ist der Gedanke dahinter?
Danke für die Einladung. Ich bin ganz begeistert, dass wir dieses neue interaktive, dialogische Format mit dem Creative Bureaucracy Festival entwickelt haben. Die Idee, glaube ich, ist ganz simpel. wir haben, und der Charles Landry hat es ja schon erwähnt, im Moment in Deutschland Corona, Bundestagswahl, so ein einzigartiges Gelegenheitsfenster. Wir haben viele, so eine Aufbruchsstimmung, Erneuerungsstimmung, und das am manifestesten sieht man das an diesen vielen Positionspapieren, Handlungsempfehlungen, Forderungskatalogen, die im Moment sich so am Markt befinden. Wir haben uns die alle einmal angeschaut und waren nicht ganz zufrieden, haben gedacht, okay, die wollen wir jetzt einen Schritt weiterentwickeln und etwas Neues daraus machen. Vor allem, was wir gesehen haben, da ist sehr viel so ein einseitiger Fokus auf Digitalisierung. Wir sind der Meinung, Transformation braucht neue Formen der Politikgestaltung. Wir müssen die Strukturen, die Prozesse angehen. Wir müssen Führung, Kompetenzen, Personal, also wirklich das sehr umfassender betrachten. Und genau das ist die Idee des Navigators, und das Creative Bureaucracy Festival ist natürlich der perfekte Partner. Das sind genau die Ideen, die Sie seit Jahren schon in diesem Festival positionieren. Was ist jetzt der Navigator? Der ist im Endeffekt eine Art Ideensammlung, systematische Ideensammlung, versteht sich so als Agenda-Setter am Forum, um eben die Zukunft der Verwaltung zu diskutieren und neue Ideen zu sammeln. Wir wollen eben Wissen, Erfahrungen, Kreativität von allen, die sich mit der Verwaltung beschäftigen, bündeln und eben zu etwas Neuem das Ganze bringen und auf sozusagen eine neuere Ebene bringen. Wir leben vom Input aus der Verwaltung, aus der Zivilgesellschaft, aus der Politik und sehen uns sozusagen wirklich als interaktives Forum. Und was, glaube ich, uns auch ganz spitz oder das Spannende ist, wir sehen das auch ein bisschen anderen Ansatz als die anderen Positionspapiere, die man im Moment so sieht, und ganz im Sinne des Humble Government, das wir vorher schon gehört haben. Wir sehen das als Startpunkt. Wir sind nicht so vermessen zu glauben, angesichts der Komplexität, wir haben alle Lösungen schon parat, sondern wir sagen, wir wollen Impulse setzen, wo wir glauben, wo die Richtung hingehen sollte, und laden jetzt einfach zu einem Dialog ein, diese Ideen weiterzuentwickeln, zu konkretisieren. Es sind im Moment 12 Ideen in 3 Dimensionen, das können 15 werden, das können 20 werden, die können vertieft werden, die sollen vertieft werden. Das ist die Idee des Navigators.
So eine Art lernendes System sozusagen.
Genau.
Das müsste ja Wasser auf deine Mühlen sein, Charles.
Ist,
ja?
ich liebe dich. Mein Deutsch erweitert sich.
Ja.
Wasser auf meinem...
Ja.
Okay. Nein, das ist natürlich eine tolle Idee, Gerhard. Und auch die Tatsache, dass es interaktiv ist, dass man mit verschiedenen Leuten sprechen kann, dass man so eine weltweite Übersicht auch bekommt. Und dann natürlich bezieht sich das dann vielleicht auf Deutschland, aber vielleicht sind da Lehren von Deutschland in die anderen Ländern und so weiter. Also ich bin wirklich froh, dass wir das gemeinsam machen.
Wie geht es nun konkret weiter? Was können die Teilnehmer dieses Festivals jetzt auch beitragen? Wie können sie den Transformationsnavigator nutzen, ganz konkret?
Das erste ist mal ganz kurz, wir werden einmal alles, was wir die nächsten Tage sehen werden, und es sind ja schon viele spannende Sessions erwähnt worden, aufsaugen wie so ein Staubsauger, weil wir einfach da wahnsinnig viele Anregungen uns erhoffen, um das zu konkretisieren und weiterentwickeln. Und gleichzeitig einfach auch der Aufruf, die Bitte an alle, die hier dabei sind in den sozialen Medien, in diesen einzelnen Sessions, einfach uns Ideen zu schicken, zu kommentieren. Wir haben das Ganze veröffentlicht auf der Webpage, es war jetzt auch in der FAZ, es war im Tagesspiegel, dass wir einfach den Dialog starten. Wir blenden dann, glaube ich, noch die...
Zeigen wir das doch mal, wie das Ganze ausschaut. Wenn man sich das mal genauer ansehen will, geht man nämlich einfach auf unsere Homepage und dort findet man schnell zum Transformationsnavigator. Jetzt haben wir, glaube ich, den Slide nicht vorliegen, aber Sie finden es wirklich ganz einfach. Genau. Hier ist er, so sieht es aus. Sie können es einmal online haben, einmal auch richtig downloaden und damit arbeiten, wenn Sie wollen, weiterschicken, gerne teilen, mitmachen, dabei sein.
Genau.
Übrigens reden wir auch noch weiter ausführlicher über den Transformationsnavigator. Übermorgen begrüßen wir hier einen anderen Vertreter der Hertie School.
Genau, meine Kollegin, die Frau Turit Huste, die dann die Inhalte ein bisschen vorstellt. Und was wir auch noch planen, ist viele so virtuelle Formate im nächsten Jahr, so quartalsmäßig, wo wir einfach das auch diskutieren, so Art im virtuellen Raum als Ideen generieren und fortentwickeln.
Fantastische Idee. Vielen Dank erstmal an dieser Stelle. Ein Stichwort ist genannt worden, Humble Government. Gestern haben wir auch schon drüber gesprochen. Ein neues, vielleicht auch gar nicht mehr so neues Konzept der finnischen Regierung, politische Entscheidungen einmal ganz anders anzugehen, von einer ganz anderen Perspektive aus. Charles, erläuter uns doch bitte noch mal ein bisschen genauer, worum geht es bei Humble Government und was hat das mit unserem Festival zu tun?
Okay, also ich meine, die traditionelle Art und Weise, oft Politik zu machen, Policy zu machen, ist irgendwie ein bisschen linear zu denken. Man macht eine Politik, man setzt sie um, denkt ein bisschen drüber nach, lasst sie einfach laufen. Irgendwann mal evaluiert man sie und dann vielleicht wechselt verwechselt man sie. Die Humble Government Idee ist ein bisschen dynamischer. Und während man irgendwie die Politik irgendwie kreiert, dann hat man einen kleinen Konsensus, die nennen es einen dünnen Konsensus. Wir wissen, dies ist wichtig. Man versucht es umzusetzen und setzt es um, weiß aber, dass nicht alles perfekt ist in einer komplexen Welt. Wir wissen nicht alles, etc. etc. So eine Art Learning Loop könnte man das nennen. Und das ist ein bisschen wie dieser Transformationsnavigator.
Ja. Peter Roman, wie bewerten Sie dieses Konzept? Wie ordnen Sie das ein?
Ja, ich finde es einen spannenden Ansatz.
Ja.
Irgendwie denke ich aber auch, dass es ein Begriff ist, der vieles von dem schon auch mitnimmt, was wir auch heute in vielen Kontexten schon leben. Ne? Wir sind agiler, wir sind innovativer und wir denken iterativer. Und jetzt geht es, glaube ich, wirklich auch, wenn man mal in die Führung der Verwaltung schaut, ja, das ist ein Führungsthema, dass man sagt, wir sind nicht nur top-down gesteuert, sondern wir laden wirklich die Basis, die Fachbasis ein, um die besten Ideen von unten nach oben zu holen und dort zu besseren Ergebnissen zu kommen. Ja, das ist, glaube ich, das, was ich daraus mitnehme, aus diesem Begriff Humble Government und tatsächlich für uns ganz spezifisch als BD vielleicht auch Humble Consulting. Ja? Also man ist in Daueriterationen, ja? Also dass wir Wissen voranbringen. Ja? Wir sind in einer Wissensgesellschaft und da muss die Verwaltung ganz vorne mit dabei sein.
Okay, wieder ist ein neuer Begriff geprägt worden auf diesem Festival, Humble Consulting. Das nehme ich mit, finde ich auch großartig. Ja, sehr schön, sehr schön. Okay, vielen herzlichen Dank an der Stelle. Ich möchte eine Sache nicht vergessen, liebe Zuschauer, nämlich mich bei Ihnen zu bedanken. Wir haben wahnsinnig viele Zuschriften bekommen, Glückwünsche, Kommentare, Fragen. Ganz herzlichen Dank. Wir haben auch Kritik bekommen, auch dafür herzlichen Dank. Nehmen wir alles mit, mehr davon. Wenn Sie Lust haben, schreiben Sie uns sehr, sehr gerne über Social Media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Mail. Sie können uns erreichen über Hashtag CBF 2021 oder 2021 oder Hashtag Creative Bureaucracy Festival. Da sind wir also sehr, sehr gut zu erreichen. So, ich kann mich an dieser Stelle ganz herzlich bedanken bei Peter Roman Persch von PD. Danke, dass Sie bei uns waren. Wir sehen uns noch einmal wieder, wenn Sie uns begleiten bei anderen Themen. Danke sehr, Gerhard Hammerschmidt von der Hertie School, dass Sie bei uns waren. Wir hören mehr über diesen Transformationsnavigator und danke an Charles Landry für heute. Wir sind am Ende unserer Highlight Hour fast, aber ganz wichtiger Hinweis, denn jetzt geht es weiter mit unserem politischen Spitzengespräch. In knapp 2 Wochen vor der Bundestagswahl haben wir nämlich mit dem Bundesvorsitzenden der SPD, Norbert Walter Borjans, gesprochen. Er vertritt den kurzfristig verhinderten SPD-Kanzlerkandidaten Olaf Scholz und antwortet auf Ihre und auf unsere Fragen. Zum Beispiel, kommt eine große Staats- und Verwaltungsreform? Wie sieht sie aus? Was plant die SPD im Planungsrecht, beim Berufsbeamtentum, bei den Einkommen in den unteren Verdienstgruppen? Warum ist in der Digitalisierung in der Verwaltung so wenig passiert? Wie soll sich das verändern? Dies und mehr haben wir ihn gefragt. Ich war im Interview gemeinsam mit dem Gründer des Festivals, Sebastian Toner, und wir haben das Interview vorher aufgezeichnet. Das große Spitzengespräch also hier bei uns, direkt im Anschluss an die Highlight Hour. Und danach auch noch der Hinweis an Sie, haben wir eine kleine Analyserunde geplant mit namhaften Journalisten der Süddeutschen Zeitung, der Zeit und des Behördenspiegel. Und wir wollen den Auftritt ein bisschen diskutieren und einordnen und sehen, was wir davon halten. Ja, und auch wir können weiter diskutieren. Danke nochmal, dass Sie bei uns waren hier im Studio. Wir werden das fortsetzen und ich denke, wir werden jetzt mal erstmal gespannt zuschauen, wie Norbert Walter Borjans Position aussieht zur Verwaltungsmodernisierung in Deutschland. Die Haltung der SPD zu diesem Thema. In den nächsten Tagen haben wir weitere Spitzenpolitiker zu Gast aus der FDP, aus der CDU, Entschuldigung, und von den Grünen, also Vertreter der Parteien, die den Kanzler oder die Kanzlerin stellen möchten. So, viel Spaß nun also mit dem anschließenden Interview. Spaß auch noch im anschließenden Programm des Festivals. Wir sehen uns morgen wieder hier im Highlight um 13 Uhr. Und jetzt geht's hier weiter mit unserem Spitzengespräch.
Welcome everyone to the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. I'm Lisa Witter, the co-founder of Apolitical and the CEO of the Apolitical Foundation. We'll talk about that in a second, but I am super excited to be here with, I don't think he knows this, but one of the people that's really influenced how I think about the work we do at Apolitical and our foundation, Professor Cass Robert Sunstein. He said I can call him Cass, so I'm going to call him that going forward. I'm going to give you a little bit of his background, and then we're going to get right into it. We only have 25 minutes, and this man's brain is full of information and practical ideas for those of you working in government to apply and think about in your work. I'll say that Cass's reputation inside the US, I'm an American, and sort of I followed his work closely as an American working inside and outside of government, is of a really nice guy, a really approachable guy, a guy that isn't just stuck in an ivory tower with his academic, but translates his academia to practical use for people like me to go ahead and bring it to practice. He's funny on Twitter. And one of the things, Cass, I find most endearing is your humor on Twitter and your support of your wife, who is now the head of USAID. And it's just wonderful to see like a power couple doing good in the world. So thank you for not just your academic work, but the way you go through the world. I'm going to introduce him a little bit, and then we're going to get right into some personal questions, going to check his optimism, talk about his new book that's just out, and then we're going to end a little bit on some politics, because how can you not? So Cass is an American legal scholar and a New York Times best-selling author, and was the administrator of the White House Office on Information and Regulatory Affairs in the Obama administration for several years. He was a professor at the University of Chicago Law School. So for the non-Americans, very prestigious university that government and opinion leaders really look at for ideas and cutting edge ideas. He was there for 27 years. And then he went on to be the founder of the program on behavioral economics and public policy at Harvard Law School. That's when I first started learning about his work. In 2014, he did some legal publications and some research was done. He was the most frequently cited American legal scholar by a wide margin. I wonder if that was a goal of yours or just happened to be that way. And then in 2018, he received the Holberg Prize from the government of Norway. And sometimes this is described as the equivalent of the Nobel Prize for Law and Humanities. And so here we are speaking to you. Mostly people listening are from government. So here's our Nobel Prize winner in this space. He now is with the Biden administration as a senior counsel on regulatory policy and an officer in the Department of Homeland Security, overseeing regulatory policy and climate change issues. I let Cass know I'm just back off the plane from Greenland up there with climate scientists and looking at the urgency of that. So what an important time to have someone like you in this role. But it's really important that you know he is not here representing the Biden administration. He's here as a Harvard professor and an author. So warm welcome, Cass. Very nice to have you. So I wanted to start off before we get into your deep body of work, getting a little personal. And I just talked about your legal background and your scholarly background, but what's something about you that's not normally in your bio that influences how you think about your work?
Well, since the age of 12, I've been an avid squash player. Squash, not the vegetable. I don't think it's possible to be a player of the vegetable, but of a racket sport called squash, which is a little like tennis in a small room. And I played in high school, I played in college on a national championship team, and I play a lot. And that influences my attitude toward everything. Sometimes I'm losing. I'm down 9-4 in the fifth, and for squash players, one knows that's a very bad situation, and you do the best you can, and maybe you'll pull it out. Probably not, but you'll try.
So would you describe yourself as competitive then?
Yes, I hope one thing you learn from squash is respect for and grace toward your opponent, because if you don't have that, you're going to get hit by a ball or a racket or by a very hard look. So one tries to win, but if you don't, there's tomorrow, and you congratulate the person who broke your heart.
Oh, well, thanks, Cass. I have to say, as a Title IX baby, as an American woman who really benefited from policy, really boring sounding policy that made me a competitive athlete. My nickname was Animal. I deeply connect with you on the role of sports plays in our work and our desire to make the world a better place. It seems like that's shared. Now, I want to check on your optimism. You have a really hard role. I mean, if you're looking at climate change issues, we know the latest IPCC report was out. We're looking on our TV screens of, just political situations, political polarization, foreign policy. You're not going to talk about that from the position of the Biden administration, but just personally inside of you. If 10 is super optimistic about the future of the world, and 1 is, oh man, I'm not optimistic at all, where are you and why?
8. And I'd say I'm at 8 as opposed to 2 or 3, partly for temperamental reasons. Amos Tversky, the great psychologist, the founder of modern behavioral science, said, I'm an optimist, and that's rational, because if you're a pessimist, you suffer twice. Once when the bad thing happens and once you're thinking about it. And I think that's a deep truth about good way to go about life. But if you look at the arc of human history, there's a lot of reasons to think with respect to climate change and all else that optimism is justified by the facts. Look at destruction of the ozone layer, where it was thought we were in very deep, I think the right word is trouble, because this is a family audience, and we avoided the deep trouble with the Montreal Protocol led by Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. And if you look at the fear of nuclear war, when the Soviet Union and the United States both were at loggerheads and also threatening at times to go to war, it turned out that we found a way. And I worked in the Obama administration and saw in real time tremendous creativity on the part of government in reducing greenhouse gas emissions from automobiles, from power plants, from many more sectors. And while we aren't nearly where we should be, we're a lot better off than we were in, let's say, 2007. In terms of technology and regulatory options, certainly, and to a significant extent, regulatory practice. So I think we'll get where we need to get.
That's great. I was going to ask you about your optimism about government being able to adapt to the 21st century, but I got with your opening that you are kind of constitutionally optimistic. So I want to ask a bit of a different question. So I co-founded a global learning network for people in government around the world to learn not just about the policies that we can be sharing with one another, but also the mindset and the skills that we need for government to take us into this new world and to adapt to climate change, globalization, inequalities, all the issues that we care about. What's the one skill you think that needs to be sharpened inside of government that's not sharpened that will help us move forward?
What a great question. So as someone who studied literature in university, I would say to have a working understanding of economics is the one skill, where economics can be understood, in a kind of technical way, economics as it's taught and studied in university, or economics can be understood in a way that kind of builds on practice about how human beings behave and how our markets work. So to have an understanding of that, I think, is essential, whether you're talking about a pandemic or climate change or obesity or equality. That's the one.
All right, that's fantastic to hear. So one good way to learn about economics would be in reading a bunch of your work. So it's a good segue into your books. I believe you published more than 10 books, and so I want to take the listeners through a tour of some of them at the high level, what they're about, but then if there's one particular practical takeaway for these beautiful bureaucrats that are listening to apply to their work. So your latest book is Noise, a Flaw in Human Judgment. If you could give us just a quick, it resonates with me, you know, in the era of what we live in now. The world feels noisy. When I was sitting listening to the glaciers calve in Greenland just yesterday, it sounded really loud in a different way than all the information coming to us. So if you can give us a top line on what the book is, and then maybe a tip or takeaway for the bureaucrats.
Okay, I am a bureaucrat now, so hello, brothers and sisters in the world of bureaucracy. So the book is about two things. One is bias and the other is noise. So think of bias as a scale, which always shows you, like my scale, as heavier than you actually are. That's a bias scale. Or a scale that shows you as lighter than you actually are. That would also be a bias scale. People who are discriminators or who are too optimistic about their plans, or people who are focused on today and not the long term, speaking of climate change, those are biased people. And many bureaucrats are biased. They have some sort of cognitive bias about, let's say, the ability of a plan to get executed quickly, or they may have some sort of motivated reasoning where there might be a bias in favor of thinking the world is going to work out as they would like it to work out. Those are biases, systematic error. The book has a lot to say about biases. There is also noise, which is variability. So if you get on a scale and sometimes it shows you as a little heavier than you actually are, and sometimes it shows you as a little lighter than you actually are, that's a noisy scale. A GPS device that underestimates how long it's going to take, that's a biased GPS device. One that's all over the map, that's a noisy GPS device. The book is about the severity of the problem of bias, which is increasingly known in governments as well as in individual life, and also, and more directly, the severity of the problem of noise, which has been widely neglected. Noise is a little bit like the invisible killer, the person in a movie who is, not very interesting and kind of in the background, and it turns out he's the one who killed everybody. The bias is more like Elvis Presley or Taylor Swift. Bias has charisma. And that's the dynamic in the book. The big lesson of the book, that is what we worked very hard and took a long time to get to, is the idea of decision hygiene. So if you are a bureaucrat like me now, or like many people all over the world, and you want to do your job well, don't only think, what are my biases and what's the medicine I can take against them, but also think, what are the sources of noise, meaning inconsistency in government's judgments? And how can I use some hygiene so as to avoid that? And I'll give a few examples. In the criminal justice system and in awarding disability benefits, there's a ton of noise. There's shocking noise. There's scandalous noise. And the thing to do about that is have some guidelines. If you have guidelines, you can reduce noise very dramatically. And often we underrate the importance of guidelines as a way of reducing unfairness and of reducing in government and in business really high costs. Here's another idea. Delay your intuition. You're going to use your intuition eventually, but you don't use it in the first hour, use it in the last hour. Compile a lot of structured information about your problem, like whom to hire or what option to choose. Get the independent pieces, like if it's about whom to hire, what's their educational background, what's their experience, what are their recommendations, think of them independently. If it's an option, whether to go forward with, let's say, a new reform, think of what could go wrong. What could go right, along what dimension could it go right, what are the costs and what are the benefits if it goes right, and use your intuition only at the end. That's a second form of decision hygiene. It's like washing your hands. Third, get a second opinion. Preferably get a second opinion from someone who cares about your welfare and likes you, but doesn't care about your feelings. That person you're going to get a second opinion from is likely to tell you something that you might not want to hear, but that you need to hear.
It sounds like my husband. He does that quite often to me, and I'm very, very, very grateful. So that's very structured advice about what the noise is and the hygiene checklist on how to do it. I've just bought it. I'm in the middle of it, Cass, in the middle of the noise book, and finding it on one hand sobering, but on the other hand, again, back to the optimism, just practical. Anytime there's like clear things to do, I could do something with that. I can put a framework into that. And as a former bureaucrat myself, I know I was in rooms where we used our gut to make decisions with not enough structured data or input. So really, really helpful practical advice. Let's move a bit on to nudge. It's like a tour through your great work. Maybe can you give a top line? This book really changed how I think about the world and the work we do. It's really built into what we do at Apolitical, and I would say consistently having more and better insights into behavioral science and just how to improve decisions is something that bureaucrats or public servants in our network, it's one of the top things they want to know about. So you really ushered in a movement of governments thinking about how to do this. And then you followed with a second book that looked at the ethics of all of this, because it's a big question, like how do we have ethical use of nudge? So tell us a little bit about nudge, some practical advice and what you learned in writing it.
Thank you for that. That book, probably more than any other, has been a labor of love. And we just did a new edition, which we call the final edition. The authors, Dick Thaler and I, had a little bit of an argument about whether it was the final edition. He won. I love it so much that I want to have more and more editions. He thinks, the final edition, that's a good commitment strategy. This is the last one. The basic idea behind nudge is that often in life, it's very good to have an intervention that steers you, but that maintains freedom of choice. So if we're talking about something like savings or spending or diet or what car to buy, in general, there are limits, but in general, people should be free to choose. But a GPS device is super helpful if you're trying to get where you want to go. And a GPS device is the kind of nudge that we all can benefit from when we are figuring out what to spend the money on, what to save money for and how much, and what car to buy or what to do when we have a medical problem or an economic problem. So nudges preserve freedom of choice. They insist that people can go their own way, but they do some steering. An example is automatic enrollment in, let's say, a savings plan, or automatic enrollment for poor people in a program from which their children can benefit. They can opt out if they think it's a dumb program, but they're in. They don't have to fill out forms. Making it easy is kind of rule number one for nudging, and simplification can often change everything. With respect to COVID vaccination, if it's easy to get vaccinated, you're going to see a substantial increase in vaccination rates. Not 100%. Some people aren't going to do it even if it's easy. But a nudge in the form of simplification can make things a lot better for people. If you go to a grocery store and there's information about, this has peanuts and this has shrimp and this has that many calories and this has a lot of salt in it, you are being nudged in the sense that you're being given some information that can steer you in one or another direction. Maybe you love salty foods, and the fact that this has a ton of salt is a positive. Fine, so far as nudging goes, go for it, get the really salty peanuts or cashews, but you are being informed at least, and to that extent nudged. So the advantage of nudges is that they ultimately respect individual agency. They say you are the author of your own life within limits, but the limits are pretty broad. But your authorship should be informed by clarity about how you're going to get where you want to go. That's what a GPS device helps with.
That's great. Well, if you're listening to us, if you haven't read it, please Google it. order it from your local bookstore, however you do it. It's really a life-changing book to think about, not just for people in the policy space, but how to think about your own lives, how to think about your families. It's been really important for me. I just want to run the listeners through just a couple other book titles so they can write it down right now. Get out your piece of paper or Google it as we're doing this. 2013, you wrote Simpler, The Future of Government. A big question we get at Apolitical. What is the government of the future, and what does it need to look like to be fit for purpose in the era of digitization and just in the era of a global world? Then you wrote The Cost, or this is not order, but you also wrote The Cost Benefit Revolution. Again, a call to all of us to learn economics in some sort of way to understand cost benefit analysis. Conformity in 2019, one of my favorite books I've read in the last 10 years, How Change Happens. Really brilliant book on social movements and how change happens. I had a lot of optimism cast from that, telling the stories about how racism has changed in America, or gay marriage has changed in America, just how quickly things can move, despite all of the news we get. It was a great book for those of you who think about social movements. And then in 2020, Too Much Information and others. If he's not on your reading list, it's stuff that you can read on vacation as well as work, because it's that interesting and that absorbable. I want to move us in our last 6 minutes to a bit of a speed round on politics. So this is like applying what you know from the economic space into the political realm. Some may work, some may not. I co-founded Apolitical, which is for the public servants, the bureaucrats, but now I'm running our foundation, which is about the next generation of citizen politicians who inform those bureaucrats, who have the mandate from the citizens to inform. So I'm curious on some advice on some politics, how you think about it. So what we know is many voters look for someone they can have a beer with in a political candidate. How can political leaders navigate this? You definitely see some candidates that are really wonky and really use evidence-based, while at the same time, you know that some voters want you to be really likable. So is there anything that politicians can do to make the evidence base more important to the citizens?
Yes, that's also a terrific question. Thanks for that. So I think when voters want someone they can have a beer with or they like as their leaders, it's often they use that as a shortcut for someone they can trust and for someone who can do a good job. So if someone is talking about evidence kind of at them and not talking about problems to them, they might think this guy or this woman might be really smart, but I don't know if I can trust that person. I don't know if that person cares about me. So to think about evidence in a way that is human rather than robotic is really important. Before you get to evidence, often to tell a story is more persuasive and more connected and respectful, actually, because it's meeting people where they are. If it's a story that connects with the relevant voters' actual lives and challenges they face, all the better. To think as you're talking that you're someone who has a life that probably has problems in it, that is hoping you will help with and certainly not hurt with. And if you do that, then you automatically have an attitude of humility, and humility is likable. A sense of arrogance and superiority is not likable, and voters reasonably think that the humble person is going to listen and know what she doesn't know, and that's a very positive thing.
That's great. So I asked you the skill set of a public servant or a bureaucrat, one of the most important ones, and you talked about economics. What about a political leader? What's the skill set? Is it listening? Just to go off the back of it, is it empathy? Is it economics as well? If you have advice for up and coming political leaders to get skills to be more effective policymakers and leaders in general, what is that skill?
I think as you asked that, I think of a story, actually, it turns out, which is that what was the year? It would have been the 1990s. I was standing outside a bookstore with my colleague, who's in his 30s. I just looked at him outside the bookstore and I said, you should be president someday. And I never said that to any human being. it just occurred to me, and it was Barack Obama, who was my colleague at the University of Chicago. And what were his characteristics that make me have that, at the time, somewhat absurd thought? Well, a certain charisma he has, so that's a good thing for leaders to have. A certain combination of confidence and curiosity. So that's a very good combination for a leader. If you think of great leaders in Europe and North America, they often have some combination of those two. If they're high on confidence and low on curiosity, be afraid, maybe. If they're high on curiosity and low on confidence, they should probably become a physicist or something and not a leader. But that combination of skills is a very good one. When I think of good leaders or successful leaders, they give a sense that they really know what they're doing and they have a capacity to solve problems. There's actually something in social science called the confidence heuristic, which finds that people who are confident are more persuasive in meetings, even if they have no idea what they're talking about. So it's winning confidence. Curiosity, I think, is essential, and people really respond to it. Certainly about them, if they sense a leader is curious about their lives, that's very positive. But also if they sense the leader is curious about how to get out a problem, rather than having clarity in advance, not only that they can solve a problem, which is very good, but that they have nothing to learn, that they're there.
Oh, I love that. What a way to end this, Cass. A few weeks before a German election, where many of our listeners are in Germany. I'm sitting talking to you here now in Berlin. And just great advice, I think, in general for the young politicians or up and coming activists going into government or people wanting to make a change in the world, looking for this confidence and curiosity. It seems like a great way to live my life, and I work at that, and you definitely exhibit it through your leadership, both now as a bureaucrat, but also as a thought leader. So Cass, thank you so very much for your body of work, and I hope you'll stay connected to the work of the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. We need your ideas as well as our work at Apolitical. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I should say the name Creative Bureaucracy, that is fantastic. Who could resist that? Thank you.
Great.
Well, I'm so pleased to be talking to Audrey Tang, who's the digital minister of Taiwan and a pioneer in so many respects. So we're just going to have a sort of conversation. And I suppose one question many people around the world are asking is, you've really been able to leverage digital approaches and capacities to strengthen democracy. How have you been able to do that, and what have you done? I'm thinking of, your human-centered approach, engaging citizens, obviously, digital rights, data privacy, all these dramatically large words, and what I find wonderful, that you've used digital hackers for support in whatever you're doing.
Yes. So what we've done can be summarized as we countered the pandemic successfully with no lockdown, and we countered the infodemic also successfully with no takedown. And we enabled these digital democracy works through social innovation, that's everyone's business with everyone's help, on the 3 pillars of fast, fair, and fun. So through fast, fair, and fun, we've been able to engage the public by making the state transparent to the citizens, unlike authoritarian regimes which are focused on making citizens transparent to the state.
Well, you mentioned, I like that, fast, fair, and fun. 3 Fs, yes. You had this GovZero project, I think, a sort of shadow digital democracy. Can you just tell me a tiny bit about that?
Certainly. So for all digital service in Taiwan, which often ends with something .gov.tw as the domain name, the civic hackers or the social sector technologists, they can fork this service. Fork meaning taking it to a different direction, but with the aim to eventually merge back in, okay? So, for example, when we started rationing out masks last February in 2020, the people in the GovZero movement built, unannounced, like we didn't know about it, but they just built overnight a visualization that shows which pharmacies or store still have the mask in stock and which has run out of stock. And they initially relied on crowdsourcing, meaning people queuing in line can just report, like OpenStreetMap or Ushahidi, report the availability. However, because it gained popularity very quickly, I stepped in, because I'm also part of GovZero community, stepped in and asked the premier, the head of our cabinet, saying, why don't we just trust the citizens with real-time open data? And so just the next day, we started publishing every 30 seconds the real-time availability of all the pharmacies' mask stock. So we don't need to rely on citizens to report, but the visualization, the mask map, and the chatbots, more than 100 of those, are still prototyped and operated by the civic technologists, not by the state.
Has anyone tried to copy that anywhere else?
You mean around the world? Definitely.
Yeah, around the world, yes. Because, in a way,
right.
You're a model.
Right, so the very next month, I think it was March 2020, people in Seoul, Korea, said, if Taiwan can do this, certainly we can do it too. So they convinced the pharmacists in their municipality to start to publish the open data in the same format, in the JSON format. Now, the first map that actually run in South Korea is still prototype in Tainan. It's from a Taiwanese, Fin Zhenqiang is the name, civic technologist, part of the GovZero movement. Although he doesn't speak Korean, speaks JavaScript. So just by changing the parameters a little bit to read from the Korean pharmacy's data, the same map with a lot of triangles and so on can actually work to help the Korean people to navigate to their nearby pharmacies that still have masks in stock.
Well, I like that idea that there's a new language which we know that exists, that people were actually communicating with, but they weren't doing like we're doing now, having a chat. Obviously, your whole pandemic response has been pretty amazing. Now, the question is, what are the other things you've done, and you would have done in any case had there not been a pandemic?
So before the pandemic hits, I was working on counter disinformation. Now, infodemic is a new word, right? I think it's coined by the WHO. That said, it's an abundance of noise and information, not necessarily wrong, it's just bias or something, part of the pandemic. But in Taiwan, even before the pandemic, we suffer from the infodemic already. In the time leading up to our presidential election, there's a lot of disinformation around. For example, the Hong Kong protest, which was shaping up to be the deciding factor in 2019 leading up to our 2020 presidential election. I still remember there was a rumor, a disinformation, that said the young people in Hong Kong, they're being paid millions of dollars to murder police and so on. And some young people, quote unquote, have bought iPhones by protesting in the riots and so on. And of course, these interestingly didn't really spread in Hong Kong. It spread in Taiwan because it was aiming to discredit the Hong Kong protesters and therefore influence the outcome of our presidential election. And through what we call the collaborative fact-checking or co-facts community, which is a GovZero initiative, people can, after they see this information, not even publicly, even on the end-to-end encrypted chat rooms called Line in Taiwan, is like WhatsApp, they can just long press such message and forward it to fact-checkers, much like how you would flag incoming email as spam or scam or phishing. You can flag incoming messages as disinformation. And the professional journalists as well as volunteers from the GovZero community collaboratively find out, oh, actually that photo, which is a Reuters photo, doesn't say anything about being paid or to murder police. It has a very neutral caption that said young people are in Hong Kong protesting. But this alternate caption was first posted by the Weibo account of the Chang'an Jian, which is a PRC Weibo account. And so instead of taking anything down, we made a notice and public notice regime where people, when they're shared this information, there's a kind of mandatory frame around it if they work with the fact checkers that said, oh, this information is contested because per the fact checkers, this caption was not the original Reuters caption. And so because of this, without taking anything down, we made sure that people enjoy access to media competence. That is to say, they can be their own media doing the fact-checking, the balancing of the reports and narratives and so on in a collaborative manner. And all these we built around 2018-19, which is before the pandemic.
Yeah, which of course then was useful and will be useful in the future. I mean, how many of these civic activists might there be? I know that's a silly question at one hand because there are probably, I don't know how many. Have you got a rough idea?
Sure. In the GovZero Slack channel at the moment, I just checked, there's exactly 10,486 people.
I like your precision. 10,486
It's
people.
like a personal computer model, right? 486.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when did you get into computing? I've got to ask this.
Sure. I got it into computing before 486. That was 1989. I was 8 years old. And I was reading some programming books on the bookshelf, but I didn't have access to a computer. So I drew with pencil a computer keyboard with QWERTY and so on, and start programming. Like I would type CLS, enter, and use an eraser to erase whatever on the upper half of the A4 paper, and then start writing, like literally writing programs. And after a few weeks, my parents got fed up with me, and so bought a first personal computer to me.
Yeah. What's interesting, you know, I'm clearly a digital immigrant and you're a digital native, and it's wonderful having a chat between the native you and the immigrant.
I'm a young immigrant.
Right, yes. I mean, one question that obviously arises is the balance of power between the big players here, you know, the government, the corporate, and the civic world. I mean, what is that? I mean, how should that operate, and how does it operate? I mean, I'm hearing obviously that the civic world is a driver, but just could you tell me a bit about that?
Definitely. In Taiwan, we call it civil society or voluntary sector and so on. We call it the social sector, which means that it's not the third, like small sector, it's the driving sector, the social sector. And so instead of public-private partnership, I call it a people-public-private partnership with people first. In concrete terms, it means that the social sector, the activists, sets the norm. For example, during 2018, a lot of people participated in opening up the data of our campaign donation and expenditure, because in Taiwan, it used to be, back in 2016, that only professional auditors employed by the National Auditing Office in the Control Yuan can audit the raw data of campaign donation expenditure. The individuals can only get like Xerox printer copies of the data, and there's no way to analyze it like with investigative journalism. And so GovZero people around 2015-16 started to do something like civil disobedience. They went into the Control Yuan building, took out the Xerox copies, and scanned it using computer vision to divide it to small tofu, that's to say small chunks of individual cells, and ask people to crowdsource the OCR. And we call it otaku character recognition, meaning that people with too much time on their hands can just work to reverse engineer the National Auditing Office campaign donation data. And because of that, the Control Yuan said you can't be sure, even with 3 people looking at every cell, you can't be sure this is absolutely correct. And we're like, well, of course, that's why you should publish the data yourself as open data. And so by the massive norm-setting power of civic technologists and activists, in 2018, finally, the Control Yuan published the open data of campaign donation and expenditure. And investigative journalists immediately discovered, well, the social media advertisement was not part of it. That means that people who are foreign people who could not legally donate to campaign donation has a loophole. Just pay Facebook or other social media companies, and they can get their targeted advertisement through during our campaign session. Of course, that's not acceptable. So I took this argument, I took the kind of threat of social sanction against Facebook, and we talked with Facebook and other social media companies and said, look, I don't really care what you previously did, but now from now on, you need to treat campaign donation and social media advertisement for political and social issues during campaign as the same rule. You need to publish as open data. You need to reject foreign interference, foreign payment to such advertisement. And without passing any new law, this kind of like trade negotiation backed by social sanction, Facebook eventually did agree in 2019, and we become the first jurisdiction in which Facebook published its transparent advertisement library, and that led to 2020 election, which is remarkably free from the foreign-sponsored advertisements on social media. So this told us it's the social sector setting the norm, the public sector amplified this norm, and the economic sector just implements the social norm.
Yeah. I mean, I like that. I mean, I need to say that phrase again. The social sector sets the norm. Mm-hmm. The government or the government sector helps a bit around it, and let's say the social media companies respond. But have you got any bigger issues with the social media companies at the moment, or perhaps, let's say, to do with privacy and so on?
Yeah, we've worked on many issues. For example, the online merchandise scams, that's another issue. Of course, hate speech and like intimate images disclosed on social media and so on. And many of these things in Taiwan, we have a strong social norm around which that the public sector simply relays it to the social media companies saying, you know, it's not the government forcing you to obey any particular law, but if you do not operate according to this very clearly spelled out social norm and self-regulate, well, you may face social sanction. And because in Taiwan, we've got alternatives, there are civic public infrastructures like truly pro-social social media. For example, the PTT, which has been operating for 25 years as part of National Taiwan University's academic network and, well, doesn't have any shareholder or advertisers. And so when PTT implements something, chances are Facebook will be pressured to implement something equivalent, because otherwise people always have a choice to socially sanction Facebook.
And so PDT, is that as, in a sense, as nearly as popular as Facebook? I mean, we're just using Facebook as an example here.
Well, there's many platforms. PTT is very popular. There's also Line. There's also Dcard. There's many other things. So, for example, when Line, the end-to-end encrypted messenger, implemented the counter disinformation collaborative fact-checking proposal, they even provided a dashboard that showed what are the most trending user-reported rumors in Taiwan and which ones have been fact-checked as true or false, so that we have early access to the basic transmission rate, right, to the R value of each and every disinformation variant or strain, and then we can focus our kind of inoculation effort on the strains that are actually mutating to reach more people, if I'm not overstretching a metaphor, and do not squander our resources on the disinformation that are actually not part of the community spread stage. And so by providing this line is showing Facebook, along with other players, that it is possible to collaborate with the civil society, with the social sector on such matters. And then Facebook eventually just joined after Line. So this is a complex ecosystem. It's not just PTT and Facebook. It's also, for example, our leading antivirus company, Trend Micro, which offers the same fact-checking bot that also spots deepfakes and scams and things like that. So this ecosystem allows any player that conforms best to the social sector norms to thrive, because people will purchase its product and services more and exert pressure on other private sector players.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you mentioned the word hate speech. I suppose we're back to this question of social norms. Are we here, or how does that work, controlling that? Effectively a version often of misinformation.
Yes. In Taiwan, what we're focusing on is making sure there are pro-social social media, not just the more anti-social corners of social media. So, for example, when we are working on, say, marriage equality, this is a very serious topic and a lot of controversies around which that exist on the society. If we do the deliberation on Facebook, then we can't really rule out hate speech, right? Even if there are some keywords and so on, people will find a way to post hate speech when we're talking about marriage equality and how to legalize it, which is why we built our own deliberation and e-participation platform, join the GOV, the TW, that has more than 10 million people, half of our adult population participating. So our marriage equality or the rights for single mothers to get kind of artificial impregnation help and things like that, all these are deliberated on this platform that doesn't even have a reply button. So it's just people's proposals. You can support it. You can post counter arguments. You can vote. You can upvote or downvote, but you can't reply across aisles. So there really is no room for trolls to grow. We learned it from Better Reykjavik from Iceland. And so this space, coupled with face-to-face collaborative meetings, live stream meetings, and so on, made sure that people with initially different positions can eventually discover common values. For example, by registering the same rights and duties of the bylaws of marriage, but not touching the in-laws, the family-to-family relationships. So when we legalize marriage equality, it's just the individuals that wed, but their families do not. And this satisfied a little bit of both sides of the equation. So the point is, do not hold town halls in the digital equivalent of nightclubs. I mean, nightclubs may have a large crowd, but they are also very noisy. They serve addictive drinks, lots of advertisers, private bouncers, and so on. And no local government or national government would hold town halls and deliberations and hearings in a local nightclub. And I'm not saying nightclubs are bad. I mean, there is certainly a room for nightclubs in a municipality. It's just we should not hold our democracy as part of that venue.
Yeah. I mean, in Europe, of course, there's a sort of discussion about a third way, neither domination by US corporates nor the heavy-handed government approach of some countries. I'm thinking of digital authoritarianism. I suppose we're referring to the mainland. Do you think there is a third way? I mean, or could we describe what you're doing as the evolving third way?
Yeah, the reason why I don't say the third sector and instead the social sector is to recognize that we're the first. You talk about digital natives, but the true digital natives are the people in the Internet Engineering Task Force, people in the Internet Society, the people who designed and built the Internet. And the Internet points to this sort of social sector, of open innovation, of end-to-end principle, and so on. So in a sense, these are the first, right, to come. The Internet itself is built around these open and social sector multi-stakeholder principles. So I would call it maybe the zeroth way and starting first. But yeah, I do think that people-public-private partnership in this order is superior to either the state dominating or the big corporations dominating.
I mean, I love that phrase you used. I think sort of the hardware root of trust and the supply chain of trust. I mean, all I can say, I love the phrase, if I can just mention that. Can I just switch to the idea of the creative bureaucracy?
Sure.
I mean, what do you think about this idea of the creative bureaucracy?
I think career public servants are the most innovative people in the world. They're just not very loud about it. And when I was 14 years old, I went to the head of my school, my middle school, and the school director, Du Huiping, listened to my case because I said, Principal, I discovered this thing called the World Wide Web, and I found that my textbooks are all out of date. So I want to do research on this new thing called the World Wide Web, and I want to spend 16 hours a day, not just 8 hours a day on it. And so I would like you to exempt me from your school. And I understand it's not quite legal, but I would really like to focus all my time on the World Wide Web. And after reading the email printouts and the preprints and so on, Principal Du thought about it a minute. And then she said, okay, from tomorrow on, you don't have to go to my school anymore. Good luck with your research. I'm like, yay. So from that moment on, I think the career public service are the most innovative people because it, frankly speaking, was not legal. And she basically paved the way to the Experimental Alternative School Act that Taiwan would pass just a few years after that. But without her innovation and creativity, it would not be possible for me to start my first startup just a year afterward.
Oh, can you give me her name at some point? Because we have these awards for hidden heroes who are unsung. And at some point, perhaps she should get this symbolic award from us for having effectively developed something.
Sure.
I mean, tell me just a tiny bit about that school.
Sure. So the middle school is called Beizhen Junior High, and it's very close to where I used to live, near the National Zhengzhi University. And it's a very liberal school, and the principal, Du Huiping, really was very kind when I took a lot of time away to do science fairs in the first couple years in the school. So I guess what the creativity requires is both a flexibility, that's to say, take a hard look at all the different sides of the situation, and also a core value, because she always wanted me to work with researchers, and she used to tell me that I need to have a good grade to get into a good gymnasium, a good senior high school, and to get good GRE scores, and then to find a good researcher, maybe overseas, working as postdoc, and then you can She said, do the research you want. But when I told her, look, Principal, here is a printout of an email, I get a direct email exchange with leading researchers on artificial intelligence. And they didn't even know that I'm just 14 years old. They just treated me as a peer, right, as a fellow researcher. and she's like, wow. so as long as the common value is met, she did not insist on the particular methods to reach such values, because frankly speaking, her way would take me 10 years, but through the web, it is immediate, right? And so by realizing that we share the same value, she did not insist on the particulars. I think that's creativity.
Yeah, and I think that's amazing. I mean, would you say that there are quite a few of these hidden heroes in Taiwan lurking in the background?
Definitely. I mean, as the digital minister, my office comprises of secondments from around 12 different ministries, and each and every one are very creative. And in my office, even though some of them are like department head level, some of them are section chief level, because they come from different ministries and councils, there is no superior-inferior relationship. It's not based on rank, because each ministry offers a different perspective, and people look at a systemic issue, and we take all the sides to make sure that we can save time and reduce risk for everyone. And this is interesting because it enabled high velocity policy making, like we built the mask rationing system, the infrastructure in 3 days, the SMS-based check-in system for contact tracing in 3 days, and later on we will repurpose them into the vaccine appointment system. But this high velocity, interestingly, reduced the risk for everyone involved, because on the first design stage, there's already a variety of perspectives from different ministries. So this is like the Autobahn of Germany. The faster you drive, actually the safer you get.
I love that phrase, high velocity policy making. It's brilliant. I mean, have you, how many people are in your ministry, in fact?
There is no digital ministry yet. We're working on the founding act. What we have is an interagency cross-ministerial office. Right.
Yeah,
so each person that got seconded into the office, of course, work with a team in their original ministry. And we only allow one person from each ministry to second here at a time, because otherwise the Foreign Service would love to send 20 people and then we become part of Foreign Service. Right? And so each person work as a point of contact, but actually there's a huge team behind them in each ministry. So I am a minister with a portfolio, meaning a minister at large working across ministries. So these core secondments, around 12 of them, civil society experts, around another 12 of them, work with around 100 people, the participation officer network embedded in each and every ministry. So that is a kind of a horizontal, virtual, ad hoc ministry that's not quite a ministry.
No, it's there and not there at the same time in some way.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, so many of the things you're talking about seem counterintuitive, but are in fact the new common sense. Is the way I'm thinking about it.
Yes.
I mean, so in a sense, what you've described is how a future bureaucracy might operate. I suppose one question is, where next after digitization, if I can say a stupid phrase like that?
Sure.
I mean,
so to me, digital transformation is not just about digitization. In Taiwan, our national plan for smart society and smart country is DIGI. Digitization is the first step. Upon that is innovation. Upon that is governance. And then on top of that, inclusion. So in a sense, inclusion is the final goal. And digitization, innovation, and governance is just the kind of intermediate points before we reach true inclusion. And by inclusion, we mean not only including the young people too young to vote, but have a lot of brilliant ideas into democracy. We mean not just including the immigrants, like people who do not have citizenship into policy making. We also mean including people who have no way to operate a smartphone. We also mean including people who are yet to be born, like taking care of future generations' environment to factor in the climate as well as the wider environment, the planetary ecosystem into our democratic process. So this inclusion with AI to becoming, I guess, good enough ancestors.
Yeah. I like that phrase, good enough ancestors. Can I borrow some of your phrases?
Definitely, of course. I relinquish all the copyright, so let's go ahead and use it.
All right, okay, that's wonderful. Well, Audrey, thank you so much for having a conversation with me, and I hope we can have another conversation sometime.
Yeah, definitely.
Ideally in reality.
Definitely. I look forward to meet you in person, and until then, live long and prosper.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, my name is Christian Bason, and I'm the CEO of the Danish Design Center. And I've been really looking forward to speaking to the Creative Bureaucracy Festival again this year. And this time, what I wanted to share is a piece of work that we've been doing at the Danish Design Center on exploring design toolkits, collections of methods, approaches, and tools, many of which are really tailor-made to the public sector. So at the Danish Design Center, we are an independent, government-backed foundation, non-profit, that works to use design to unleash people's ability to create a more sustainable world, to innovate, to engage with users, citizens, customers, to build capacity for using the power of design to really transform the kinds of services, policies, systems, solutions that are put in place. So that's our role, and we've been doing that since 1978. So the rise of design as an approach to innovation has really been remarkable across the world. And if you look around yourself, you'll see that everything around you, of course, is a result of design decisions, at least when it comes to our artificial environment, namely our buildings, our homes, the devices we use, the furniture we sit in, the graphics we have hanging on our walls, the maps we use, and everything really around us. So it's remarkable how we act and behave as people, human beings, citizens, and customers in a world that's thoroughly designed. And that means there's a huge power in design in shaping that world. That's also been the case in the public sector. Of course, public institutions have also used design both in architecture to display power or symbols. Public institutions have been using design for logos and graphics and for communication. But within the last almost 2 decades by now, design has been embraced in many public institutions as an approach to crafting better services and seamless and joined-up services that are more human-centered. And design has also been used to explore and generate, creative new approaches to policy and policy making, more collaborative, more user engaging, more concerned with implementation and what it takes to actually transform an idea into practice, which is essentially what good policy is about. So when we explored toolkits and approaches that are available often in digital formats in a collaboration with the OECD's OPSI, Observatory for Public Sector Innovation, what did we find, and what did the toolkits also tell us about the future of design in the public sector? And first of all, I would say that we saw that the tools and toolkits available around the world all circle around certain elements. So, and they're all connected to what makes design thinking and design approaches so attractive. First and foremost, the ability to find ways and approaches to engage with people, to involve citizens, both in terms of getting access to their everyday lives and worries and concerns and what makes sense to them as they interact with public services, or as they simply encounter different kinds of problems, but also ways of involving people in co-creation and the collaborative generation of new ideas and concepts that can be valuable to them. And finally, involving people, including staff and internal colleagues in the public sector, in iterative testing and prototyping of what might work. And first and foremost, getting feedback from testing small-scale solutions with citizens. We also saw that the toolkits are focusing on a future orientation. So it's all about how can we change things, how can we create a better future, increasingly also expanding into scenarios and foresight in some of the toolkits. Design also as a way to manage and deal with complexity. You can say that design methods and processes can act as a glue that binds together many different competencies, professions, and disciplines, can engage actors across sectors, and really help navigate the complexity of both the way we've designed the public sector and public institutions, but not least the complexity of the world out there of how people behave, how citizens and other actors interact. So you can say that ultimately what's attractive about design toolkits is that it's a set of systematic methods, you could say, for applied creativity and user engagement and systems change. And that's really attractive to a lot of people. So that's characteristics of these toolkits. If you take a bit of a broader view and ask, when we look at, in total it was about 250 different toolkits that also are available on the OECD's website, this huge portfolio, what does this say about trends? Well, overarching trends we saw was a very, of course, massive shift towards digital government and using creative skills and design tools to really drive different ways of digitizing, building design guides, having a set of design principles, and really finding powerful ways of doing that. Another really powerful trend that I don't think we can exaggerate is sustainable development and sustainability as such. There's a broad picture of sustainability, which is of course the UN global goals, and using design and creative skills and creative approaches to address those really long-term, well, 2030 objectives of making and co-creating a more sustainable world across the 17 goals. And I would say ultimately design approaches, design thinking, really critical when it comes to goal number 17, the idea of partnerships for the goals, ways of working differently together. That's really where there's a huge resource in design as an approach to finding also unusual partners and engaging and connecting with them in addressing big, difficult, long-term goals. There's also the more narrow perspective on sustainability, which is the green transition, dealing with environmental change, with biodiversity, and not least climate change. And that's becoming more and more a key issue as public institutions also seek to transform themselves in a more responsible and sustainable manner, but of course also those that are concerned with making policies and services, solutions that can have a positive impact on climate change. Finally, I mentioned before this issue around futures and design as a set of approaches that work very, very well together with foresight methodologies, scenarios, but also increasingly there's a growth in maybe a rediscovery of speculative design fiction, ways of imagining new worlds, new states of society. And using this tactility, visualization, graphical expression in design, telling stories, placing people at the center or other actors in the center of a particular future. So when we look forward based on this and say, these are the trends we've seen so far, what are then the trends that we can see in the future? And what would be an educated guess of where design methods and tools, approaches need to move now, and where can you maybe, as a public servant or someone working with creativity in the public sector, look to design for guidance and for methods? Well, first of all, the notion of evidence-based policy and ensure that we create solutions, both services, but also broader policies that actually work for people is not going away. So the notion that by using rapid prototyping, experimentation, and testing, using design methods, building mock-ups and preliminary solutions, we can really learn what will work for people is critical and is needed also in a time where there's a lot of guesswork happening and where facts are not always what you focus on in the here and now. So that was number one in the evidence-based side. I think the other side is ethics. Responsibility, and not least in a digital world. So at the Danish Design Center, we've done work recently with industry and designers and agencies on responsible, ethical design in digital solutions, especially in a world where artificial intelligence and machine learning is really becoming core to how we digitize, also in the public sector. So I really strongly recommend you explore our new ethics compass, which is a toolkit for guiding ethical decisions in the early phases of digital design. So we make sure to take account of people's privacy, take account of legibility of how an algorithm works, and we make sure we don't manipulate and nudge people in ways that are not in their best interest. Finally, on future developments, and thirdly, I would say that the mission-oriented innovation is really becoming absolutely a key. We see a growth in missions as a placeholder for articulating a long-term particular target or goal to achieve, and very much inspired by the work of Mariana Mazzucato. We see also development of toolkits and approaches that can help you navigate mission-oriented innovation in practice. There's a great piece of work coming out from Dan Hill and Vinova. At the Danish Design Center, we are working on a practical guide and set of tools as well, design-based, and I think that's a space worth focusing on. We've decided, for example, to work with partners on a mission around mental health for youth, another mission around circular economy and transformation of business to more sustainable models, all of using mission-based approaches. Some final advice before ending on how do you best use toolkits. I think, first of all, when you choose methods and tools, you have to decide what kind of problem are we looking at. So choose the tool and toolkit to match the problem is, of course, key. You also need to think about what design proficiency you have in your organization. Do you have professionally trained designers or other creative powers, or are you sort of starting from scratch? Then maybe you start with some more basic kits. Think about combining tools so that you take the best of different kits rather than just using one connected toolkit. And then finally, remember, always adapt use of methods and tools to your particular context and think about what will work in your organization. That was some highlights from our work on the diversity of toolkits in the public sector, drawing on design methods for driving innovation and sustainable change. I hope you enjoyed this short chat, and I wish you a really, really wonderful Creative Bureaucracy Festival here in 2021.
So, good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Tanya Veria. I'm a director at the European Commission, and one of my responsibilities is to look after the learning and professional development in the policy-making profession. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Creative Bureaucracy Festival for really organizing such a wonderful platform for the public sector colleagues to exchange ideas and to hear about best practices from each other. This is really very valuable, especially in the times of change that we are going through. So what I want to talk to you about today is a future of skills and knowledge in policymaking profession. So why to talk about it now? And why to start thinking about it now? Well, first of all, the pandemic, the COVID-19 has really made us all very clear about the need to shift in public sector, in policymaking profession, away from a reactive type of thinking and move towards the more proactive, future-oriented thinking about the future, anticipating things that they're going to come inevitably, but also about other things, about the type of organizations we want to have and about the skills for our people that we want to have. So that's why I think we should be also thinking now very actively about the future of skills for policymaking profession. Policymaking is really at the heart of how we shape our societies. So here it can come up with creative ideas, innovative ideas that help us to resolve big challenges in front of us, like climate change or digital transition. So this is a very essential profession, and we have to really be actively thinking about how to be better at the way we do policymaking. And we need to think now. One of the reasons why now, it's not only the pandemic, but it also the fact that it takes very long to build new skills. It's not something that we can do overnight. It's not something we can do through one training or two trainings or one program. This is almost like a long-term systemic shift in the way we train, in the way we spread learning, in the way we encourage learning. It is also not only about skills of individual people, is also about the culture and the structure of the organization that permits afterwards to use this kind of skills. So we think that we urgently need a strategy and good understanding of what kind of skills we need to build and what kind of organizations we need to build to be able to respond to these challenges ahead of us in policymaking. So what are these new skills for policymaking of the future? Well, there are many of them, and I'm not going I will not be able to tell you about all of them. But in the European Commission, we have undertaken quite a serious reflection on this topic. We engaged with many stakeholders inside of the Commission, but also outside. And so we've developed some thinking on this topic that we are very happy to share with you. But of course, we still continue learning. So I will. In this, my short introduction, I will only mention one. And if you want to listen and know more about other skills and how we're going about identifying them, please visit the next follow-up talk by my colleague Victoria Kovac, who will talk about how we teach silos to dance in policymaking. And so I wanted to mention only one, and this is actually an integrative thinking, an integrated approach. So what we see now, even if we go beyond the pandemic, we see the next challenges or the big challenges that are here already with us is clearly the climate change. The summer of this year clearly showed us that the climate change is already here, and it's not something we just need to be preparing for. And we are facing this massive transition in our society and the economy that we've never undertaken before. And it's not only that, it's also the fact that what we see is everything is extremely integrated. We cannot just talk about climate in itself. We have to be talking about energy, we have to be talking about how we consume, how we move around, how we produce. So it's actually all totally interrelated. And we, in policymaking overall, we have got used to work a little bit in these silos related to policy that one is pursuing or a sector in the economy. And it's not easy to change this thinking, and it's not easy to change the skills that are needed to have this integrative thinking. And it also requires quite some effort from the organization. So we think that what we need to come up with is a way of teaching and learning in policymaking that is very integrated, that brings together these various aspects, not only about various tools of policymaking or how to drive this process in your organization, but also about understanding of different interrelated issues, having this interrelated knowledge that permits us to bring together different sectors, different issues, mainstreaming certain concepts like climate change, digital transition, social issues, economic issues. How do we achieve it? It's not easy. So that's it from me, but please visit the next talk, which will give you much more ideas on that. And thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you for your interest in this session. And thank you very much, Charles, for inviting me to speak on behalf of our team. So I'm Victoria Kovac, and I work as a policymaker in the European Commission. And I would like to share with you today our journey in exploring two questions. First of all, what are the skills for a good policymaker in our current turbulent times? And second, how can organizations support this development? And I hope that our experience will be also interesting for your country or for your organization. But let me perhaps start with our starting situation. So already before COVID, we saw in the Commission that the new trends and challenges influence a lot the way we are working and how we do policymaking, and that we need to build up new skills in addition to the traditional policymaking skills that we use so far and we are more familiar with. And I would like now to share with you, first of all, these new most important skills that we identified. So I just named 7, there are of course more, but I stick to the most important for 7. So first of all, we think that we need to develop, as policymakers, a futures literacy. We need to think much more proactively about what may shape our policy areas in the future and also how to prepare for them. And also we need to understand the limitations of the traditional methods we have been using so far, like forecasts or predictions. And we should also know how to, we don't need to be experts in strategic foresight, so we don't need to do that. But we should know, all of us, how to monitor major trends, how to spot weak signals of possible developments in our own policy area. And also to be open for areas that may be completely, totally unrelated to our work, but still they may matter, and we need to be able to connect the dots. And then once we have done that, then we should be able to make our voice heard and to bring our observations and ideas into the policymaking process by the appropriate channels. And we should know how to do that. Secondly, we should be really working together. And this is not just a slogan. We really need, for complex policymaking, we need to reconcile different views, priorities, and perspectives. And that we can only do by talking to each other. We need to bring together experts from different domains to understand how our policy may influence other policies and vice versa. And third, our job as policymakers is to support the political decision makers. And we do that by providing them good ideas based on solid evidence. And for this, we need to be, as policymakers, we need to be able to acquire this evidence. We need to understand it, not always obvious, because of course we are speaking sometimes about very complicated issues. And then we need to be able to translate these findings, scientific findings, into concrete policy proposals. And when I speak about evidence, I'm not just referring to very formal impact assessments. We have an approach towards evidence in a very broad sense, because we say that evidence is basically everything what we learn. So it starts with having an open mind, and already we need to listen from the very beginning, even before we have a policy idea, what are the latest scientific findings that may influence our policy areas? What's going on in the world? What are people saying? What are our stakeholders saying? So this is where it begins. And also very important in terms of evidence, it is very important that in urgent situations like we have witnessed now during this COVID pandemic, sometimes we don't have the time to do all the formal steps of impact assessments and comprehensive consultations. So then as policymakers, we need to be, instead of freezing, we need to know how to adapt quickly to these situations, and we need to know what to do then in these cases. So fourth, again, as policymakers, we need to provide political support. And for this, we need to know and we need to understand our organizations or governments' political priorities. And we also need to know very well what's going on around our files or our countries, depending on what we are working on. Then fifth, and this is very important also, we really should be open for innovation as policymakers. This is maybe sounds a bit strange, but it's absolutely true, and we are extremely promoting that now in the Commission. And it's very important that we understand as policymakers that policymaking is not just a legislative process. It's not just via law that we can achieve an impact, but there are various other ways to achieve the desired changes in society. And for this, we need to know what are possible other methods and ways. Just for some examples like behavioral insights, policy design, big data design, and systems thinking. There's more around and more is coming. So we need to be knowledgeable about that. We need to know some examples, what has worked well, to be able to apply it in our work. And then another thing is about innovation, and that is something that we really try also a little bit to demystify innovation. So innovation can be also a small thing. It doesn't need to be some very big thing. And another thing is that it's being innovative is different to being creative or coming up with an interesting idea. Being innovative really means that we can pitch this idea to organizations successfully, and we can also successfully implement it in a way that the outcome meets the needs of the organization or the society. So our sixth skill as policymakers, we need to interact much more closer with citizens and our stakeholders. So we have not, well, maybe you have heard of it, the European Commission has recently reinforced its rule set on that via its better regulation communication. But what I would like to emphasize here, it's really not just about rules, right? It's really about the mindset. It's our own mindset. We need to understand that, it really matters to the information that we get. We need to learn to appreciate it, the information and the insights, and we need to learn to listen and engage more beyond just attempts to educate or convince. It's really about listening and understanding what is being said. And finally, our seventh skill that we identified is that communication is really crucial, and it cannot just be left to the communication experts as it was done in the past, and it cannot just be an afterthought of policymaking the moment when we implement our policies or when they are adopted. That is too late. We need to think from it from the very beginning. And this requires, of course, communication skills. So we need to be able to explain complicated concepts in easy words. We need to give powerful presentations. We need to be able to convince other parties about our case or even defend it if needed. And also we need to understand that sometimes certain cases are difficult, and we need to also know how to navigate our way to get them implemented. And this all requires communication skills, which are very different from the traditional communication skills that our communication units typically have. So these are the most important transversal competencies that we identified in our work. And we also tried to capture it in a framework that you will now see next to me. And I just show it very briefly. We are using this, and we put these seven that I just mentioned in the middle of the cycle. And we put it in the middle because we want to emphasize that they are so important that they appear almost at every stage of the policymaking process. And the cycle around it that you see is basically the policymaking cycle, which is still very, very important, of course. I mean, these activities are the classical policymaking activities. This one that you see is perhaps a bit more tailored to the European Commission in its details, but generally this is the order how you do policy. So a policy needs to be planned, developed, implemented, evaluated, and iterated. And all this, of course, requires the respective skills. So I'm not naming them again, but obviously you need to have all these skills to do it well. So now, having listened to this, you may think this is totally crazy. These are a lot of skills, and nobody can, nobody can be an expert on this. But honestly, you don't need to be an expert on this. Our idea is that we all need to understand this circle, we need to understand all the skills that are relevant, and it's more about the mindset. It's more about the mindset, and it's about gradual, constant learning. And then, of course, if somebody wants to become an expert in, let's say, impact assessments and learn then all the rules and procedures, that's then very well. But it's more about the mindset and understanding the big picture. And now, having said this, what I really would like to stress, it is not all up to the individuals, because you can have the best intention as an individual. If the organization doesn't support you, if it doesn't give you the space for all this to happen, the environment which promotes innovation, collaboration, and learning, the taking up of learning, it will just simply not work. So this is really a crucial challenge for any organization. So, and one more thing that I still would like to say, it's not just about the organization, but it's also about us, because not just the policy making has changed, we have also changed as people, as policymakers. Because just think about it, the whole world has changed. We also don't want anymore to go to a training that lasts a week or read lengthy, boring documents. We want to have the quick win. We want to have very quick training courses. We want to have some modern, attractive, interactive ways to learn. And we also want to know more about metas in the world of information overload. We want to focus more on the why, the big picture, and much less on the how, the processes and the procedures. And the organization needs to adjust to this. So how did we do in the commission? So just how did we do? So we carried out a quite comprehensive consultation to start with. We talked to the political level, to many senior managers in the commission, but also outside. We talked to other organizations. We looked at good practices internationally. But also we put a really big emphasis on consulting with our own colleagues, with experienced colleagues, so policymakers who are already there for a long time, but also newcomers and youngsters who just came and who have a completely fresh view. And we asked them, what do you think? What skills do we need in the commission and as an organization in the future? And perhaps before I'm just telling you our concrete things, what we're doing, I'm just telling you where we are located in the Commission, because I think it matters. So we are not part of the HR department. We are a team in the Secretariat General of the European Commission. And this is the department which is responsible for the overall coherence of the Commission's work. And this helps really in this task because it helps us to understand what are the topics that are in the political focus, in the political attention. And it also helps out to people who are working on these topics. So now, just to finish, let me share with you those elements that worked best for us, and maybe I hope they are inspiration for you. So in total, we developed by now more than 50 new training courses on these new future relevant skills. And most of them are hosted or co-hosted by our peers. So by our own expert colleagues, because we have a lot of world-class experts in the Commission, but their knowledge was very much just in certain pockets, and now we had them to mainstream this knowledge. So, for example, we have a very comprehensive series on emerging digital technologies and their potential benefits and challenges for policymaking. We have another one on futures literacy and strategic foresight, another series. We have various courses on communication for policymakers, citizen engagement, and many others. So basically everything what I just mentioned in the beginning. And the advantage, just let me tell you that, of this working a lot with peers is not only that we can mainstream their knowledge, which is very applied, but it also helps to break down silos in the Commission, because you see the people, you engage with them in the courses. And that is, I think, quite a lot appreciated by our colleagues. Not only those who attend the courses, but also those who are giving the courses, because they get a face and they get in touch with their clients. Their colleagues. And then secondly, what we did, we made our learning far more visible and accessible through this uniform branding and of the EU Policymaking Hub and giving visibility of the program. But also we are offering various learning paths where we explain, for example, in strategic foresight, we say, okay, if you have never heard of strategic foresight, start with this course. If you are a bit more advanced or you're interested, do this one. And then we are also offering one-off sessions, for example, with weak signals. So this is just an example, but these learning paths really help our colleagues to know, okay, where am I in my knowledge and how to dive deeper if I'm interested. And also, we are now developing at the moment a progression model, a skills progression model, where we go even deeper, where we can break down according to seniority and previous experience. And then thirdly, we are to bring in this external view, which is very much also wanted by our colleagues, because we really want to, burst this bubble. We invite on a regular basis world-class speakers. We invite journalists, academics, and all kinds of thinkers who did something that is interesting for policymaking. And they bring in their external perspective, they discuss with us. And this is really an eye-opener often. And it's also not just an eye-opener perhaps in the policy-making work, but it helps also to bring in a little bit this culture of towards different ideas, experimentation and innovation. So this is a feedback we get quite a lot. And then finally, another thing, our recent thing that we just launched not so long ago, we, in order to help people to find information in this world of information overload and to guide them a little bit, what are the skills that matter? Because of course I mentioned them, but still, you read it once, you read it twice, but it's not yet, it needs to stick. So we built a policymaking hub website where we are naming the skills, but we break them down in much more detail. So we have the headings, and then we break down what we mean by that exactly. And there we link all kind of existing information that is available in the Commission, that is being worked on by the colleagues, but also a lot of external resources. So we, for example, also link, of course, to the Creative Bureaucracy initiative. And we also link to all kind of training courses, all kind of communities of practice in the Commission and also externally. And we really hope that this will be now taken up a lot by our colleagues. So far, it is quite popular. So, but it's new, so I'm working on it. So, having said this, we are quite happy what we achieved now, because we have indeed this significant uptake of our learning offer. We have really amazing speakers. We have now this new platform, but of course, there's still a lot to do. Right? So first of all, we still need to find which are the skills. We continuously need to work on it because new skills are popping up and some may be outdated. And also we need to work on our outreach to get our colleagues interested and bring them into our courses. So that's basically officially what is our impact and our output. And if you ask now personally, what is for me basically the biggest impact or the greatest impact, it's of course also this personal learning. By working on this project, I learned so much, it's amazing. But also what is very beautiful and very gratifying is to get really almost on a daily basis emails or phone calls from colleagues who either want to bring in their own work and they would like to help us to mainstream their knowledge in the Commission to other policymakers, to their peers, or just to say, well, thank you, this was really a cool, nice course that you just offered and it was an eye-opener and I can use it in my work. So this is really, really a good feeling. I hope I could a bit, I hope it was interesting, perhaps inspiring, and thank you very much for listening, and bye-bye.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me give a warm welcome to everybody who joined us today. As patron of the RISE City Lab Munich, I'm very happy to host this event. This even more as today's discussion deals with the concept of superblocks. Superblocks, the 15-minute city, cities for people, all these are all well-known keywords when it comes to the most important question of our time. How are we defining urbanity when more than 50% of humanity are living in cities, being responsible for 80% of all greenhouse gases? The answer is clear. Cities have to become light towers in a decade of social and ecological transformation that begins right now. Superblocks are such light towers, as they already have changed the life of thousands of citizens to the better. Less pollution, more common ground, intermodal mobility. The advantages are well known. That is why Munich, together with the Herbert Quandt Foundation, also follows this path. But innovation always carries the challenge of implementation with it. And that's what we will discuss today, how the greater vision becomes reality to create a better daily life for our citizens. Thank you very much, and I wish you an inspiring discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Katrin. That's great. Now I'm going to introduce you to our speakers, and they come from three very interesting places. One, Helle Schoholt comes from Copenhagen, Catherine Gall comes from Paris, and Sylvia Casaran from Barcelona. What better combination could we have? Anyway, Helle is well known. She's the founding partner and CEO of Gale Architects, and most of you will know about them. They've done fantastic work all around the world. So she's one person, very important. Another very important person is Catherine, who I don't know, but I have just read about. And I think what you do is also quite interesting, I must say. This research lab you've got for entrepreneurship, territory and innovation, which was created by various people such as Carlos Moreno. And what you're doing there is really rethinking planning and the planning paradigms in quite a substantial way. And then finally, we've got Sylvia. Now, Sylvia is again different. She's a sort of activist, but she also, she's a politician. She's deputy architect of Barcelona. She's been working on sustainable mobility for 20 years. My God, how have you been able to achieve that? So there you are. You've got a nice mix of people. So just as we're going to be having this conversation, just two things to sort of bear in mind, I suppose, from a creative bureaucracy perspective is really, to what extent did you need to shift planning rules in order to make all of the things you're doing happen? Did you have any resistance? But anyway, that's just in the back of your mind, perhaps. So do you mind, Helle, if I start off with you? You've got a real global overview of urban developments and all sorts of things. Now, do you think this movement towards the 15-minute city, the 1-minute city, the super block, and so on will spread, since our theme today is obviously the super block and whether it really creates a better urban life? Do you mind responding a bit to that?
Sure. Well, thank you, Charles, very much for the invitation to join today. And I certainly feel in very, very good company being based here in Copenhagen, but speaking with you all from such great cities as Paris and Barcelona. I very much think that these concepts that we are talking about are related. You know, the city for people that we are talking a lot about in Gale, and the super block for that matter, are related. It's not the same, but these concepts are spreading. And as I see it, it's generally expressing a change of mindset that we have been seeing in planning over the last couple of decades even. Towards this more sustainable urban planning approach where focus on livability and public life and public spaces is in focus. The 15-minute city is a compact city. It's a mixed city that enables people to walk and bicycle as part of their everyday life. It's a city that supports hybrid working and living with local community functions. And this is something that we have overall, I would say, seen and needed increase for during the last 1.5 year during COVID. An urbanism that basically supports health equity and inclusion.
No, that's interesting. So basically you're talking about a way of devising a city that is really about healthy urban planning. You might add the word healthy to urban planning in general. So your last point was that you said there was a big shift in the pandemic period. Do you think that has given it a real sort of drive or engine to do more of this type of thinking?
Absolutely. I think COVID has resulted in an incredible increase in pedestrian and bicycling globally. We've seen less life in some of the more monofunctional urban centers. Actually, in fact, a city like Copenhagen lost 80% of the life in the urban center. But we've seen an increase in activities in local neighborhoods, 30 to 40% more people out. Families are out, children have been out, more women have been out in public space, even elderly people that we maybe tend to think about as vulnerable communities due to COVID, they have actually been out. So public spaces and local streets have shown that they are the necessary relief spaces where we can sort of stay socially connected and physically active at the same time. And in fact, I would go as far as to say, these spaces is what I have argued for many years is a human right, as well as having the right to breathe fresh air and having access to healthy food.
Yeah, no, that's great. I loved your last point where you said you're arguing that is a human right. Can I come back to that a bit later? Catherine, hello again. Can I just ask you a question? I mean, many urban thinkers, I'm just thinking at the moment of obviously the wonderful Jane Jacobs, have talked about some issues which are a bit like, not quite the 15-minute city and so on. But you clearly have added a completely different dimension to it, from my understanding, obviously the eco dimension and so on. What do you specifically see as the sort of new idea within the 15-minute city concept?
Thank you. I'm happy to be with all of you as well today. Maybe what's different, because you're totally right, this is an old concept. Professor Moreno and the other professors of the research lab, they've been studying this for a long time. And we have seen a stronger interest from all across the disciplines that we host at the Sorbonne. So we are actually a transdisciplinary lab where we have urbanism, we have architects, we have geography researchers, we have scientists in data, and we have sociologists as well. So we see both the hard science and the soft science actually have all seen the interest, and I'm not forgetting political science as well, because all of this in the end sort of brings together the public arena, and we see officials who lead our cities, the people who actually are elected, and also all the people who are serving the city organization. They sort of see the interest of hearing from the citizens themselves. And we haven't really given the mic to all of us, including ourselves, because we all live and reside somehow in some sort of cities. So what's different is that it's now really becoming a systemic issue. It's one of those wicked problem, as design thinkers would call them, and people who are expert in solving complex issues. One of our associate scientists is Edgar Morin in France. He's known for leading the science behind systemic problem resolution. So that's new. It used to be only a vision from architects and maybe some environmentalist activists. And now it's become really all of our problem, because all of us, wherever we are on this planet, have been locked down for a number of months. So we have rediscovered our neighborhoods. We have rediscovered what it takes to actually be not using your car or any public transport because they were shut down. So we basically have rediscovered our environment, and we see that it calls for a reset. We can no longer just.
Das sollte so ja eigentlich in Zukunft funktionieren, oder? Ich weiß jetzt nicht.
We can no longer just.
Ja, genau. Also irgendwie habe ich es vorher nicht gesehen. Ich hoffe, es klappt einfach beim nächsten Mal. Okay.
Ah, here's someone
Danke.
who's
Ja,
coming in.
ciao.
Hello,
Bye, Katrin. I love having little tech problems because it just shows that we have to adapt.
Yeah, this is funny. No, but this is exactly funny because this is part of the unit. We have this set today with this Zoom environment, and it's exactly like the neighbor came in, and we let her in. So
yeah, and it was the vice mayor who came in. That was great.
Exactly.
But,
so anyway, just to cut this long story short, although it is fascinating, I think the biggest new angle is that it's everybody's problem. It's no longer just urban planners' problems or city officials' problems or technology's problem, because our research lab goes back to the days we used to talk about smart cities, and we don't want to use that smart city tag anymore. We want to talk about living in livable cities. We want to talk about enjoying working together. And let me finish by saying that one of our aspiration as well is that proximity gives you a chance to also follow new economic models, because you can simply work and buy and you go to the doctor, to all the local people that are around you, and that's really a new way to think of how you conduct your life.
Thanks, Catherine. I mean, one of the points I'm just capturing for myself here is that basically city making and place making is a collective endeavor, and you need, in a sense, to use the word collective again, collective intelligence. And the other word you used was hard and soft. And I know that Helle knows about hard and soft and how you actually try and create those sort of situations. Now, Sylvia, you're the superblock woman. You actually live in a superblock, leaving aside being a great advocate for them. Where did the idea come from? I mean, you were perhaps one of the initiators. Did it come from bottom up? Did it come from top down? Where did it come from in Barcelona?
Hello everyone. I didn't say. The superblock concept is a quite old concept. It's already written down in the Masia plan. This is from 1934 in Barcelona. And they are already planning blocks of 3 by 3 with 400 by 400 meters. That was like the pilot of the super block in Poblenou. That was exactly like that, of 3 by 3. But then it's in the mobility plan in 2013 when the plan for super blocks is already there for the whole city. So the concept was already there since last century, but then the development it's quite new. And then we started with a pilot exactly at the place where I live, but it's totally by chance. I mean, I didn't plan the super block in my home, though some people do think that. But it wasn't my fault, because it was a pilot from the universities. They really tried to put the theoretical concept in real, and then they decided an area of the city where we are just a few people living there, and then where it was easy to, in theory, it was supposed to be easy to test it there. Yeah, but of course we already had some super blocks in old towns, in Gracia and in Ciutat Bella. So, but that's easier to understand, no? That the super block in the end is putting hierarchy to the streets and deciding which them are for people mainly, and which of them are for cars or for through traffic. But then when you get a net as the Champla grid with all the streets that are the same, 20 meters wide, then you need some more theoretical exercise to determine which ones are the streets for the through traffic, and which ones are the ones that you are removing cars or space from cars and giving it back to people. That's the main concept of the super block. It's getting back the space for the citizens. But this space was always there, only not the last 50 years, but we have to keep in mind that the space was there already since the Roman cities and before. So It's just changing the paradigm of the last 50 years that we lost in our cities. No, to put the citizen in the center of the urban planning, and that's it. But we are still having problems. We had yesterday or the day before yesterday some article from some chief architect in Barcelona from last century that was complaining about the superblocks concept and about all the tactical urbanism, and was saying that this is totally illegal what we are doing now. And come on, this is just we were talking about human rights. So human rights is breathing an air that is not killing you, is not having car accidents in the city, is not being killed also by noise. We are having more than 100 persons killed every year also by noise, not only by air pollution, which are more than 1,000, and of course it's giving the space for the people to socialize and to live the urban environment. And of course, after COVID, as you mentioned, it has been very clear how important is this. But we already knew some data before that was clear that we had to go in this direction. So that's what we are trying to do. It's still a very slow process and long process, but we are in this way, as Paris does and as Copenhagen does. And I think all the cities in the world are following the same.
But what's interesting, I mean, a couple of things interesting for me. A, the thing that we always neglect, the noise thing, as a really big pollutant. The second thing I like or do not like, the fact that there is still this massive resistance from people who potentially should know better. But I have to say, I've seen some images of the superblock, and it actually looks like a rather pleasant environment. I wouldn't mind just hanging around there and just watching the world go by. Helle, can I come over to you again? You know, you've been very involved, obviously, in urban planning and so on, and you know many of the obstacles and so on. So if you're trying to implement a superblock, are there sort of, from a planning perspective, issues that one really needs to get one's head around? Do you mind answering that?
I think the superblock concept is wonderful, and as you mentioned, Sylvia, we are using that too in Copenhagen. But I must also say that a superblock solution is not always right as a standalone solution. I really think we need to consider the wider context. We need to ensure that we are not just pushing traffic problems to other parts of the city or to the perimeter of the block. So it actually requires a very sort of overall approach to the development of the city towards a sustainable, healthy, and inclusive city. And that means actually working across departments so that all of these different policies and programs are actually coming together. Having said that, when we are engaged in developing these ideas, it is extremely important that we start with engaging people, organizations, and companies locally, and really make use of what we would call public live data. GIL always include sort of a community mapping as a first phase in all of our work, so that we can know what's actually happening right now before and during a transformation. Then we can sort of know how many people are in fact walking and bicycling through an area, how are people using the street, how is public spaces being used differently during the test period, what's the impact on local traffic or the environment or even local economy. Is the initiative helping local businesses thrive? Are we achieving those lower noise and pollution levels that we are talking about here that we actually need? This type of data is crucial to the design process and to the later decision making by politicians, so that we really look at this in a holistic way as a complete neighborhood. So I would say, again, summarizing two things: the engagement of people locally and the data, but then also working across policy areas and thinking about this as a holistic solution for the entire city.
I What I like what you're saying there is, so often when we think of the word design, we think of some pretty drawing and stuff like that, but behind it is all that information that actually informs then obviously what may happen. I mean, you said, well, this is a question perhaps. Do you think the superblock approach is appropriate to every type of area, or do you think there are shadings of different types of area, if I can put it like that?
I think the ideas are applicable to almost any part of city, town, district, and neighborhood. I think you know, the design and the implementation and engagement process we have to think about, however, might be different in one place from the other. We are seeing some not so good implementations of these ideas in South America, for example, and other places where the case is that the problems are just being pushed to other places. So I think it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. You know, the principles, again, which is all about traffic calming, generosity towards pedestrians and bicyclists, offering a diverse activity landscape and possibilities for public life to unfold and for people to meet, you know, supporting mix of uses and basic urban design principles. Those are, I would say, applicable in most places, but we have to pay attention to the detail.
Yeah, no, I like that point about the principles, and I like another word you used, which was generosity. So to some extent, I'm looking at some of the images I saw of Barcelona, you felt there was a gift, a generous gesture of generosity to the people, which hopefully made them feel more comfortable. I mean, can I turn back to you, Catherine? I mean, within your 15-minute city idea, do you also, or have you also implemented nodes, let's call them super blocks? You might have a different name for that. And the other question, if you could add to the end of that, how far do you think you've got in the Paris case? Because obviously 15-minute city, Paris idea is very connected.
Thank you. So maybe I'll respond to your first question by talking about the first experimentation, because the field tests are actually creating content for the body of knowledge and the body of research that we have, that we actually totally want to turn into the public and in common good, actually. So what we test in Paris or what we test in other places, because we are connected into a global network, thanks to the C40 consortium. So C40, the biggest, the 40 largest city in the world are joining forces. We have a partnership with them. There is this competition going on right now, where students and university academics are encouraged to propose and to help us share ideas and best practices, because we are developing the concept and the model. We are developing methodologies and also tools to actually visualize the different equipment and services that are organized around the 6 social functions that we need to fulfill, which is basically to allow people to go to work, to live somewhere, to support their shopping and grocery shopping and so on, to support their cultural needs, their education needs, and their health needs. So there are 6 dimensions that are very important, that you have to distribute around your landscape of 15 or 30 minutes. You know, there are the 2 scales depending on the density. So in Paris, we talk about experimentation that we conduct at local neighborhoods dimension. So the entire city has as an aspiration to turn into a 15-minute city, which basically translates into creating multi-centric areas within the city. As you all know, France is quite centralized, although we are doing our best to decentralize step by step many things. But Paris used to be also quite centralized with the business district, and where people wanted to live because they were the best schools. And then you also have the park and nature, where also people like to be around and so on. And Mayor Anne Hidalgo, and she has created a role. So somebody is embodying this notion of proximity. There is someone who has as a job the function and the mission of actually creating the infrastructure and creating the strategy and the tactics behind allowing people to be 15 minutes away from those 6 basic functions I just talked about. So the idea is that we've piloted that on the 20th arrondissement. We are piloting that in other arrondissements, and it all starts by creating the maps, creating the geographical maps, showing, oh, if I live in that part of the neighborhood, where are the doctors, where are the schools, and do I have a choice? Because the idea is not to prevent people from going further to buy a different sort of bread they like from the local bakery and so on. It's totally not about shrinking liberty and freedom. It's about giving choices. And right now, most people don't have a choice. They live somewhere and they cross the city to be going to work, which again has changed drastically over the past 18 months because of COVID and because of evolution in the French society and in the French labor market towards telework, flexible hours of working, and so on. So where we are in Paris and Nantes would be another city that is looking carefully at this model in new areas where they are refurbishing and redesigning old industrial parts of the cities, playing on the distribution of services and the mixed use and the mixed services that you have to provide. So it's too early to draw conclusion. We are only 12, 18 months away in the experimentations, and the past 18 months cannot be considered as standard in the sort of temporality that we need. But certainly we see more and more interest, and we are working outside of Paris with very different regions in France, from the north of France to Nice to Toulouse, where it's more about the 30 minutes sort of scale, because it's more rural area, but definitely it's all about proximity and thinking of proximity in a spatial way. It's the distance, but it's also the time, because you could be only 5 kilometers away from your next appointment in Paris, and it could take you as much time as just driving 30 kilometers in Brittany. So it's
very fast driving, 30 kilometers in 5 minutes, by the way. Yeah.
So it's the proximity in terms of space, in terms of temporality, time, but it's also the cultural proximity. In different parts of France, you are close to a frontier, to Germany, to Spain, to Italy, to Switzerland, to Belgium, and so on. And it's a different environment. And so we are looking at this as well. We are looking at cognitive proximity, social proximity. So proximity is a better word for us to replace 15 or 30 minutes, because there are always discussions about 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and that's not the point. The point is, what is my
mental geography,
and also my unconscious bias that I will get myself in motion to go do something, because there is no question that it's not about not leaving your home. It's all about deciding to go and take that walk or that bicycle ride or that whatever to do something, but not having to plan an hour and a half ahead of time.
Yeah. So, I mean, clearly there's a new economic model in the making because of hybrid working and all of that. I mean, what's really good, I mean, obviously, you know, when I think of Copenhagen, to some extent, you've been doing this for such a long time, Helle. Congratulations, Copenhagen. Now, let's congratulate Barcelona as well. I'm just amazed that we've got these 3 lovely cities here. So, Sylvia, you said broadly it's been well received, your super block, it seems, although there are some archaic architects or whoever they are giving you a hard time. Did it cost, just a question, did it cost a lot to implement what you did? Was it a big budget problem? Can I just ask you that first?
Yeah, sure. And then I will reply also Helle and Catherine about some things that they pointed out. About budget, the pilot was very, very cheap, because it was in the beginning, there were just the mobility changes, so really minor changes, and they were less than 100,000 euros. I think they were like 70,000 euros, something like that. That was for the students pilot. Then we had afterwards, after a few months, then we had the tactical measures, and then the budget is something like 200,000 euros per 100 meters long of each street. But then when you want to convert this into a structural urbanism, then of course the cost is much higher. Now we are with the development of the superblock concept that we are now working in the city center in the Champlain grid along 21 corridors. We are now spending in the next 2 years 40 million euros. So I mean, you can, of course, you can spend. I mean, if you want to go through tactical measures that some people think they are not legal, then of course it's 1/5 probably of the investment. But then when you really want to change the city in a structural way, then you need money, of course. But yeah,
so that 40 million, million, what might that be for?
40 million now, it's to change some 5 kilometers only, but to change them totally. I mean, from top to down, from the trees, the structure of the street, totally. And this is now we are working with a new model. The next week will be introduced the new model of the street of this 21st century street. And of course, it's a big change of the conception of the street. But we can also do it in a cheaper way. I mean, we can spend how much money we want, and it depends on how fast we want to get the change. And let me, Charles, first also answer to Hele the mention you did, Hele, about the traffic. No, when you push the traffic to the perimeter in my superblock, for instance, in Poblenou. The increase of traffic was between 2 and 5% in the perimeter. So in the end, when you remove the space for the traffic, we also remove a space for parking. In the end, you are getting less cars. I mean, it's, of course, the first days, the first weeks, you need to adjust the traffic movements and so on. But in the end, people, what we have to do is that they to push the behavior change. And when we work with this along this way, in the end, we get it changed. Of course, it's not immediate. It's not the first days. It's always a mess when you change just some direction or when you change something. A lot of people get lost and get annoyed. But then afterwards, you need to wait, of course, a few months, at least 6 months. But in our case, in the superblock in Poblenou, after 2 years, our mayor came to visit also, and she got some people that went to her saying, "Oh, we were against the superblock, and now we are coming here every day with our grandchildren." And so people really need time to adjust to the changes and to appreciate what the change in public space mean. And we can tell it, of course, superblock, we can tell it whatever, because it's just about traffic calming an area and getting back this space. But I mean, the concept of superblock with the perimeter, yeah, I mean, some people feel that they are neighbors on a second class because they live in the perimeter and not in the middle of the superblock. But in the end, they are getting more or less the same traffic, and they have a superblock 50 meters walk from their home. So in the end, we all win. But of course, we need the whole city to be transformed, not only one superblock here and one there. So we are now working with this conception. And with Catherine, I wanted to mention that I think both Paris and Barcelona are, of course, very, very compact cities, now, which is the main or the easiest thing to be a 15-minute city, because when you are so compact, then it's very easy. But at least in Barcelona, already from the 80s, the neighborhoods, they already had many services. I mean, all the health services and the schools and the cultural services and supermarkets, they are spread in the whole Barcelona. So for us, it's really easy I think we are already a 15-minute city, and probably Paris as well, because we've got services spread in the whole city. Maybe not the university, then you need to go some farther, but I think we play an advantage when we are so compact. We also lose because we've got less green, and we've got, of course, less air quality conditions and so on. But in terms of proximity, I think we are playing the top league, no? Because it's unfair to compare, of course, with other cities because of our compactness, I think.
But the thing is that, and this is what is fascinating in this research and in this discussion. My 15-minute city that works for me is different from the one that works for my children and for my parents and for people who have a different lifestyle and sort of approach to their activities. And so that's what we are trying to map out, because we know that in Paris, some people live within 15-minute cities of many activities and services that we can offer. But actually, if you ask them, they would rather move out someplace else. So it's the city of choice. It's your city of desire that we aspire at creating. And we all know that even in Copenhagen and Barcelona and London or wherever, as you change in your life path, there are things that you need that you didn't need before. And so it's that aspect as well. Not that we want to create the city for the students and the city for the workers and the families and so on. You need a mix of all of that. That's why we are really studying the offering of services, and we also recommend that public space, for example, becomes a very intensively used space. So we talk about chronotopia and chrono-urbanism and multiple use, reuse of all of that, because it's not happening right now. And so to come back to Paris, one of the experimentation we are looking at right now is opening schools. The schools, for all kinds of very good reason, they are open during the school hours. However, they are usually very well located in proximity to public transportation and so on. And they are closed over weekends, and there could be lots of use cases for people to access a bigger room, to have an entertainment session, or to practice music, or to dance, or to do whatever, in addition to your very compact home base that is very small because you live in super city center of Paris. So we are also looking at those things, and they are part of the potential of an indicator. We have created an indicator which we call the high social quality of life, that basically look at how you score on your 6th dimension. How many choices of schools do you have? How many choices of hospitals do you have? And that gives you a score, and we can compare different neighborhoods and ultimately, hopefully, different cities.
I mean, Helle, please ask anyone else a question if that's come up, Helle. But if you haven't got a question to ask, I've got a question just for your background, which is whether this is much more a European thing happening or is also happening in other continents. But please ask our other friends a question if you like, or whatever, or comment.
Thanks, Charles. Well, I do have a couple of comments. I think the superblock concept is absolutely wonderful, and it fits the European city model very, very well. Because as you were saying, Sylvia, we in most cities in Europe, we have a distributed service of shops and schools and health and so forth. But we are working in communities, for example, in the US, where there's food deserts, where designing a superblock might not be the right solution, because people have a very long distance to getting to even a supermarket where they can buy fresh products. Most people in some neighborhoods can only buy fast food or canned food. Or we are working in neighborhoods in Houston where a vast majority of both young and children and the adult population are obese, and walking a far distance is actually very difficult to implement in an area like this. So the only thing I'm advocating for here is that it's not an urban design solution only. It's not about only designing our traffic patterns differently and reconfiguring the public space if we don't also think about the services provided and understand how to overcome the disproportionate low investment patterns that we have seen in certain neighborhoods around the world. And this is, to your point, Catherine, a systemic issue. It's an issue of disinvestment in low-income communities because of race, because of economy, and if we don't see this as a holistic solution, we might not actually solve those issues. And then, to your point, Catherine, we are not giving people a choice. And so it should always be, I would argue, people first, people driven. And urban design solutions like a superblock is one tool that we have in our toolbox, but we have to think about all the things that you're mentioning: access to school and education, access to health, access to work, and retail, as we have talked about. So that's the only thing that I want to argue for.
I mean, basically, you're saying people and cities and everybody involved in city making needs to think, plan, and act differently, and have basically it's a different conception. I mean, the retrofitting processes that one would require in some of these neighborhoods in Houston are absolutely vast. What about Asia then? Asia is more dense. Have you got any experience of any Asian cities thinking along these lines?
Yes, definitely. And I think, you know, we are working right now, for example, in Shanghai in China. And I think what we have seen, you know, we've been advising actually also the Chinese government in implementing this idea about the 15-minute city, because what we've seen for the past 20 years with the vast development of these huge new towns that the Chinese government have developed, it's almost like it's an implementation of road systems rather than streets. So coming back to an understanding of the local street being of value, being a communal space as much as a transportation place, then we can actually start talking about mobility as both getting people from A to B, but also social upward mobility. And providing access, as we've talked about, to people in different ways. So I think there is a movement back, or maybe forward, to working with the concept of more community-oriented streets and street hierarchy. That is very, very, you know, good for supporting local health and local culture, not least in Asian cities and Chinese cities.
Yeah, I mean, just in passing, anyone who wants to ask a question in the Q&A, please feel free. I've seen a few comments which have been incorporated in what I'm asking. But I think what you highlight there, and I suppose back to either Sylvia or Catherine or whoever, clearly the transport system is incredibly important. I'm just thinking of the sort of metros that are really incredibly, you know, every 1 minute in Hong Kong, and, you know, so to some extent your 15 minutes can really take you, as Catherine said, quite far away. So in a way you can't just take the block on its own. I mean, of course, Sylvia knows that because I'm sure she's planning the whole city. I mean, Sylvia, in general, you're saying, though, that the core idea, there's been a bit of a shift in mindset to accept the sort of thing that is implied by the superblock. Is that right?
In the end, it's accepting that the streets cannot have as many cars as they had the last decades, because it's just a question of decades. So it's I mean, that's the word. The word is just the resistance to change habits, to change behavior, and to really think that the car is a fundamental right. we are still fighting with this, and still retailers, the retailers still think that when you remove the cars from the door, they will lose sales, when it's totally the opposite. And already in the 70s in Barcelona, in the city center, we already removed cars from some streets that are now the most expensive ones, but still 50 years later, we are still fighting with the same. And we need to test, to show every time that their clients are not coming by car to their shops, and it's still the same ones and over. I mean, it's always the same fight. But of course, when you do that, well, now we had a very interesting exercise with our participatory budgets, because most of the demands from the populations are just super blocks, more bike lanes, and more traffic calming around the schools. So, I mean, our citizens are asking for more and more, but of course, the ones that are against the measures, they are the ones that sometimes they've got some economic power or whatever, so they can make a lot of noise in the media also, and of course with the politicians that are in the opposition. Mm-hmm. But I really think, health of the citizens, it's the main fact, or the main issue in the cities, and it shouldn't be under discussion. I mean, it's very unfair when this is discussed once and more and every time, because all the politicians agree that they have to protect the health from the citizens, and also, of course, the climate emergency. But in fact, when you try to implement these measures, they always protest, and it's always the same, and it's quite tiring, but we know exactly where to go, so no problem at all.
Just a few questions coming in. I mean, one to Helle, and then there's something for you, Catherine, in a minute. Is there an example, Helle, in China where they're deploying this road as community concept? That's a question in the chat.
Sorry, where the implementation of
the road as community, it says in the chat. Yeah.
Well, yes, we have a couple of examples of that working in both, you know, probably in 2 or 3 of the major cities in China, and this is also to be found on our webpage. And I would call it street rather than road, though. Because,
absolutely, completely agreed.
Yeah, because what we have seen is the implementation of roads, major roads, that are actually working as barriers more than anything. And I think there is an understanding now where the Chinese government is moving away from actually the new towns that we have seen towards what they call retrofitting of the existing urban centers, and then focusing on streets rather than roads. So that's definitely what we are seeing. But look at our website. There is more information about all the Chinese cities that we are working on. But I wanted to maybe just comment on, Sylvia, you mentioned participatory budgeting, and I think that's a very interesting concept when it comes to these ideas, because I think what we have learned, and this started way back when we worked in the city of New York back in 2007, that started, you know, the whole idea of maybe the superblock starting as a government idea or government experiment, maybe together as in Barcelona and in collaboration with the university or something. But what is interesting is that the New York City's public plaza program, which it became, turned into become a more community-driven program, where once communities actually came together and said, we want to have a public plaza, then that community could apply for funding in that government program. And then they were responsible for programming and developing and maintaining and so forth, but with government support. And that changed the dynamic so that it was no longer the government saying, we need this here and here, but it was actually run by locals. And that, I think, is the type of case of success that we need in more cities, because we need those initiatives to be fully locally supported and valued.
Yeah. No, what's great is the way that these sort of things, these experiments, then perhaps become catalytic and then lead to other mechanisms, which I think is great. Just a question, and more or less we're rounding off. Catherine, how important was it that your mayor, Hidalgo, was so supportive of this idea? Did that sort of unleash the energy for people to say, oh, we can go for it, or could it have happened in any case?
Well, you know, of course, it was huge, and I think we can all agree that in any sort of transformational project, you need your leader to embody this. So,
Yeah.
as I said earlier on, the fact that she nominated somebody to actually head up that initiative and coordinate, and also talk to the inhabitants, the citizens, and document what's going on is essential to the dynamic. And people are going to Anne Hidalgo and her team to look for best practice, to understand the threshold and the roadblocks and all of that. And she's a great spokesperson to that. She's also connected to other mayors in the C40 group and across the globe. So of course, she's a fantastic ambassador. She walks and rides her bicycle as much as she can. So she's also a walk the talk sort of person. She doesn't just do it because it's sort of politically interesting and it's giving her an edge. Her whole approach, and I don't want to turn political here, but she's also super connected to the notion of common goods.
Yeah.
And she would totally agree with the things that, and her team as well, with what we just discussed. You have the right to have a decent home and access to water and breathe some fresh air and have access to all kind of very important basic functions. So because of that initiative, Students Reinventing Cities, that is closed now. I just checked because I wanted to check the Asian cities, and there is a city in New Zealand, one in Australia, and one in the Philippines who are looking at applying the proximity concepts to reinventing urban planning. There are many cities in South America. We haven't discussed that part of the world, but Colombia and Mexico and Brazil, we've done hackathon with universities there to actually inspire them. The proximity city, the short distance city, is a very inspiring topic for thesis and dissertation and reports of master's students and so on. So having a very visible person is essential. It's giving credit to our work. We are developing a toolbox with all the concepts that we are developing, and also we are aggregating data connected to maps, to geographical maps, to really combine not just a utopian vision, but the reality of the brick and mortar of the streets, of the public transport lines, of the installation. Right now, for example, we are looking at the Olympic Games coming to Paris, and the new infrastructures being built to make sure that proximity is embedded in that, and that we are not going to do what we just heard the soccer teams had to go through for the European Championship, to be playing one game here and then fly over to another city and so on. So this has to be included. That's why it's so systemically connected. It's really a wicked problem. It's something that you cannot solve by just solving one dimension. It's all totally woven into each other.
Yeah, no, I mean, unfortunately, we've got to close. I wish we were together, by the way, and having this either coffee, tea, wine, water. I'm not quite sure what I want. But look, there are a couple of things that have just come across in my mind. I like the idea of the human right, and then the right to not be polluted, the right to fresh air, all of that. And I think really what we've discussed, and you embody that as models, is simply a different approach to city making. And I'm slightly concerned, obviously, about the Houstons of this world. And I've been to some of those food places, and you just feel, my God, how can you make that transformation? But anyway, the discussion to be continued. Thank you, you three wonderful people. And we'll see each other soon somewhere, I hope. So I was about to say lots of love, but I will say it. Okay. Bye-bye.
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 Bye. See you.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome to the session Artificial Intelligence from Science Fiction to Reality, where we are going to have a conversation with representatives from the public and private sector. My name is Gretel Schach, and I'm today with Philip Riegebauer, my colleague, to moderate this discussion with great insights from three representatives from the public and private sector, having a conversation about strategies, challenges, opportunities around the use of AI and best practices for cities. Philip and I work at Bubble, which is a spin-off of the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. We work, our purpose is to improve urban life and to really drive the change for the better urban life. And we do that by bridging the gap between the private and public sector, and also supporting knowledge sharing exchange through our Smart City platform and community, as well with consultancy and building capacity through the training. This is the context why we have set this conversation. We want to advance the conversation about AI, show the great examples that some cities are doing, and they are advancing the conversation as well with the private sector and the current developments that exist. And we have seen in the past years an explosion of the utilization of AI. We have seen several applications that are being used for monitoring traffic, improving the flow of transit in cities, the use of masks during the pandemic, also measuring busyness in cities, in the city centers, especially for chatbots, and different applications that public and private sector have been using, developing, and enhancing in the past years. At the same time, there has been some criticism to some of the applications that have been implemented. Some in the cases of using these applications for the justice systems to assess whether a person should go back to jail or not, their possibility to reincidence, using some places are also banning the use of facial recognition and trying to preserve the privacy of people. There have been some concerns around some medical use, or you may also remember criticisms to an Amazon tool that was used to recruit people and that had some bias against women in particular. So there has been some criticism, but at the same time, there are several governments, especially local governments around the world, that are taking a stance and moving forward with different ways to address those challenges presented by different parts of society, addressing those criticisms, as well as the risk that may come along with the use of AI, and really enhancing its use to make sure that AI is put to good use. We can see, for example, the case of Amsterdam, where they have implemented this registry where they give information about how AI systems are used in different public services, for mobility, for medical uses, and how is the data used, how are the risks assessed and addressed, and who are responsible for these systems. Also in the past years, we saw how New York formed a task force that will address and assess all the different AI systems that were being used by the city. Whether that was successful or not, that's a different story. But we do see movement from public government to really move forward and regulate the use of AI, making sure that it's put to good use. And similarly, we have also seen lately the launch of the strategy from Barcelona to make use that AI is used in an ethical manner also from public sector. This is a bit the context that we are looking at, and that is why we have all these great speakers today to have this conversation on strategies, developments, opportunities, challenges, and best practices for cities. So today we have three speakers. We have Johannes Cruz, who is the data analyst from the Data Information and Insight team from the Greater Helsingborg area. We also have Michael Donaldson, who is the Commissioner for Technological Innovation, E-Government, and Good Governance from Barcelona City Council. And we also have Imre Gustav Vellemaa, board member of RightTech, one of the top 50 EU PropTech company from Estonia. So thank you very much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you, three of you, in our panel and be part of this conversation. I've been following your work and seeing the great activity that you have been doing around the use of AI, different projects, strategies, but I think it's now a good opportunity to also tell the audience how you have been involved in the use of AI, strategies-wise, or the application of it. And maybe you could also share some nice examples, good examples that show maybe a specific project that created some positive impact for society. Maybe Johannes, you could start sharing your experience in this case.
Yeah, well, as a data scientist, I'm involved in AI projects within the city of Helsingborg from start to finish. A lot of the time is spent on the data itself to ensure well-executed deliveries. The better the data, the better the AI solution. So we predict food waste on our public schools. This includes both the waste that isn't even served to the students and the food the students themselves throw away. So this helps us plan for better recipes, but also to correct the quantity we cook at the schools. Another example I have is our speaking robot, Emily. So we have this immigrant group further away from the job market, and they can come and practice their Swedish in an interview situation with Emily. And we hope it will prepare them for real-life interviews and increase their chance for landing a job. So those are some examples.
Thank you very much. That's fascinating, also the different applications, and I hope that also inspires some action from the viewers and the audience. Michael, I know also Barcelona has been using AI and you have been involved as commissioner in some of these activities. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gretel. Well, to be honest, we are just kind of starting using AI as it's not really an emerging technology because it's been going on for the last 40, 50 years, but we can say that using it at the public level as a public services, we are just starting to use it now. We've got a little bit of experience, for example, last year with all the COVID problems, and we wanted to guarantee the social distance when the people went to the beach on the summertime. You know, Barcelona, we've got 5 kilometers of coast, we've got good weather all along the summer, spring, and into autumn. So there's a lot of people, tourists, but also a lot of people from Barcelona using the beach. And especially after the lockdown in 2020, we wanted to guarantee the distance, the social distance between the people that went to the beach. And so we had kind of cameras that they were monitoring the whole time, which was the density, and that we use AI intelligence in order to calculate this distance between the people. But it was very important to say, and that's something that we work very keen on it, that these cameras, they weren't recording because we wanted to guarantee the privacy. They were just analyzing and giving us on real time which was the density between the people in the beach. So we were able to send that information to on the website. That sense, people would decide if it was good enough to go down to the beach or if it was too crowded. And at the same time, it gave us information in order to close the beach if there was too many people in the beach at the same time. It was very important, as I said, that these cameras, they were just kind of having on real-time the information, but not recording people in order to guarantee their privacy. And we also been using the AI on a website in order to give information to our citizens if they want to apply for public services, and especially for subsidies or economic helps. You put your information, what's your situation, how many children you've got, where do you live, what kind of incomes you've got, what kind of needs you have, and the website gives you back all the subsidies and economic helps that the city hall can provide you according to your profile.
It's fascinating to see like the different applications and how also adaptable that could be to the situation, for example, in the case of COVID and maintaining the distance between each other. Imre, I know you're also involved from maybe a different sector, and I want to hear from you how is that and how it plays for you.
Thank you, and hello everybody. So actually I would like to start with a history, and it's probably my first strong touch with artificial intelligence. So maybe you remember 1997 when Deep Blue was the first computer beating world champion in chess, Garry Kasparov. And of course, since that, artificial intelligence has been developed very strongly, and today artificial intelligence is able to run factories, cars, buildings, and a lot of more, like you have mentioned already. And yes, today I am representing RA Technologies, and we are developing and we use artificial intelligence to take commercial buildings, technical management to the next generation. So it means that the operational efficiency of very complex technical systems inside big buildings is increased tremendously by using computational power for analysis, calculations, and even the most remarkable for actions. And just one example from one 25,000 square meters commercial building, office building in Tallinn, in Estonia. So it has, for example, 3,000 controllable heating, ventilating, and cooling components. It has about 50,000 data points. So it is clear that no human operator, even not the best human operators teams, are able to run these systems the most efficient way. But the artificial intelligence is able to do it. And if we come back to this example, so our artificial intelligence made over 500,000 set point changes in 4 months. And it resulted about 30% energy savings and improvement of indoor climate from 60% level to 90% level. So this is just the difference between artificial intelligence and humans. So if you like it or not, so it doesn't matter too much.
Okay, thank you very much. Great initiatives you are doing, and thanks for sharing. To move directly to the next question, we know that Barcelona is implementing a data strategy, can you explain it for us a bit, and also in regards to the idea to maximize the social benefit of AI?
Yeah, sure, Philip. Thanks for the question. We launched last year our data strategy based basically on the idea of the data as a common good, such as many others common goods, and especially being very keen on privacy issues. I mean, we wanted to, as a public body, as a public institution, to gather all the data in order to have to take better decisions and to provide with better services. Now we've just launched last June our strategy on AI, and we want to go a little bit further up. Gathering all this data, it's okay to know the situation, and especially when the information is good enough to have this information in real time. But what we want to do, combining the big data, or what we call the good data, with the AI, is to pass from this idea of a reactive administration to a more proactive administration. So instead of waiting for people to come and ask for different public services, we should be able to get in touch with our citizens because we know what are their needs based on their profiles, based on the data when we gather it, so we can deliver better public digital service in a more proactive way. Let me just put an example. It might be too simple and it's not exactly the same, but it gives us a good idea. We all know the way Netflix sends us an email on Friday night saying, based on what you've seen, you might like to see this movie or this TV show or wherever. So we're kind of talking about a service in that sense, based on the needs, based on what you like, based on what you need. Here's a different public digital service that we can provide you. Because we know for a fact at the European level that over 30% of the economic subsidies that are provided by the different public institutions are lost because the people who are potential to have them, they don't even know that they exist. So this is a great inefficiency that it leads us to a great inequality. And we, If we've got the tools and AI and good data should give us the good tools, we should be providing a better public services, better public policies.
Thank you. Maybe it makes sense to directly ask Johannes for the perspective of Helsingborg to add something.
Definitely, thank you. Well, a city administration has a lot of data, so some data is heavier regulated than other. So we have GDPR and other local Swedish regulations. We have an open data platform where we publish the data the city of Helsingborg can make public. So we hope that this can facilitate for external parties to innovate on the data and hopefully improving the lives of our citizens. And the more and better data we can make public, the more democratic the digital scene will become. Perhaps with hackathons or other forms of competitions, we can find new AI solutions that will lead to societal benefits in our city. And our healthcare administration has a test environment for AI solutions where external parties can come and try things and ideas in a real environment with real data. And this can come to expand by the use of synthetic data, which will enable sensitive data to become more available for more people, leading to more AI being tested on it.
Thank you. Imre, as we heard now, the public sector, so can you see you add something from the private sector?
Sure, in a private sector there is a lot, but I would just like to say that if we speak about positive impact of artificial intelligence, I think that every technology has a kind of positive impact of, or at least the goal of every new technology is to have positive impact. This is the main reason why to develop this new technology, and sure that all these like different types of positive impact can be very different. So it can really be like increasing safety or increasing efficiency or opening totally new opportunities and so on. And for example, if we speak about our solutions or a digital operator again, so we are focusing on three main KPIs to increase or improve by our artificial intelligence. So these are energy efficiency, indoor climate, and buildings technical condition. And of course, the more different KPIs you can follow at the same time, the better it is. For example, if we speak about energy efficiency itself in buildings, it is very easy. So just turn everything off and you are able to save 100% of energy. This is not a question at all. But of course, also people would escape from these buildings because it wouldn't be healthy, safe, and comfortable to stay there anymore. So it's really important to focus more just than one topic, because buildings, because life itself is a complex thing.
Okay, thank you. What we already learned, I think, was that artificial intelligence is a truly revolutionary achievement of computer science, and we heard a lot about opportunities. And but we want to also discuss the challenges directly. So I will hand over to my colleague Keto now for the next question.
I think also, Michael, you started to elaborate a bit on that, also making sure that, for example, these cameras are not collecting private information or the faces, recording the faces of people. And I would just like to hear from you, what do you think are maybe the biggest challenges for AI policy? Where do they lie? And maybe just to give an example of it.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the main challenge, but it's a big one. It's a huge one from the public point of view, the ethics that surround the use of AI. Because we're living in very complex times, and there's a lot of technology going on. I mean, and especially after the lockdown with the hyper digitalization, we are living really a lot of new technologies, a lot of uses, a lot of things that most of them we don't even understand them. I mean, every time WhatsApp goes on an update, my mother rings me, and do I have to click it? Do I have to accept it? Are they going to charge me money? So, I mean, most of the regular people, we don't even know how many technologies are going. But what we know from the public perspective is to guarantee the rights of our citizens and to fight against no discrimination. So we've learned a lot of potential and a lot of good things that AI and other emerging technologies bring us, and even Gustav was pointing some of them. We know what the benefits that the technology brings us. So we're of course not saying no, we don't want technology because it's got a risk, but we know that it brings risks. We've seen what happened in England, in UK, with the A levels, with the lockdown. They decided to use AI and algorithms to see where were the marks from the students, because they weren't able to go to do their exams. So they just took the background from their academic marks, but also from the schools that they were studying. So we saw a lot of discrimination because a lot of students had good marks, but when they were combined with the school centers, they had worse marks, and so they weren't able to choose the career they wanted. There was such an unrest on the streets that they have to bring back this use of AI. We've seen as well some discrimination. You were pointing at the beginning with the selection of human resources. So we know there is a lot of possibility of risks on discrimination and not using it in an ethic way, the way we use the data, what we do with that data, where if we share it or not. So there's a lot of risk in that sense. And this is, as I said, one of our challenges. And this is why when we launch our initiative, our strategy on AI, since the beginning, we also brought in some guarantees in order to fight against discrimination and in order to guarantee all the digital rights, because nowadays reality and virtual and digital is all mixed up. So it's not only, we cannot talk about only anymore about human rights, but we also have to talk about human digital rights.
Okay, thank you. Because the time is ticking very fast, so we would move to maybe the last question now, and also ask especially Imre and Johannes for their perspective on a recommendation for cities, if other cities want to start a process to implement artificial intelligence, and what you can give them on their way as a recommendation. Johannes, maybe you start.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Well, from my point of view, AI is a mean and not an end. We need more means for the benefit of our cities. So for someone who wants to start using AI, I think it's really important to not look at it as something standalone, but to think broader and see if AI could be included in something we already are about to do. AI should be our wingman and not the focal point. Another thing is that an innovative culture is important when you want to explore new alternatives and methods. We need to try and fail many times. We need to explore data and see what can be done to consume it in new ways. Could AI enhance or improve existing processes? Is it possible to start collecting data currently not being collected, for example? And also, I'd like to emphasize the importance of establishing support from high-level bosses and local politicians. I think that without this, no initiative will go very far or be put into real and lasting production, I'd say.
Thank you. Imre, do you want to add something?
Yes, I absolutely agree with Johannes. So first of all, there should be like a clear understanding about bottlenecks or a vision for a new opportunity that needs really artificial intelligence. And for the second, of course, it's very important to involve all the stakeholders inside the organization to this like a new project related to artificial intelligence. Of course, it slows down any process at the beginning, but as a result, it helps a lot if people are part of the process. And we have several experiences, including with very motivated city governments, where just some levels are not involved, some levels don't have kind of motivation, and as a result, it would be kind of waste. So avoiding and removing stakeholders' no's is not easy, but of course, it's very important. So
thank you very much for this, Inyo. Time is ticking, so I want to already thank all the speakers for sharing your experiences. I think it was especially interesting to also hear the different perspective from the private and public sector, and we hope that this multilateral discussion also leads to better applications and you continue this kind of discussions. We have one more thing on the next slide. It's that we also want to ask our audience, or to give the audience the chance to share their thoughts. So you can just tell us your in view, or also just rate how much benefits you see in for AI. And it's super quick. You just have to use the QR code there, or go to slido.com and use the event code Babel. And the good thing is the results we will just discuss right after the session, and the link you will find in the festival program, where we also have the chance to have interaction together. So, and we will present the results. So now it's time already to close the session. Once again, thank you for the speakers and for your time and for your interviews and your practical examples you gave us. Also, we wish the audience much more insights at the Creative Bureaucracy Festival, and you are welcome to join the discussion, as told, in the interactive session with Slido and share your thoughts. And we also recommend to have a look to the Babel platform. It's www.babel-smartcities.eu. And we have a platform where you can find a lot of use cases in regards to artificial intelligence from European cities. And the good thing is it's free to use, so have a look there. And last, you can, of course, get in contact with us if you have further questions or challenges you want to have solved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, see you now. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, and we'll see you.
The spread of the COVID-19 pandemic triggered a global crisis that posed social, economic, and healthcare challenges to public policymakers from the municipal to the national level. While on the one hand, the specific challenges had yet to be defined, the race was on to develop innovative solutions to protect lives and contain the pandemic as fast as possible. So it is not only in Germany that open social innovation formats were launched to define and assess the scope of increasing challenges. Open social innovation formats were used worldwide to foster co-creation and creativity within society, to inspire better policymaking and a citizen-centered design of solutions. In today's session, we would like to present 3 examples of such kind from Germany. The hackathon Wir versus Virus and its successor Update Deutschland from the German Federal Chancellery, the Smart Development Hack of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development and the European Commission, and the International Digital Ideas Competition Solutions for Cities from the German Federal Ministry of the Interior, Building and Community.
The Wir versus Virus hackathon, that is German for Us Against the Virus, was the biggest ever of its kind, organized by 7 non-profit organizations and supported by the German government in March 2020. Around 28,000 people developed projects and digital prototypes in just 28 hours. Around 150 projects were put into practice in an intense implementation program, selected from around 1,500 submitted ideas for solutions to the social, societal, and economic challenges associated with the coronavirus crisis took part. Exactly 1 year later, in March 2021, Project Together, one of the 7 organizations behind Wir versus Virus, initiated Update Deutschland. Once again, hackathon was organized, but this time preceded by a campaign involving numerous municipalities and federal state governments all over Germany. That was in order to identify the issues in shaping matching formats. Under the patronage of the Federal Chancellery of Germany, a large-scale support program ran until August 2021. It's aimed to create long-term partnerships to implement the most promising approaches on a broad scale.
No country has been spared by the corona pandemic. The crisis has had far-reaching impact on the economy, the health, and the social sectors, especially in developing countries. In response, the Smart Development Hack was launched by the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, and the European Commission in spring 2020. As part of an innovative competition, digital approaches were sought out to cope with the challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic worldwide. Under the patronage of the BMZ, together with Team Europe partners from the European Commission, other EU member states, tech companies, and civil society, 9 winning projects were selected and are currently scaling their innovations around the world.
The competition Solutions for Cities was launched to support 11 cities in finding digital solutions for their local challenges, which became even more visible through the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Alongside, we observed that digitization received a long overdue boost, both for the purpose of network collaboration and as an elementary component of innovative solutions. The Ideas competition equipped cities with tools and agile methods to define their current challenges along the 6 areas of actions: the social cohesion, access, vibrant urban and local centers, mobility, resilience, and digital competence. With the global call for solutions, we invited all sectors of society to submit digital solutions to solve cities' challenges, tapping into the creative potential of startups, public administrations, of research, and of the civil society. In a virtual skeleton, the cities then developed concepts for the refinement and adaptation of the selected solutions, together with the respective solution providers.
In light of these examples, the question arises to what extent open social innovation formats can have a sustainable effect and contribute to the common good. are open social innovation formats suitable as a new working method for public administrations to drive change and promote innovation? And if they are, under what conditions and for what objectives are they a suitable instrument?
Inspiring teams, exciting solutions, great commitment, and the spirit to make a difference. This was what the Smart Development Hack competition was all about. For the BMZ, it was also an exciting new format to test new, fast, and agile forms of digital innovations in practice. In an overwhelming response, more than 1,000 proposals answered the call for digital solutions in April 2020. From these, 20 teams were selected and competed in a unique virtual event of international cooperation. In total, 250 participants and 36 global partner organizations took part in the 2 days. 9 winning teams were selected from the competition to scale their innovation, coming together in the Smart Development Fund. 1 year later, they have come far and created impact around the world. For example, the initiative Core versus Corona has made validated information on COVID-19 accessible, free of charge, and in local languages. To date, over 250,000 listeners have dialed into the interactive hotline that was created. Another initiative, the digital youth marketplace Yoma, powered by Atingi, engaged over 80,000 young people in virtual innovation challenges. Their creative ideas resulted in more than 9,000 prototypes to solve local and global issues. From these examples, it becomes clear that OSI is a powerful and effective instrument for promoting digital innovations. Promoting and scaling digital innovation continues to increase in importance. We need bold moves and strong partnerships to address current and future challenges. The BMZ has therefore joined forces with GIZ, KfW, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. From this cooperation, an interdisciplinary innovation partnership was born, the DigiLab. Using user-centric and agile methods, the DigiLab will scout for, promote, and scale digital innovations across sectors and regions to help achieve the Sustainable Development Goals.
Looking at the lessons learned from the competition Solutions for Cities, the competition not only enabled the cities to find innovative solutions, but it ensured citizen-centeredness and it connected diverse actors in a productive manner. The structure of the process, according to the principles of design thinking, supported decision makers in adopting the perspective of beneficiary communities. They were able to define concrete challenges based on high empathy for the needs and the demands of the local society and the people. This was particularly useful in a context where cities are facing a variety of challenges without being able to concretely pinpoint them. When looking at complicated and long processes of innovation procurement in public administrations, the open social innovation format facilitated an easy access to innovation by drawing on the creative potential of the public and creating a cooperative network of diverse actors. Cities learned that innovation is not about reinventing the wheel. Throughout the process, it was easy to familiarize with various pre-existing ideas and solutions that could be sustainably adapted to urban challenges by reinterpreting and combining them. And all this was possible in a relatively short period of time. So yes, open social innovation formats can present a valuable alternative method for public administrations. We can rapidly find innovative solutions to promote the digital transformation that is urgently needed in our cities, and we can foster design for the common good by including the public in problem identification and cooperating in the design of solutions. However, to integrate open social innovation formats in the daily routines of municipalities, we not only require knowledge building, but also a change in the regulatory frameworks for procurement processes. This is because despite of the success of the competition Solutions for Cities, it was and still is difficult to integrate solutions into ongoing bureaucratic procedures. The implementation of the solution in line with legal regulations concerning public procurement is often an ongoing challenge.
Fear versus virus was widely seen as a new form of collaboration between the state and its citizens. Open and participation-oriented forms of social innovation are particularly useful when we do not know exactly what the problem is, or we cannot assess the scope of the problems that we face. This was the case during the corona pandemic and will become more and more relevant in light of global challenges such as climate change and the digital transformations of our society and economy. The key marker of success lies in getting the process right. Therefore, with Update Deutschland, we try to follow and support three guiding principles. The first is mission-oriented collaboration beyond federal levels. Societal challenges do not fall within one single level of our federal state. Therefore, the collaboration between all federal levels is crucial. Municipalities, federal states, and national government, as well as collaboration within a single institution, like a ministry, beyond the logic of single responsible departments. Digital collaboration platforms, as well as networking formats, can help this process. The second principle follows the idea of an open and learning state. The government should not only use public participation briefly in order to legitimize their decisions, but to really identify and include existing and new approaches developed within civil society. For this, it needs to provide investments in testing and exploring. We call it risk capital. Organizers and partners of open social innovation programs can help to translate between stakeholders and citizens, and there are different approaches and languages. This is strongly connected with the third principle, impact orientation. The identification of missions and according goals is the basis for sustainable impact. A long-term investment is key, not only for the testing and implementation of ideas, but also for involving strong partners. The commitment needs to extend to scaling the solutions. Effective innovation has to be a marathon. It is never a sprint.
So the three examples prove that open social innovation formats can serve public administrations as a tool for public participation and collaborative problem solving, particularly in times when challenges are manifold and increasingly complex. At the same time, we need to change the status quo in public administration if open social innovation is to become a new working principle to meet the needs and demands of the citizens.
Yeah, we all assume that open social innovation formats will continue to be an important subject of public debate in the future. And it remains important to promote such innovations, to meet societal challenges and to improve collaboration. Because like any innovation in the public sector, it is all about serving people and promoting their participation in society.
For open social innovation to be really effective, we need a learning in open state and administration, so that real innovation can proceed and emerge, not only to legitimize decisions, but really to enhance real innovation. For this goal, it really needs one coordinating unity within the government.
Open social innovation has proven to be an important tool to promote digital innovation in development cooperation in order to tackle global challenges. Going forward, the BMZ DigiLab invites partners from the private and public sector, from civil society and academia to further develop these innovative methods to jointly achieve the sustainability goals of the 2030 Agenda.
Hello and welcome to our session Beneath the Surface, Building a Community for Urban Underground Development. I'm René van der Lek. I'm leader of a small team that works on policy innovation within the Department of the Environment and Spatial Development. In 2017, we have established this team in the aftermath of the development of the strategic vision for spatial development. And at that moment, policy making got a little bit stuck, and we felt really a need for an influx of new ideas. Next to me is sitting Shanna de Brok. Hi, Shanna. From the first day on, you have been a member of our team, of our innovation team, and you have dedicated yourself to the topic of urban underground development. Of course, you also helped to shape our policy assignments. Can you please introduce yourself a little bit and tell me how you experienced those first months of our team?
So, hello, René. I am Shanna de Brok, and I am a policy officer who is specialized in policy innovation and underground urban space use. You should know that when we started working on policy explorations, we still had to figure out what kind of methods and approaches were suitable for our assignments. We invested in defining our mission and what we actually stand for. We found it very important that our work added value to key products of our division, which are policy content, instruments, and regulations, because our key policy recommendations are directed at the Minister of Spatial Development in Flanders. We also wield a very product-oriented approach and actually gave ourselves only 1 year to produce tangible products. Our approach is also founded on an open dialogue with experts and partners. So rather than creating new knowledge, we focus on bringing together existing knowledge, which is scattered all around the field. So from different backgrounds, all relevant to our main topic. We reinterpreted the existing knowledge in function of new questions. We also work quite independently, which I like very much, but we are surrounded with a strong supportive team, which gives us the freedom to move quickly and explore a whole new lead in an instant.
So in these first days, you really jumped on this topic of urban underground development. Can you tell me a little bit these first days, what kind of working field you encountered here in Flanders as far as urban underground development is concerned?
Okay. So you already mentioned my policy exploration focuses on urban underground space use, and inherent to a policy exploration is the fact that knowledge on the topic is scattered. And many experts hold a part of the answer. This is very true for urban underground space use, but also for other topics that we explored. There was a lack of community and even common terminology. So experts did not know each other and had difficulties with finding common terminology, which is important if you want to address some kind of vision and streamline your thoughts. So I interviewed about 40 different experts and practitioners, and these interviews really supported in finding the focus on our problem definition and getting a grip on the context and situation or lay of the land of our topic. So I actually started with a PowerPoint that I adjusted after every talk with an expert. So, I did 40, so there was a lot of adjusting. And actually, at a day came when I no longer felt the need to adjust my PowerPoint after the interviews. That's when I knew we had the story of our baseline and relevant policy questions ready. You could say I acted like a sponge in the beginning of the exploration. I absorbed all the information I could gather, and every interview led to more questions. So eventually, I became to be able to add to the discussion, and my sponge got saturated. I went from gathering intel and asking questions to setting the agenda and actually contributing to the discussion, forming a vision. And in the end, I'm very proud of that, I became the person in the network people look for when needing advice and input. We focused on two main elements in the beginning. That was creating a narrative, so relating different knowledge fragments and creating a network, bringing all these different stakeholders together.
If I understand right, in the beginning you started up mapping the field of actors that is involved in Flanders. You created together a language, a narrative, and then so you had some first baselines developed. How did you move on this after these first steps? How did you go into the depth?
So we needed to deepen our understanding of the topic after we had gathered all the intel from the different stakeholders. So we tendered several expert papers who exploited the gaps in our knowledge base. That was such as regulation issues or the impact of underground space on human behavior, real estate considerations, and impact on ecosystem services. We also tried to make the underground very tangible. So we invested a lot of time and effort in visualizing and conceptualizing the underground. For example, we did photo collections, development of images showing relationships between different functions in the subsurface. We also had a lot of workshops to create awareness amongst the stakeholders, awareness of all the different kind of resources and relationships between the different knowledge teams in the subsurface, because you have water, you have heritage, you have soil. That way we could identify all sorts of opportunities and conditions. So we started off with a very small group of 30 experts that gradually grew to a network of 300 people, including all kinds of stakeholders all around Flanders and even internationally. We also did a benchmarking study and made ourselves internationally visible to increase leverage of the topic and find suitable ways to shape the content adjusted to our local context.
Yeah. So there was much to do about processing things, much to do about knowledge development, but at the beginning you also indicated that our team was much product oriented. Can you give a little bit of insight in the deliveries of your exploration work?
Yes, sure. So we created within a year a wide variety in deliverables. We made a technical report for experts that gives a detailed account of everything we explored and gave a profound insight into our knowledge base. We also made an inspirational note for partners demonstrating the opportunities of urban underground space and providing a checklist of the do's and don'ts. We also made an explanatory video for a wider audience demonstrating what kind of value urban underground space can bring to our environment. You can say that was some kind of show and tell. We also did a series of papers looking for feedback from our international peers. We did some interviews with local newspapers and expert journals abroad, and we made a collection of worldwide good practices on urban underground space use, visualized by designs and pictures. These products were distributed within the network and put online on a website dedicated to our policy explorations. Within a couple of months, we noticed that these products began to live a life on their own, and our team began to be consulted on our topics that we explored. This is where our deliverables came into good use and became very useful tools in telling our story.
Quite a lot of very useful products were developed, but in the end, innovation also needs to land in some more tangible results. So how did you ever since move forward in order to move policy development and also to get some change on the ground?
Okay, so I followed three specific tracks. The first one was developing policy proposals to integrate urban underground development in our planning system and our planning instruments. The second one focused on testing the results by creating alliances with local cities such as Leuven, Ostend, and Flanders, which are Flemish cities. And those cities brought themselves forward as early adopters of urban underground space use and were interested in planning their underground spaces. So we have 3 pilots up and running about now. And at last, we also put our international network to good use, and we got involved in international conferences to broaden our horizon and find better ways to embed urban underground space in our policy system.
So that's quite some results, to be very honest. You know, I'm rather proud on this. very good achievements here. Maybe a final question, Shana. Can you describe, after all this work being done, what next steps do you see ahead, and what challenges do you still see?
Okay, well, that's a big one because the main challenge right now is how to integrate urban underground development in our mainstream policies on spatial development and environment, and also in our policy instruments. And we need to scale up the experiences of our early adopters. So it actually would be great if someone watching this session has experience in lifting up innovation and innovational teams, and have experience with taking the next step, with making valuable insights operational on a broader scale. So please get in touch with us to share these experiences.
Yeah, I think that is a very clear message to our audience. So please feel free to get in touch with us. Also, if you want to know, of course, more about our work. Well, I just want to thank you on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of Shana, for joining this session. And we look very much forward to meeting you very soon in some kind of environment. Thanks a lot, and bye.
Bye.
Thank you.